Hey guys, this is Zerk's What If, and welcome to my new What If. What if Yuji was like Garou from One Punch Man? Since this one had won the poll, it was going to be the first one I was working on. And when I'm done with What if Yuji was like Yorichi, I will start on the All for One What If. But yeah, let's not get into too many details. Let's get right into it. Beginning this story, we would start off years before Yuji would ever even step foot into Jujutsu High. With Yuji being born, in order for his son to become the perfect vessel, Kenjaku, after having Yuji, would end up killing his entire family, leaving Yuji to be taken in by an orphanage. Since Yuji would grow up without the guidance of his grandfather, he wouldn't be the kind kid that he usually is. Yuji, by the age of 8, would always be causing trouble, going in and out of orphanages, causing fights, and beating up other kids. Kenjaku would watch over Yuji, but only from afar. He wouldn't intervene with anything that Yuji was doing. But in order for Yuji to grow as Sukuna's vessel, he would want Yuji to learn cursed energy and understand it as early as he could. While Yuji was at one of the schools in his neighborhood, Kenjaku would plant one of Sukuna's fingers at the orphanage that Yuji was residing in. As Yuji would be returning to the orphanage, after being kicked out of a school he was in, one of the administrators of the orphanage would end up telling Yuji that if he got kicked out another school, he would be kicked out of the orphanage, as he was the problem child. Yuji would simply scoff and go back to his room. As he would lay down, Yuji would begin to ponder, thinking to himself and complain about life is too dull. He wanted some excitement in his life, but nothing was happening. Just as Yuji would say that, he would hear a loud crash coming from the other room. He would jump out of his bed, running to the other room to see what the noise was. Looking into the room, he would see one of the administrators from the orphanages on the ground, beaten and bloodied. He would be confused as to what would cause this to happen, but just as he would turn around, he would see a grotesque-looking beast staring back at him. Immediately taking a fighting stance, he would throw a punch towards the curse, but since he would need curse energy to kill the curse, the punch would only cause the curse to be pushed back a little. The curse would then proceed to lunge at Yuji, with Yuji being able to dodge out of the way, with him yelling at the curse, "Bring it." This had been the excitement that he was waiting for his entire life. He knew there was more to life, and it finally had introduced itself. Yuji, exhilarated at the fact that his life was finally about to change, would rush in at the curse. As Yuji was seemingly a prodigy in hand-to-hand combat, he would be brutally beating the curse. Even though Yuji would be pummeling the curse, it wouldn't be damaging the curse at all. Yuji was seemingly faster and stronger. However, he wouldn't be able to do anything to it. But the curse would also understand that it couldn't touch Yuji, simply because he was faster and stronger. As the curse would realize this, it would try to make a run for the finger. Yuji would be confused as why the creature was running away, darting back in front of the curse and kicking it in the face. He'd ponder in his head and then turn around. This is when Yuji would see a weird-looking finger. He would pick it up and ask the curse if this is what it wanted. The cursed spirit would only snarl and lunge at Yuji, trying to get the finger. But Yuji would smile. Without Yuji noticing, another curse would end up behind him, sneaking up behind him and cracking him on the side of the face, sending him into a wall. With the finger still in hand, he would get up with blood pouring from his forehead. Standing up, he would wipe the blood off his forehead, smiling, saying this is what he wanted his entire life, and for both curses to come at him. One of the curses would lunge, swinging down at him. Yuji would dodge, immediately countering it, punching the curse with an attack of his own. The other curse would try to tackle Yuji, but he would flip over the curse, grabbing it by its arms, jumping and putting both legs into the curse's back, ripping its arms off, kicking it into the other curse. The curses would get up, lunging at Yuji once again. He would duck under the first, letting it fly over him, crashing into a wall. Seeing the other curse, he would go in for a kick, but the curse would grab his leg, holding him in place, punching him in the face repeatedly. Yuji would just laugh and enjoy himself, taking each hit on the head. As the curse would throw another punch, Yuji would smash his head into the curse's fist, breaking the curse's arm. With brute strength alone, he would tear out of the grasp of the curse. As he would be about to attack the curse, the other curse from behind would strike Yuji in the back, sending him flying forward. Yuji would be on the ground, bloodied and beaten. However, he was enjoying this. Something exciting had finally happened in his life. He would begin to laugh maniacally, telling the curses that he won't be dying here. His new life had just gotten started. In this moment, with all the emotions stirring within Yuji, something would have unlocked in his brain. Without knowing, Yuji would begin to pump out cursed energy. It was violent and unrefined, and the curses felt it as well. The malice of Yuji's cursed energy was absolutely immense. Without wasting any time, Yuji would run back into the cursed spirits. He would strike one of the curses in the head, blowing its head off in one punch, exorcising it. Just then, Yuji would turn to the other curse, but the curse was already attempting to attack him. It would swing its arm down. Yuji would parry the attack, countering it with a punch of his own, striking the curse in the body, blowing a hole straight through it. As the fight would be over, Yuji would laugh. He would continue laughing until he passed out. As Yuji would wake up, he would find himself in a bed inside of a room with bandages wrapped around his forehead and chest. He would immediately get up, panicking, not knowing where he was or what had happened. He would burst outside of the room, where there would be 3 people talking. As they would see Yuji crash through the door, a man would tell Yuji to calm down. Yuji, not wanting to listen, would attack the man. However, he would be easily blocked. He would continue to throw blows with the man simply telling him to calm down. Yuji, remembering the feeling that he felt when he fought those curses, would activate it again. Rushing back in, he would throw an overhead punch, with the man dodging out of the way. Yuji would swing around, trying to backhand the man, only for the man to dodge again. Yuji would throw strike after strike with his attacks, either being dodged or blocked easily. As Yuji would keep attacking, this would go on until Yuji would tire himself out. This is when the man would ask Yuji if he was done, and would he actually be willing to listen. Yuji would simply look up and ask a man to train him, with the man telling him that that's exactly what he intended on doing. The man would introduce himself, telling Yuji that his name was Garou. He would tell Yuji that he couldn't imagine how surprised he was when he felt a powerful cursed energy presence, and when he went to check it out, he was surprised to see just an 8-year-old kid knocked out on the floor with an immense amount of cursed energy flowing throughout him. Not only was he surprised that Yuji had an immense amount of cursed energy, he was also surprised that Yuji was holding on to a special grade cursed object. Yuji would ask Garou what he was talking about. He would explain to Yuji what Sukuna's fingers were, and tell him that that must have been the reason that the cursed spirits were wandering around the orphanage that day. Yuji would then ask Garou what's so special about a special grade cursed object. Garou would then explain to Yuji that weaker cursed spirits would go after special grade cursed objects and eat them in order to get stronger. Yuji would then ask Garou what would happen if he were to eat it. Would it make him stronger? Garou would tell Yuji that if he were to eat it, it'd probably be more like a deadly poison to him, and he'd most likely die. Just then, the 2 girls that Garou was talking to would interrupt their conversation. They would ask Garou why they're taking in a kid like him, with Yuji getting mad, staring at them, saying that they were kids too. Garou would then tell everybody to play nice, and introduce Yuji to the 2. He would tell Yuji that their names are Nanako and Mimiko. Yuji would barely pay them any mind, and simply ask Garou if they can get to training already. Garou would tell Yuji that he had somewhere to be. However, when he got back, they could train all he wanted. In the meantime, he would tell Yuji to play nice with the 2, seeing as they were going to be living together from now on. As the years would go by, Yuji would train with Garou, getting to know everyone else as well, with him becoming almost like a brother to Hanako and Mimiko. During these passing years, Yuji would have been going on missions with Garou, so he could capture more cursed spirits and train Yuji while he's at it. By the time Yuji reached the age of 14, he was already considered a grade 1 sorcerer. Yuji would have begun to enjoy his time here with Geto and all of his family members, but soon it would all come to an end. Yuji would be laying in his bed, waiting for Geto to get back so that they can begin training again. Even though Yuji was happy with his life now, things were starting to get boring again for him. Geto would seemingly always be busy and not have any time to train Yuji. When Geto would get back, Yuji would ask him if they could train together. However, Geto would tell Yuji that he's simply too busy right now. Yuji would then begin to ask why, telling him that he's been very busy a lot as of late. Geto would tell Yuji that something interesting will happen very soon, and if he's patient, he would bring him along so that he could see. He would tell Yuji that all he needs is a week, and then after that, things would change indefinitely. Yuji would be patient, waiting the entire week. Just then, Geto would come back and tell everyone that they have some place to be. As they would all gather inside of a large bird, Yuji would ask Geto where they're going, and Geto would tell him that they were headed towards the Tokyo Jujutsu High School to meet someone new and pay an old friend a visit. As they would get to the school grounds, this is when Geto would then confront Yuta. This is when Principal Yaga, Gojo, and all the other sorcerers would come. As all of them would get there, Geto would get all of their attention and announce that on December 24th, the night parade of 100 demons would commence. In both Shinjuku and Kyoto, 1,000 cursed spirits will be unleashed in each city and ordered to murder all non-sorcerers. Before Geto would leave, he would demand that both sides curse each other to their heart's content. As they would be flying back to their hideout, Yuji would ask Geto what that was all about. He would tell Yuji that on the 24th, he would send him to Shinjuku and allow him to do absolutely whatever he wanted. If he wanted to kill, he could. Yuji would then be grinning ear to ear. He had only been fighting cursed spirits his whole life. He was finally going to be able to use his skills on a human. Yuji couldn't be any happier. Although he would train with Geto from time to time, it wasn't the same. With Geto, they were not fighting to the death, but to all the other people that would be participating in the night parade were free game to Yuji. He couldn't contain his excitement. As time would pass, December 24th would finally come about. Geto would tell Yuji that he would be sent into Shinjuku to do as he pleases, with a couple of other people going in with him, and he would send the rest of them to Kyoto. Yuji would ask him where would he end up going. Geto would reply to Yuji that he would be going straight to Jujutsu High because they wouldn't expect him to be there. He has something he wants to take, and when he gets back, they would all celebrate. Yuji would ask Geto if he could just take him along with him. Geto would tell Yuji that he wasn't strong enough, and that he didn't want Yuji to get in his way. It was no shade to Yuji at all. He just genuinely didn't want Yuji to get hurt. Yuji would then ask Geto if he got stronger next time, would he take him with him? With Geto replying, of course he would. Yuji would smile, and the night parade of 100 demons would commence. Yuji would be sent to Shinjuku, just as Geto had told him. Yuji knew that he had only one objective, and that was to cause as much chaos as possible. Geto would spill out thousands of his cursed spirits over both Shinjuku and Kyoto. He would tell them all good luck, and make his way towards the Jujutsu Tokyo High School. As Geto would leave, the Jujutsu sorcerers would come in droves. As Yuji would see a couple of Jujutsu sorcerers bundled up taking out some cursed spirits, he would make his way over there. Catching the first sorcerer off guard, he would crack the sorcerer on the side of the face, hitting him with a quick combo, making the sorcerer fall to the ground, then kicking his head into the pavement. The other sorcerers around would simply be shocked. There was a kid that just annihilated one of their sorcerers. They would all get on guard, but Yuji would simply smile. This had been the first time he was able to fight humans with the intent to kill. It had felt absolutely euphoric to Yuji. As the sorcerers would surround him, they would try to use their advantage in numbers against Yuji. Yuji would tell the sorcerers that they may have had an advantage with numbers. However, while he's cornered and put under pressure, he was at his peak. Yuji would menacingly smile, asking all of the sorcerers if they loved when their life was put on the line for the thrill of battle, all of them being taken off guard. Yuji would take advantage of this, sprinting at one of the sorcerers. He'd send a jumping knee towards the sorcerer's face, landing the knee bashing their skull in. As the sorcerer would be falling over, he would use the sorcerer like a spring, bouncing off of him, landing over by another one. He would hit a 5-piece combo, stunning the sorcerer, as another sorcerer from behind would try to punch Yuji. He would duck under the attack, grabbing their arm, and slamming them into the other sorcerer. He would send a punch down, as they would go straight through both of them. Turning around, Yuji would see 3 other people. 2 of them would be too afraid to do anything, while the other one was shaking, but still had a fighting stance. Yuji would begin to menacingly laugh and walk towards the other sorcerers. Just then, a man would begin to talk. This is why I've always hated Jujutsu sorcery. People die in unorthodox ways. He would tell the other Jujutsu sorcerers around him that he would take care of it. Yuji would stare, analyzing his opponent. He knew that this guy was strong. He could tell. The guy had goggles and blonde hair with a wrapped blade. This being Nanami. He would tell Yuji that he was only just a kid and he shouldn't be acting like this. Yuji would tell him to shut up and rush in. They would begin in hand-to-hand combat, where Nanami would notice that this kid was on his level, if not even a little bit higher. It made sense to how he was taking care of these Jujutsu sorcerers so easily. Nanami deciding that he needs to get serious, telling himself in his head, kid or not, this is a cursed user who's killed. As they would continue fighting hand in hand, Nanami would begin to explain his technique to Yuji. When he was done with his explanation, he would draw his blade and back up. Then he would sprint back at Yuji. Yuji would be caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed, getting attacked by Nanami's ratio technique. Yuji would block the attack. However, it would still leave a large gash on his arm. Yuji would smile, saying that this was going to be fun. Nanami telling him if this is what he finds fun, he needs to be put down immediately. Nanami would rush back in, trying to use his technique. He would go for the swing, but Yuji would duck out of the way, Countering with an attack of his own, he would send a kick right at Nanami's torso. The attack would land on Nanami, with him being surprised by how strong this kid was. Yuji would then begin to pick up the pace, asking Nanami if he could keep up. This is when Yuji would suddenly switch his fighting style. He normally relied on kicks in most of his battles. With the sudden switch, he would catch Nanami off guard, hitting him with a quick combo. As Yuji would send another punch towards Nanami, he would block it, trying to counterattack, but Yuji would have already read this, ducking under the attack and hitting Nanami with a manji kick. The attack would daze Nanami, and Yuji would capitalize off this, rushing back in, hitting Nanami with yet another combo. Yuji loved fighting like this. He just couldn't hold back his excitement. His concentration was at an all-time high, since he was fighting someone stronger. Yuji's combo wouldn't stop. Anytime Nanami would try to regain his footing, Yuji would already be 2 steps ahead of him. He would send quick jabs. Nanami would try to counter. He would weave out of the way of those, sending more attacks of his own. He would grab Nanami by the face and throw him into a wall. Rushing back in, charging up for a strike, Yuji would say, "This was absolutely the best." As he would go in for the strike with Nanami, the world around him would distort, cracking Nanami in the chest, with his fist going straight through it, as black sparks would fly off of the punch. Yuji didn't know what happened, but after he landed that attack, his body had reached a new peak. Yuji would only smile and turn around, looking at the other sorcerers who were horrified. He would ask, "Who wants next?" As Yuji would continue to go around, killing Jujutsu sorcerers. Ichichi would have notified Gojo that there was a cursed user going around killing all of their sorcerers. Gojo would tell Ichichi that he would handle it. As Yuji would continue hunting down as many sorcerers as he could, a man would then appear before him. He had white hair and a blindfold on. Yuji knew who this was, since Geto would talk about him all the time. He would remember Geto telling him about how strong he was. Yuji would smile, immediately rushing in. He would throw a punch. However, it would get blocked by Gojo's infinity. Gojo would simply stare at Yuji and say, "You're only a kid. What have you done, Suguru?" Yuji would say that he was weird, and he was a coward. He has some stupid barrier around him that would allow no one to attack him. Gojo would sigh, staring at Yuji again. He would then say, "I'll finish this quickly." He would rush in on Yuji, throwing an attack, but to Gojo's surprise, Yuji would dodge it. Yuji would attempt to counter the attack. However, his leg would be caught by Infinity. Gojo would then grab onto Yuji, hitting Yuji in the face 3 times quickly. Yuji would smile, noting in his head that if Gojo tries to make physical contact with him, he can try to capitalize off the fact that his Infinity may be off with what he's going to attack with. Since he doesn't have an actual way around the barrier, he would try to capitalize off those moments. Gojo would go in for another attack. Yuji would attempt to grab his arm, but realized that the Infinity barrier was still there. He didn't know that whatever Gojo deems an attack towards him would automatically be blocked by Infinity. So Yuji would simply have to play defensively until he could figure out something. Gojo would then use blue on Yuji, forcing his body to move towards him. As Yuji would be in front of Gojo, he would proceed to combo Yuji, with every attack empowered by blue, even though Gojo looked as if he had no muscle on his body. His punches had weighed a ton to Yuji. He would now understand why Geto was praising this man so much. He would continue to combo Yuji, beating Yuji until he could barely stand. As Yuji would get back up once more, Gojo would then hit him with a red, knocking him out. He wasn't going to kill Yuji. However, he needed to stop his rampage. With Yuji being knocked out, the night parade of 100 demons would go on as regular. Yuta would end up defeating Geto, with Gojo going over to seemingly finish him off. As Yuji would wake up, he would find himself back in his room. He would be wrapped in bandages, with this being seemingly nostalgic to him. He would laugh, and then begin to praise Gojo. Geto was right about him. He was as strong as they come, and one day, he'll become even stronger and crush him. Just then, Mimiko and Hanako would come into the room. They'd be thankful that Yuji was alive, saying that he was beaten really badly. Yuji would grin and tell them that he won't go down that easily. He would then ask Mimiko and Hanako where Geto was. This is when the mood of the room would change. Mimiko and Hanako would tell Yuji that they had some news to tell him, and that he might want to be prepared. They would begin to explain to Yuji about how Geto died trying to fight one of the Jujutsu sorcerers, with Gojo seemingly ending his life. Yuji would be shocked at first, and think they were joking. There's no way that Geto would go out like that. Geto was too strong, stronger than any of them. He would look at both Mimiko and Hanako, asking them if they were joking, that they had to be joking. They would both simply look down at the ground. As Yuji was sitting there, his emotions would begin to boil. Geto was like an older brother figure to him. Geto was the person that had made his life come together, and he was killed, murdered by those Jujutsu sorcerers. Mimiko and Hanako could feel the immense amount of malice coming off of Yuji. As he was like a brother to them, they would try to calm him down. with him simply asking if he could get some alone time. With Yuji being alone, he would begin to curse himself, saying that if he was stronger, Geto could have taken him along with him, and he wouldn't have died. If only he was stronger. He needs to get stronger. Strong enough to where he could kill all those Jujutsu sorcerers for killing Geto. Strong enough so that he'll never lose again. And he'd do anything to do it. Just then, Yuji would remember that weird finger that they picked up all that long ago. Cursed spirits eat that to gain strength. He wondered what would happen if he ever ate it. He knows Geto told him that it would be like a poison to him, but he didn't care. He wanted strength and he needed it now. He would do whatever it took to get as strong as he could, even if it meant risking his own life. Yuji would sprint out of the doors, running towards their storage room, with Mimiko and Anako asking him what he's doing. Yuji would simply reply that he's getting stronger. He'd open the storage room, rummaging around a bit in there, until he found a box. Inside of a box was a finger wrapped in talisman. Mimiko and Hanako would tell him not to do it, that the finger is poisonous and that he'll die if he eats it. Yuji would tell them not to worry about him. He can take it and he'll get strong. He'll take revenge on those stupid Jujutsu sorcerers. Just then, Yuji would take the finger and begin eating it. The second he would eat it, Mimiko and Hanako would ask him if anything was wrong. He would say that he doesn't feel anything. And just then, a surge of energy would go throughout Yuji's body. Marks would begin to form on his arms and face. In over 1,000 years, Ryoma Sukuna had finally reawoken. He would look over and see Mimiko and Hanako. He was excited because after 1,000 years, he would finally be able to satiate his bloodlust again. Just as he would be about to rush towards them, he would stop in place, where Yuji would say, "Give me my body back." Sukuna would be confused. How was this brat able to take control over his body? As Yuji would take back control, a mouth on the side of Yuji's face would form, asking Yuji who the hell he was and how the hell was he able to take control back over, with Yuji stating that it was his own body and he could do whatever he wanted. Sukuna would ask Yuji if he knew who he was. Yuji would tell Sukuna that he doesn't care who he is. He would tell Sukuna that he was told that these fingers would give him immense power. That's the only reason he ate it. He didn't want some old man speaking in his ear. Sukuna would simply be shocked by Yuji's brazenness, actually enjoying the fact that this brat wasn't afraid of him. He knew who he was. However, he didn't care. He went out of his way to do something reckless, simply in the pursuit of power. Instead of Sukuna immediately disliking Yuji, even though he didn't like being in a cage, he took a fondness for Yuji's greed of power. Yuji would then ask Sukuna if he was to eat more of his fingers, would he be able to gain even more strength than he has now? Sukuna would begin to laugh, laughing harder than he had ever laughed before. This kid was reckless, and he didn't care what happened to him as long as he gained strength. He would tell Yuji that it was possible he could gain more strength by eating his fingers, but in doing so, it was also more dangerous for him, telling Yuji that the second Sukuna was to gain control over this body, Yuji would be the one in the prison, not him. Yuji would let off a menacing smile, telling Sukuna that he's willing to do anything, even risk his own body, for the pursuit of power. Sukuna would then say, "Very good," as his mouth would disappear off of Yuji. A couple weeks would pass. Every now and then, he would have a conversation with Sukuna, asking him about his fingers, and how he was going to be able to find them. Sukuna would tell Yuji that he has 20 fingers in total. Yuji would ask, how would he be able to find all 20 fingers? Sukuna would tell him that if he was near a finger, he would let him know, but that's all. Yuji would have asked Sukuna if he could train him. However, Sukuna would simply say no, saying that he doesn't want to do such trivial things. The pursuit to power should be by his own hard work. If he wanted to get strong, then he would do it. There are no excuses. Just then, Mimiko and Hanako would burst into Yuji's room. They would tell him that someone that looked like Geto had come. Yuji would rush outside, attempting to see what they were talking about. Just then, Yuji would see the man. He looked exactly like Geto. However, he had stitches on his forehead. Yuji would scan the man, looking him up and down. He would then say, "You're not Geto. Who the hell are you?" Kinjaku would smile, saying that he's someone who wants to help Yuji, but Yuji would have to help him as well. Kinjaku would then begin to explain to Yuji about what he plans to do, also telling Yuji that he could lead him to other fingers. But in order for Yuji to get the fingers, he would have to do things for Kinjaku. Yuji would sit there for a moment. The Jujutsu sorcerers had torn apart his life. He finally had the perfect life, living in a way he was comfortable with. He didn't care what he needed to do. He didn't care how it needed to get done. He would do whatever to kill every last one of those Jujutsu sorcerers. And he would do anything to get as strong as he could. Kenjaku would smile. His entire plan would finally be able to move in motion. Since he had the vessel of Sukuna, a lot more things would go in his favor. But in order for Yuji to grow, so Sukuna's vessel could be as strong as he could, Kenjaku would think to himself, he might need to plant fingers so other curses could absorb the fingers, and he would send Yuji to go after them so he could get even stronger in the process. Just then, he would tell Sukuna that he also knows he's there, explaining more about his plan in depth. Time would then begin to pass. Kenjaku would be gathering special grade curse spirits while sending Yuji on missions to get stronger. As long as the vessel of Sukuna was on their side, everything would go as planned. As one day, Yuji would be getting back from one of his missions that Kenjaku had sent him on, dragging a beaten body of a cursed spirit into the room. Kenjaku would tell Yuji that he did a good job, as he would use his cursed spirit manipulation and absorb the curse. He would then tell Yuji that he's found one of Sukuna's fingers. He would tell him that it's at an old juvenile detention center, telling Yuji that he wants him to go find the finger, and when he finds it, he wants him to immediately consume it. Also telling Yuji that there may be other jujutsu sorcerers there, and to kill them if necessary. Yuji would agree, heading towards the detention center. Just as he would get there, he would notice a curtain falling over the detention center. Trying to rush in before it would completely close, he'd make it inside the barrier, going through the backside of the detention center. The second he would enter the detention center, he would notice that the area around him had been warped, and the place that he had entered from was nowhere to be found. As he would walk through corridor after corridor, he would finally find himself in an open room where he'd see two other people, this being Megumi and Nobara. Megumi would get on guard, asking Yuji who the hell he was and how did he get in here. With Nobara readying her hammer, Yuji, without answering Megumi, would ask him if they were jujutsu sorcerers, with Megumi saying, so what if they were? Just then, Yuji's cursed energy would begin to spill off his body, with both Megumi and Nobara feeling the malice coming off of Yuji's cursed energy. Megumi would whisper to Nobara that this guy was at least grade 1, and that there was still a cursed spirit somewhere around here. They may have been way in over their heads. Megumi would tell Nobara that she needs to follow his demon dog back to the entrance and report this to Ijichi. There was a cursed user here, and Megumi didn't think that Yuji would let them go, so he would hold off Yuji while Nobara went and told Ijichi to get back up. Yuji would then smile. He would ask Megumi if he was ready to battle to the death. Megumi would yell at Nobara, telling her to run, sending one of his demon dogs with her. Yuji would then rush in on Megumi. They would begin their fight. Megumi would immediately summon Nue and his other demon dog for support against Yuji. As he would finish summoning the Shikigami, Yuji would already be in front of him, with Megumi realizing that this guy was extremely fast. Yuji would throw a left punch, with Megumi just barely getting out of the way, but the force of the attack would have grazed Megumi, making a small cut in his cheek. Megumi would be shocked. The attack didn't even touch him, but it still did damage. This guy was dangerous. He would send Nue after Yuji. Yuji would attempt to grab the bird and slam him down, but the second he would touch Nue, he would be shocked and stunned in place. Megumi would then rush in with his demon dog. He would begin to combo Yuji, landing some attacks while allowing his demon dog to also attack. But just then, Yuji would finally regain his footing. Megumi would then throw a punch towards Yuji, with Yuji smiling, bashing his head into Megumi's fist, catching Megumi off guard, sending a kick towards his stomach. As the kick would land on Megumi's gut, he would begin to cough up spit. That attack had winded him. Yuji would follow up immediately. Comboing Megumi, he wouldn't give Megumi any type of breathing room at all. Megumi would be thinking to himself that he needs to get some space from this guy. He could not beat him in hand-to-hand combat, saying that he was simply too skilled. As Yuji would push Megumi back into a wall, he would throw another punch. But this time, Megumi would duck underneath it. Yuji would attempt to throw in another attack. However, Megumi would have summoned one of his toads, with the toad grabbing him and moving him out the way. Just then, Megumi would then summon Great Serpent. He would then use an extension technique, combining both Toad and Nue together. Megumi would need to use tactics during this fight, seeing that Yuji was simply brawn and he couldn't outpace him. He would use tactics to try to dip and dodge around Yuji, to attack him as he could. Yuji would have been hit by Great Serpent, making him crash backwards into a wall. Megumi would then call back Great Serpent. Yuji would get out of the rubble of the wall, with his head bleeding. He would laugh and tell Megumi that he had a weird technique, but all of this would amount to nothing, because he'll be dying here. Megumi would tell Yuji that he has a lot more to live for, so he'll be the one dying. They would go back in for round 2. Yuji would rush in, trying to outspeed Megumi, but Megumi would use his toads to swing around for mobility, trying to capitalize off every opening that he could get. He would send Great Snake towards Yuji again, But Yuji was prepared this time. He would cock back his fist. The second Great Serpent would get in front of him. He would throw the punch, smashing it into the Shikigami's head, killing it right then and there. Megami would then try to go in. He thought that he had gained an opening since Yuji had finished off his Great Serpent. He would attempt to strike Yuji in the back, but Yuji was expecting this. He would turn around, throwing a punch. It would catch Megami off guard, as Yuji would smash his fist into Megami's face. With most of his summons becoming undone, Yuji wouldn't waste any time again. Yuji would step forward again, rocketing a right from his hip. It would crash into Megami's jaw, leaving him dazed. The attack would launch Megami back a little, but Yuji would grab his arm, pulling him back in. He would send 3 quick jabs with his left. Megami would try to swing an attack of his own, but Yuji would duck underneath it, sending a leg sweep towards Megami, making him drop to the ground. As Megami was on the ground, Yuji would send a kick straight towards Megami's stomach. It would make contact with Megami, caving his stomach in. Getting hit by this attack would send him flying into a wall. Yuji would laugh, calling Megami weak, asking him if this was really all he had. Megami would call Yuji a freak, telling him that if Megami was going to die here, he would be taking Yuji with him. Megami would then form hand signs, as his cursed energy would spike. But just before either of them can do anything, a special great cursed spirit would jump in between both of them. It would strike Megami in the face, sending him back into the wall, knocking him out. The cursed spirit would begin to cackle, and Yuji would stare at it, getting pissed off because it interrupted their fight. He could tell, at the end there, Megami was about to do something crazy, and the cursed spirit interrupted. Sukuna would take a liking to Megami, saying to himself that if they ever were to interact in the future, he would capitalize off the moment. He would then tell Yuji that he believes that this cursed spirit has one of his fingers. Yuji would stare at the cursed spirit and smile. Just then, Yuji would enter a fighting stance and tell the curse to come on and bring it. Yuji would just be about to fight the finger bearer curse, just as he finished his fight with Megami. He would tell the curse to bring it. Just then, the curse would rush in, immediately attacking Yuji. It would swing down, throwing an overhead punch towards Yuji. Yuji would then parry the attack. Then, he would attempt to throw in an attack of his own, going for the kick onto the curse's midsection. Just as the kick would connect, Yuji would be surprised. The curse's body was extremely hard. The finger bearer would then smile and unleash a devastating blast of cursed energy. Yuji would get blown back, being tossed across the room, but he would regain his footing almost immediately. But just as Yuji would look up, he would see the finger bearer right in front of him, throwing a punch straight towards his gut. Yuji would not have time to react. The punch would connect, and with it connecting, the punch would have caved Yuji's stomach in, causing him to cough up blood. It would push Yuji back again, but instead of backing down, Yuji would simply smile. He was going to get stronger, and he was going to show everybody. Yuji's cursed energy would begin to flare, and he would rush back in at the finger bearer. Yuji would throw 5 quick jabs. Even though they weren't doing a lot of damage to the finger bearer, they were still pushing him back. He would throw punch after punch, each one seemingly harder than the last. Even still, the finger bearer was barely budging. Yuji was barely doing any damage to it. The finger bearer would then take a step back. Using the same leg that it had leapt off of, it would use it to push back forward towards Yuji. It would send a kick straight towards Yuji, with Yuji attempting to block the attack. Yuji would successfully block, but the attack was still devastating to him. Even while blocking, the attack would have sent Yuji into a wall, and without a second to catch his breath, the finger bearer was already launching a wave of cursed energy straight at Yuji. Yuji would look at it and smile, getting hit directly with the cursed energy. He would think to himself, so this is a special grade. Being flung into rubble, Yuji would get up, crawling his way out of the rubble. The finger bearer would be laughing and jumping as if it was toying with Yuji. Yuji would lock eyes with it and growl. Sukuna inside of Yuji would then ask him if that was really all he had. If he wants to gain more power, he needs to be greedy. As greedy as he can get, he would then tell Yuji that if he were to die here, he was unworthy of doing anything. All of his ideals were absolutely worth shit. Yuji would begin to laugh. The soft laugh would turn into a hearty laugh, until Yuji was laughing maniacally. With the finger bearer seeing this, he would be confused. Just then, Yuji would say, "I just need to be greedy, right?" Yuji would rush back in at the finger bearer, pushing out the most cursed energy he's ever pushed out before. He would still be laughing, going in for an attack. He would spear a left hook straight towards the curse's cheek. The punch would connect, knocking the cursed spirit back a little bit, but the cursed spirit would retaliate with its own attack. He would send a fist of his own, colliding with Yuji's face, but instead of being knocked back this time, Yuji would take it, pushing his head directly into the curse's fist. Still laughing, the curse would be confused as why his attacks weren't working all of a sudden. But Yuji wasn't letting up. He would keep throwing punch after punch. Even while taking hits, he would simply be laughing. Just then, inside of Yuji, Sukuna would begin to think, whatever's going on with this kid is crazy. It's like he's adapting to everything, and his growth rate is absolutely insane. Just a moment ago, this curse was beating him senseless, and now he's standing toe-to-toe with it. It won't be long before he eventually surpasses this curse. Sukuna would begin to grin ear to ear, excited to see what this kid had to show. He would then say, Yuji Itadori, show me what you can do. The curse in Yuji would continue going back and forth, with every one of Yuji's punches getting stronger and stronger, his speed getting faster. In the beginning, the curse was absolutely annihilating him, and right now, the curse could barely touch him. The curse would try to back up, trying to attempt to blast Yuji with another cursed energy wave. It would shoot the wave towards Yuji. However, Yuji would dig his hands into the ground and rip the rubble up, using it as a shield. Yuji would then kick the rubble in two, throwing one of the halves at the cursed spirit. While doing this, Yuji would sprint forward. The cursed spirit would blast away the rubble. However, Yuji was right behind it. First would be two quick jabs, as the curse would attempt to swing an overhead punch on Yuji. But Yuji would dodge it, dropping down and sending a kick towards the curse's face. The kick would connect, making the curse spin. Yuji would follow up the kick with a lethal combo, with every punch having a lot more weight than the last. Yuji would be unrelenting, laughing the entire time. Both the cursed spirit and Sukuna could feel it. Fighting with his life on the line, Yuji had unlocked something, and with Sukuna's motivation, Yuji would have forced his body to evolve. It didn't matter what the curse did. Every time it would attempt to adapt to what Yuji was doing, Yuji would simply adapt faster. Out of desperation, the finger bearer would then attempt to grab onto Yuji, going for an all or nothing attack. Yuji would simply smile harder. Catching the cursed spirit off guard, he would begin to bite down, gnawing into the cursed spirit's shoulder. He would take a massive chunk off of the curse's shoulder, with the cursed spirit letting him go out of pure fear. Yuji would look back up at the cursed spirit. As he was chewing the shoulder of the cursed spirit, Yuji would swallow it and call the finger bearer absolutely disgusting. As he would wipe the curse's blood from his mouth, he would say that he was going to finish it. He would rush forward, hitting the curse with yet another crazy combo, ending the combo off with a black flash, blowing a hole straight through the curse, exorcising it right then and there. As the curse would be exorcised, Yuji would see two fingers fall out of the cursed spirit. He would pick them up immediately and scarf them down. Yuji would then remember about the boy he was fighting. Before the finger bearer curse intervened between both of them, he would go back over and see the boy was still unconscious. He would bend down to check if the boy was still alive. However, just as he was about to, a nail would fly directly towards Yuji, with him barely dodging out of the way. Kugisaki would tell Yuji to stay the hell away from Megami, with Yuji telling her that he wasn't the one that did this to him. He low-key saved his life. Yuji would tell Kugisaki that he wouldn't hurt her, but for her to just stay out of his way. He would be taking his leave, and she'd better not follow him. She should take that boy to go get treated, because he's probably going to die if she doesn't. Yuji would walk the other way, as Kugisaki would rush in to check if Megami was okay, grabbing him. She would then scream at Yuji, telling him that the next time they saw each other, he would die. Yuji would simply laugh and continue on his way. Nobara would pick up Megami and begin heading outside on their way to Ijichi to report to him about what had happened inside of the detention center. Kugisaki would report to Ijichi, telling him that there was another boy in there, around the same age as them. Megami had gotten into a fight with the boy. However, a special grade curse had intervened in the middle of their fight, causing Megami to be knocked out. After that, the special grade curse begun its battle with the boy. The boy won the fight, however, it seemed as if he was heavily damaged, according to Nobara. Ijichi would thank Nobara, telling her that she did good and all they needed to do was rest now. The grown-ups would take care of everything now. They would get back to the school, and Ijichi would report this to the principal, with Gojo being present. Gojo would tell the principal that he remembers a kid back at the night parade of 100 demons, the one that killed Nanami. It would seem as if the kid had gotten stronger. Asking the principal what he thinks the kid was doing at the detention center, Principal Yaga wouldn't be sure, but would ask Gojo to investigate. since they didn't want to afford losing one of their freshmen. After everything that had happened, Yuji would have been walking with Kenjaku and a group of cursed spirits. They would be walking as they would be plotting on how to locate more of Sukuna's fingers. Yuji would tell Kenjaku that some of the Jujutsu sorcerers might have some, seeing as they are special grade objects. Kenjaku would agree, saying that they would need to devise a plan so that they would be able to infiltrate and steal more of Sukuna's fingers for Yuji to digest. But they would need to figure out how to go about it with Gojo Satoru still in the picture. Just then, the cursed spirit with the volcano-looking figure on his head would say, they don't need to render Satoru Gojo useless. He would just take care of him himself. Kenjaku would tell Jogo that that's a stupid idea and he'll most likely get himself killed. This is when Yuji would ask, how exactly strong is Gojo Satoru? Kenjaku would tell Yuji that if Gojo really wanted to, he can kill all of them at this table right now with zero worries at all. Yuji would be kinda shocked hearing that someone was that strong, saying that it was kinda unfair. A mouth would then form on Yuji's cheek. Sukuna would tell the entire group that they were all weak, plotting tactics and devising cowardice moves. Kenjaku would then tell Sukuna that he wasn't a coward, he was just playing smart. He would do the same thing if Sukuna was the one they were facing as well. Sukuna would scoff and disappear back into Yuji. Kenjaku would then say that they planned on using the prison realm in order to capture Gojo, and he has an entire plan for that, so he would tell Jogo to simply be patient. Just then, Jogo would tell Kenjaku how about they make a deal. If he was able to kill Gojo Satoru, he wanted the prison realm for himself. As like an antique, Kenjaku would tell Jogo that it was stupid of him to try, but he could go for it if he really wanted to, telling Jogo that he would die in the process if he did. He would tell Kenjaku that they are the true humans, and he wants to show that he has a dominant position over the humans. Kenjaku would laugh and tell Jogo that he can go for it, but again, he will die in the process. Jogo would take the deal and say that he'll be right back. Just then, Sukuna would begin to talk to Yuji. Inside of Sukuna's innate domain, he would tell Yuji that he was disappointed. He thought he would see a lot of great things come from him. However, he's gathered with these weaker curses. Instead of sitting here with these guys, why don't you go do things by yourself? In order to become strong, you need to be greedy, and that means not relying on these people. Yuji would begin to think for a second. Sukuna would then tell Yuji that he'll make him a deal. He would tell Yuji that he wants to make a binding vow with him. Sukuna would help Yuji's growth and help him out from time to time. But the second Yuji is to gather all 20 of his fingers, he wants to be freed so he can wreak havoc on everything, just as he used to in the Heian era. Yuji would ask Sukuna, how does he know that he's not trying to trick him, just to do things only for him? Sukuna would explain to Yuji that a binding vow is a pact made with Jujutsu that cannot be broken, or else he would be punished. Yuji would still be skeptical about Sukuna and begin to ponder even more. Sukuna would then tell Yuji, ever since he swallowed the fingers, he's been absorbing Sukuna's cursed energy, so not only does he have his own technique, Sukuna's technique would be ingrained into his body eventually. And when that time comes, Sukuna will teach him even then. Sukuna would tell him that he was simply interested in his growth. Since he was trapped inside of this body, and all he could do was spectate, he wanted to at least have fun spectating, not watching some weak brat throw his fist around like a toddler. Yuji would look at Sukuna, accepting the binding vow. Sukuna would smile, saying very nice. Things will be getting very exciting in the near future. As some time would pass, Yuji would end up disappearing from Kenjaku's group, going off to do his own thing, training under Sukuna, while also killing as many curses as he could to get stronger. At the same time, over at the Jujutsu High School, after Megami's devastating loss to Yuji, and Nobara realizing that she wasn't any help to Megami, or couldn't do anything, even while Yuji was heavily weakened, they would both resolve themselves and say that they needed to get as strong as they could. Just then, Gojo would run into the two students training and tell them that he was going to send them on a mission. He wants them to go with Ijichi to investigate some deaths that they believe to be done by some random cursed spirits. Gojo would say that he would go, however, he has something that popped up, so he was going to send them two on the mission while he goes and deals with whatever he has to deal with. As the two freshmen were grouped with Ijichi, he would begin to explain to them there had been a cursed spirit that was mutilating bodies beyond recognition. They would need to figure out who the cursed spirit was before it could hurt anybody else. While the Jujutsu freshmen would have been dealing with that, Yuji would have overheard that a cursed spirit was roaming about and it was pretty strong. Things had been getting boring recently for Yuji, Even though he was still training with Sukuna, the curses had just seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. He would follow this lead, hoping that this curse was stronger than all the rest. Yuji would begin his own investigation, while the Jujutsu sorcerers would also be investigating the same thing, not realizing. Yuji would also realize that the Jujutsu sorcerers were also hunting the same curse that he was hunting, but instead of making his move first, he would simply let the sorcerers track down the cursed spirit. Everything would go pretty much as they did with Kanon, but replace Yuji with Megumi and Nobara. They would get close to Junpei, trying to be friends with him, as the curse would be manipulating Junpei, trying to get in his head so he could do his bidding. Yuji not realizing that Kenjaku had planned out this entire thing. He wanted Yuji to ingest more fingers, so he had planted one at Junpei's house. He was hoping that the Jujutsu sorcerers would realize that one of Sukuna's fingers were in the vicinity, and in doing so, they would grab the finger, and this would allow Yuji to take the finger without anybody else intervening. But little did Kenjaku know that the plan that he had all set out was not about to go the way he intended it to. After Junpei's mother had died, Mahito would take the finger, hoping that it would lure Yuji towards him. He wanted to see what this Yuji Itadori was about, since Kenjaku was always hyping him up. He couldn't be all that great. As the next day would come about, Junpei would realize that his mother was dead. He would go to the school to begin his revenge, and Mahito would lay the veil over the school. Megumi and Nobara would get inside of the veil. They would make it towards Junpei and ask him what he's doing. He would tell the two that he wants to kill those who's cursed him, with both of the freshmen telling Junpei that even if he were to kill those people, his life wouldn't feel good, and they don't think that his mother would want that. Junpei would ask them what they know, at the same time trying to attack them. This would go on a while, until they would reach a stairwell. This is when Mahito would have walked down the stairwell, greeting both Nobara and Megumi. Megumi would immediately realize that this was a cursed spirit they had been looking for, immediately summoning his demon dogs. Nobara would get her hammer ready and tell Junpei to back away from the curse. Junpei would try to tell them that Mahito is a good person, but without listening to Junpei any further, Megumi would send his demon dogs onto Mahito. But to Megumi's surprise, Mahito would have transfigured his demon dogs, sending them back onto Megumi. Megumi would be shocked, feeling his demon dogs die as they would be turned back onto him. He would dodge out of the way, and Nobara would ready her hammer, sending nails straight at Mahito. Mahito would take the nails head on, with Nobara telling him that he shouldn't have done that. Just then, she would activate Hairpin. It would blow Mahito up, but he would just reform himself, telling both the sorcerers that they were a bad matchup with him. He would attempt to rush in to attack both the sorcerers. However, just as he would be about to attack Megumi and Nobara, Yuji would jump in through a window, kicking Mahito in the face. Mahito would laugh and say that the attack had caught him off guard, but it wouldn't do any damage to him. Just then, Mahito would begin bleeding from the nose. Yuji would look over and see the two sorcerers as they would both ready themselves, thinking that Yuji was going to do something. But Yuji would simply laugh, mocking them for being as weak as they are. A lot of time has passed, and the only one that's even decently strong is Megumi. Nobara would get irritated hearing Yuji say that, but she knew she couldn't do anything to him. Yuji would tell the two that he would deal with them later, but for now, he's going to take on this curse and they better not get in his way. Megumi would kiss his teeth, knowing that Yuji was right. Mahito easily took down both of his demon dogs, so Megumi would tell Nobara that they would simply get Junpei and get out of there. Both of the sorcerers would grab Junpei and begin to run. Before they would leave, Megumi would tell Yuji, "Don't think that this means you've won," with Yuji smiling. Yuji would then stare back at Mahito. He would be deep in his head thinking. He knew that this was Sukuna's vessel, but he didn't know that he was able to see the contours of his soul, and that one kick alone was ridiculous. Even though the kick caught him off guard, Yuji wasn't using his full strength, and it did that much damage. Mahito would then begin to smile. It was a fight where he had to put his life on the line, and he was getting excited. As the fight would start, Mahito would begin to throw up a bunch of transfigured humans, throwing them at Yuji. Yuji would call Mahito disgusting. As the transfigured humans would begin to swarm Yuji, Mahito would rush in, attempting to get an attack off. He would turn his hand into a blade and begin slashing at Yuji. Yuji would dodge the attacks while throwing transfigured humans into Mahito. He would attempt to slash horizontally at Yuji's face. Yuji would duck underneath it, dropping to his back. Then he would swing his body, getting back up, leg sweeping at Mahito. This would cause Mahito to fall, and Yuji would capitalize off this moment. He would attempt to end the fight early, trying to spear Mahito in the head. But Mahito would then begin to compress his body, causing Yuji to miss and hit the ground. Just as Mahito would do so, he would then begin to expand his body, with spikes coming off of it. With Yuji's hands still on the ground, he would lift the ground up, using the rubble to block the attack. Mahito would then return his body back to his original state, rushing back at Yuji to re-engage in hand-to-hand. Mahito's best bet to beat Yuji would be to attempt to transfigure him, but anytime he would try to engage with Yuji, he wouldn't be able to touch him. Yuji was too fast, either dodging or parrying every attack that Mahito would attempt to throw. Mahito had to think smarter if he wanted to be able to defeat Yuji here, so instead of spreading out all of his transfigured humans, he would recapture them, merging all of them together. This would create a slim-looking transfigured human, and its arms would have had blades along the edges of them. Mahito would then tell the transfigured human to go, as it would begin to sprint at Yuji. Yuji would be caught off guard with how fast the transfigured human was, but he had to dodge every attack that the transfigured human sent at him, just barely dodging some attacks, knowing that if he got hit by those blades, it'd probably damage him quite a bit. As Yuji would continue dodging the transfigured human, Mahito would attempt to come behind Yuji with blades of his own, with both the transfigured human and Mahito slashing at Yuji. He would jump over both of the attacks, kicking both the transfigured human and Mahito in the face. As the transfigured human would be dazed, Yuji would begin to prioritize Mahito over the transfigured human. He would begin to combo Mahito. He would begin with 2 quick right jabs, rocketing forward with a strong left hook. Mahito would attempt to send an attack of his own, however Yuji would simply duck underneath it, grabbing Mahito by the arm and slamming him on the ground. Before Mahito could even get the chance to think, Yuji would already be sending a hammer kick towards him, caving his chest into the floor. After that attack, Mahito knew that he needed to gain space between him and Yuji if he wanted to survive, so he would attempt to transform himself, but Yuji would not let him. As Mahito would begin to shrink smaller, Yuji would send another kick towards Mahito, slamming his leg into the curse as he was trying to transfigure himself. Just then, the transfigured human would come up behind Yuji, attempting to slash at his back, but Yuji was already paying attention to this. He would swing around the cursed spirit, sending 3 devastating punches into the curse's back. Wanting to finish off the transfigured human right here and now, he would charge back his fist, pouring as much cursed energy into it as he could, as he would send the punch towards the transfigured human. The second it would make contact, the transfigured human would explode, but this would allow Mahito to regain his footing. Mahito would then tell Yuji that he just loves how they're fighting right now. Both of their lives are on the line, and they're fighting to the death. There isn't a feeling that's more exhilarating than this. Mahito would stare down Yuji, and then say, "Domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection." Mahito would have been able to capture Yuji in his domain. However, Yuji would simply look around and say, "What the hell was this?" Mahito would then tell Yuji, being on the verge of death, he unlocked this. Even though it cost majority of the rest of his cursed energy, he would end this fight here and now. But just as Mahito would think he had victory, Sukuna would then tell Mahito, "Why are you trying to disturb my soul?" sending a slash towards him, telling him to get out. This would cause the domain expansion to shatter almost instantly, with Yuji simply staring in confusion. Mahito would laugh. He would then use the rest of his cursed energy, pushing out the rest of the transfigured humans he had stockpiled. He would use the transfigured humans as bait so he could get away from Yuji. Knowing that this was a losing fight, as he would be getting away, he would tell Yuji, the next time that they face each other, Yuji will die. He'll become much stronger, and Yuji will regret making an enemy out of him. Yuji would simply sigh and call Mahito a coward for running away, dealing with the rest of the transfigured humans. Just then, Megami would reappear, with Yuji noticing him instantly. He would turn around and ask Megami what he wants. Megami would then ask who the hell Yuji was. Yuji would tell him that he's simply someone who wants to get stronger in order for him to be able to fulfill his ideals. Megami would then ask Yuji what exactly are his ideals. Yuji would then stop and look up. He would then begin to tell Megami that he doesn't think that the Jujutsu Society should be ran as it is right now. He was told that the higher-ups in the Jujutsu Society prioritize tradition and control over progress. They dislike those with power because they view it as a major threat. They killed someone who was close to him simply because they feared the power that he possessed. They try to reinforce rules and make things go the way that they want, even though they are weak themselves. Their actions stem from fear of threats to their power, and it's not necessarily justice. Yuji tells Megami that he wants to dismantle the Jujutsu Society, restarting it from the ground up, to where those who are strong are actually in power, instead of it being run by old people who have no idea what they're doing. Megami would then ask Yuji, what exactly does he plan to do? With Yuji telling Megami that his only goal is to simply get stronger, he would get as strong as he could so where no one else could question his ideals. Megami would then ask Yuji, is he their enemy? With Yuji replying, only if you get in my way. He would tell Megami that he used to be on the other side at one point, but he didn't like how they operated, so he decided to branch off and do things his own way. Megami would then ask Yuji, why won't he come to Jujutsu Tech then? Things aren't run the way you think they are. With Yuji telling Megami that he simply doesn't want to get ordered around. He wants to do as he pleases. Just before Yuji was about to leave, he would tell Megami he has a lot of potential and he could get even stronger than him if he really trained hard enough. He's pushed his body to the absolute limit, breaking himself over and over. Megami needs to be greedy if he wants power. That's how Yuji got where he is right now. The next time they see each other, he won't be so nice, so get as strong as he could. Yuji would then leave, leaving Megami to ponder on his own ideals, thinking about how he could get as strong as he could. Yuji might be a problem in the near future, so he needed to get strong enough in order to face him. In the background somewhere, Kenjaku would have been smiling and laughing, seeing how strong Yuji had gotten by himself. In that moment where he was fighting Mahito, he was kind of scared that Mahito would have died right then and there, but thankfully he survived and he'll be able to use Mahito for his plan later. He would then begin to talk to the disaster curses, asking them how they would go about their plan to steal more of Sukuna's fingers. Kenjaku wanted as many as he could so he could plant more for Yuji to only get stronger. The faster Sukuna was able to get released, the faster their plans would be able to come into fruition. Everything was going along smoothly for Kenjaku. As long as Yuji wasn't on the side of the sorcerers, they could do whatever they wanted. He would plan to grab the fingers and other special grade cursed objects for Yuji to attempt to consume, getting him as strong as he could so he could be the perfect vessel for Sukuna. When all was said and done, they would be able to tear down this world and build it back from the ground up, making curses the true humans of this world. Meanwhile, Yuji would be somewhere killing off some grade 1 curses, talking about how boring things were getting. Sukuna would then tell Yuji that he should probably go to the Jujutsu Academy. Yuji would ask him why, but Sukuna would only say it's just a feeling. Sukuna really only wanted to see what that Megami boy was capable of, with Yuji telling Sukuna that maybe it would be a good idea since Kenjaku planned on infiltrating the Jujutsu Academy. He would be able to infiltrate as well, and maybe fight some special grades while he's at it. It'll be a win-win for both of them. During the downtime, Sukuna would have been teaching Yuji about his technique, telling him that it's been engraved in Yuji's body as well since he absorbed his fingers. While waiting for Kenjaku to go ahead and infiltrate the Jujutsu Academy, he would be training with Sukuna to be able to use Shrine. Sukuna would always be unforgiving in his training, but this one would be even more grueling than the last. If Yuji couldn't keep up, then that was on him. He would drill the usage of Shrine into Yuji's body until he was able to use it. There would be non-stop training every day, only stopping for Yuji to either get something to eat or rest. By the end of their training, Yuji was able to use Shrine, but it was very weak. He was able to use Cleave and Dismantle like Sukuna, however, the slashes were incredibly weak. However, Yuji would realize whenever he hit something, it was like every punch would have miniature slashes, cutting whatever he would hit. Yuji would be okay with this progress, but Sukuna would tell him that it wasn't enough. He needs to be greedier. So Yuji would continue training until the day of Kenjaku's infiltration on Jujutsu High. Everything would go almost the same in the Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event, except for the fact that Yuji wasn't there, so Todo would be dominating majority of the team fights. Until eventually, a veil would have been placed over the school event, and Hanami would be the distraction for the others to be able to steal Sukuna's fingers and other special grade cursed objects. Yuji would be near and see the veil that was dropped over the academy. He would smile and run over as quickly as he could, saying that it was finally time for him to be able to act. As he would get there, he would think the barrier would keep him outside, but to his surprise, he was able to walk through with no trouble at all. Yuji would hear action in the background and try to go towards it, but to his surprise, he would see the Jujutsu sorcerers taking on Hanami and actually winning. It would be Maki, Megami, and Todo going against Hanami, with Todo taking the lead, as Todo's technique would be overwhelming Hanami, and with Maki being a powerhouse using Playful Cloud, while Megami will be using his newfound Shikigami, the Divine Dogs being combined with Nue. while also using his giant snake, keeping Hanami at bay. Yuji would be impressed with the trio, especially Megami, seeing that it wasn't that long since he told him to get stronger. But just then, another cursed spirit would come into the fray. This being Jogo. He would immediately attempt to go for Megami, seeing as he was the most dangerous one. Todo would use his technique, getting Megami out of the way. Switching his place with the rock, he would tell Megami that things have gotten a little bit more dangerous. He doesn't believe that they'll be able to take on two special grade cursed spirits at the same time. Just then, Yuji would jump down from off of a building he was watching on, kicking Jogo in the face, sending him launching. This is when Megami would be confused, asking Yuji how the hell he was there. Or when did he even get there? Yuji would smile and tell Megami that he should be thanking him instead of questioning him. He just saved their lives. With Megami saying whatever. This is when Todo would ask Megami who that was. With Megami telling Todo that for right now, think of him as their ally. He didn't need Todo picking a fight with Yuji right now. This is when Jogo would get up from being kicked. He would scream, asking Yuji why the hell he's interrupting them. Yuji would tell Jogo that why does it matter, he's not on their side anyway. He simply wants to get stronger, and Jogo is pretty strong. He would tell the other three to keep taking care of Hanami, and he'll take care of this one. Jogo would then get pissed off, seeing as Yuji was not taking him seriously. He would tell Yuji what makes him think a brat like him will be able to beat someone like him. He'll kill Yuji, and then kill everyone else here. And when it's all said and done, he'll force Yuji to eat the fingers and give Sukuna complete control over his body. With the other students hearing this, they would be surprised. They had heard that some crazy Jujutsu sorcerers had ate Sukuna's fingers and became a vessel for him, but they didn't know it was Yuji. Yuji would tell Jogo that he can try if he wanted to, but he's gonna die here. He's gotten a lot stronger since the last time they've seen each other. This is when Sukuna would make a mouth on Yuji's face, telling Jogo that he'll make a deal with him. If he was able to kill Yuji right here and now and give him more of his fingers, he would honestly help in whatever plan that they had going on with Kenjaku, telling Yuji that he'd better survive if he doesn't want things to go awry, telling them that this will be a fight to the death that both of them need to enjoy. Yuji would then begin to smile, as Jogo would look at him with a dead straight face, as the trio would continue their fight with Hanami. Yuji and Jogo would begin to rush at each other. Before the fight had even happened, Kenjaku had told Jogo to go along with Hanami because he had a feeling that Yuji would drop by. Jogo would wonder why he was even needed there just because Yuji would show up. With Kenjaku telling Jogo that Yuji was a lot stronger than he thought he was. This is when we cut back to the fight. Immediately, Jogo would go in for an attack, attempting to take Yuji's head off with one punch. However, Yuji would read it easily, ducking underneath his attack, hitting him with a manji kick. Jogo would have been hit by the attack, being a little dazed, but catching himself immediately. Just then, he would take a step back. However, Yuji would rush in, but Jogo was hoping that he would do that. He would then manifest two small volcanic openings on some trees, hoping it would catch Yuji off guard. But Yuji was faster than he expected. Before the small volcanoes could even erupt, Yuji was already in front of him again. Yuji would swing, cracking Jogo in the chest. Jogo would fly back a little, but Yuji would grab his arm, pulling him back in. He would then begin to dominate Jogo in hand-to-hand, with Yuji finishing off his combo, kicking Jogo in the head, sending him flying towards some trees. Jogo would catch himself again, but realize he may have been underestimating Yuji a little bit. He was a lot stronger than he seemed. Jogo would then tell himself that he would stop holding back now. He would then create a wave of ember insects to send towards Yuji. However, Yuji noticing them, would simply use the trees to dodge them. Ducking and zipping through trees, he would reach Jogo again. He would send another punch flying towards Jogo. Just as it would be about to connect, Jogo would narrowly move out the way. However, just as Jogo moved, a small portion of his body would have been cut, with Jogo being confused because he was sure he had dodged the attack. However, he didn't realize that Yuji was able to use Shrine. If Yuji could get close enough to Jogo, he would be able to use Cleave. In doing so, it wouldn't matter how durable Jogo was. So Jogo would realize that he might need to play range with Yuji, seeing as he has more opportunity for ranged attacks. Jogo would then change his objective from trying to take on Yuji head on to attempting to exhaust him in order to defeat him. He would simply play from range and hope that Yuji gets hit by some of his abilities. Jogo would begin to run away, as Yuji would get angry and call Jogo weak for running. But Yuji wasn't letting him go that easily. As both of them would be running through the forest area, Jogo would simply be attempting to use his technique to make volcanoes appear and hit Yuji. while Yuji would simply be dodging everything, jumping atop trees, and ducking and dodging around any volcano heads that he sees. Jogo would be about to send another wave of ember insects towards Yuji, but just as he would be about to, Yuji would be right in front of him. He would throw a left towards Jogo, with Jogo blocking it. But the second the strike would make contact with Jogo's arm, it would slice his arm to ribbons. Yuji would smile and continue his devastating combo, with each attack cutting Jogo every time he got hit. Jogo had a large amount of cursed energy, so he could use reverse curse technique to heal the damage. However, he wouldn't be able to keep it up. He knew he couldn't beat Yuji in hand-to-hand. It was pointless to try to engage hand-to-hand with him as well. He thought Kenjaku was lying when he said Yuji was really strong. However, with everything going on at this moment, Jogo would understand exactly what Kenjaku was talking about. With Yuji still continuing his assault, he would kick Jogo into the air, leaping after him, grabbing his leg, and slamming him back down to the ground. He would attempt to slam back down on Jogo, but Jogo would just dodge out of the way, sending more ember insects towards Yuji. However, since Yuji was falling from the air, he had no way to defend himself, and just as Yuji would hit the ground, the ember insects would explode. Since Yuji hadn't been hit this entire time, he didn't realize how strong Jogo actually was, but that one attack did quite a good amount of damage to him, causing him to be blown back into some trees. Jogo would immediately send more ember insects towards Yuji, while making more volcanic heads to get in his way, so he had no choice but to go through the ember insects. As the volcanic head would form under Yuji, he would get out of the way in time. However, again, the ember insects would be right in front of him, blowing up. He would try to reinforce his body with cursed energy as much as he could, taking the brunt of the attack. As the smoke would clear, Yuji would be there with his outfit burned and his arms somewhat seared, but Yuji would only begin to smile. No matter how bad the fight was with Yuji, whenever he had his back against the wall, it seemed that's when his growth started to spike, so he was only enjoying himself more, knowing that he would get stronger from this experience. As Jogo would send even more ember insects towards Yuji, Yuji wouldn't even attempt to block them this time. He was going to rush straight through them. Without wasting a single second, before they even got the chance to explode, Yuji would have already been sprinting past them, straight towards Jogo. Jogo would have been shocked by the sudden burst of speed, confused on how the hell he got so fast in this short amount of time. Jogo would try to back up again to gain some more space between him and Yuji, but Yuji was simply relentless. He would already be in front of Jogo, readying another attack. He would strike him with the left, then a right, grabbing his head and kneeing him in the face. Jogo would attempt to strike, but Yuji would simply dodge backwards, grabbing his arm and using cleave on it. Jogo's arm would fall off, and Yuji would take a step forward again. With Yuji's fist already cocked back, he would throw the punch, crashing it into Jogo's chest as sparks of black would fly. This punch would cause Jogo to cough up blood. It was an absolutely devastating attack. It would cause Jogo to be sent backwards, flying into a building. Jogo would be thinking to himself that he needs to end this some way, somehow. He refuses to die to some brat like this, even though it was only one black flash. That one attack nearly killed him. He needed to change the momentum of the battle, and he was going to do just that. Just as Yuji would be catching up to Jogo, Yuji would have caught up, but the second he got there, he would see a large gathering of ember insects as they'd immediately lock onto Yuji, with him attempting to use the building to get away from the explosion. As they would explode, everything would be left open. This is when Yuji would look up and see Jogo in the air, and behind him would be a giant meteor. Jogo had decided to not use his domain, seeing as he wasn't sure if Yuji was able to use one or not. But he wasn't going to take any risk. He was simply going to take Yuji out right here with something he couldn't dodge at all. Yuji, seeing this, would begin to run. He knew that if he got hit by that, it would be over. As Jogo would send down the meteor, all the other students plus Hanami would see it and begin to run as well, as it would begin to crash towards the ground. Since Jogo was primarily aiming for Yuji, all of the Jujutsu sorcerers would get out the way, with Yuji just barely making it, but still getting hit by the shockwave of the attack. He would get caught in it and be blasted into a building. Jogo would land, hoping that he killed Yuji, or anybody else in that matter. However, just as he'd look around, he'd see Yuji coming out of some rubble. Yuji's top would have been torn off, and his body had a couple of burns on him. He would simply get up and stare at Jogo, laughing, telling him that he failed to kill him, and that he was going to die for that. Both Yuji and Jogo would be at their wits' end. Yuji had taken a lot of damage from the ember insects plus Jogo's maximum technique, Jogo had also taken a fair amount of damage, being pummeled earlier in their fight, while also getting hit with a black flash that almost killed him. Whoever would make the defining move in this last bout would be the winner of this battle. Jogo would try to create another wave of Ember Insects, however, he was just too weak to create the large amount that he had created last time. It would only be a couple, however, he would still send them straight towards Yuji, hoping it would be enough to kill him. Yuji would be burnt and beat up, but it wouldn't stop him from continuing to move forward. He would rush in at Jogo, sprinting as fast as he could. Everything was hurting, but he continued to push on. As the Ember Insects would get close to Yuji, they would explode, with Jogo thinking that was it. That was the end of the battle. That's all he needed to do. However, from out of the dust, Yuji would continue rushing forward, seemingly with one thing on his mind. It didn't matter how much pain he was in. It didn't matter what he needed to do. He wanted to kill Jogo. This battle would push him to new lengths, and he knew it would. He would continue pushing forward. Jogo would be trying to throw everything at Yuji to stop him from going. Yuji would simply be dodging and taking most of the attacks, pushing head on until eventually he was right in front of Jogo again. He would cock back his fist, sending a punch straight towards Jogo's head. As the fist would connect, more sparks of black would come off, blowing Jogo's head clean off, exercising the curse right then and there. Yuji would then take a deep breath and begin to use reverse curse technique. He wanted to put off using reverse curse technique the entire fight to push his body to new limits. Yuji loved fighting when he was on the edge, because it helped him evolve even faster. Yuji would then turn around and see that everyone else was staring at him. They had to just watch him take down a special great curse spirit. As Hanami would see this, they would begin to become angered. Jogo had died, and there wasn't much they could do about it. Since all of them were only barely keeping up with her, and Yuji had just gotten done with his battle with Jogo, she would then attempt to expand her domain. However, before she could do so, the barrier would then collapse. Everybody would look up and see Gojo. Gojo would look down on the area to see which area needed help the most. While he would be scanned in the area, he would see Yuji there, questioning how someone like him got into the Jujutsu High barrier without being noticed at all. He would also notice the large crater left behind and the burn marks, noting to himself that the curse period he had fought earlier may have been here as well. He would then scan Yuji with his 6 eyes, noticing that he ate Sukuna's fingers as well. He would then teleport down in front of Yuji. Yuji already knew, even if he was full power, he wouldn't be able to beat Gojo, but he would still get himself ready. But to his surprise, Gojo would simply ask him, what does he plan on doing? Yuji would look at Gojo with a confused face. He thought Gojo would have came down and killed him first, but to his surprise, he was only asking him a question. Yuji would begin to open his mouth. However, before he could form a sentence, Gojo would then interrupt him, telling him that he should just join Jujutsu High. Yuji would stare at Gojo, not knowing what to say. He wasn't sure if he would die if he declined Gojo's offer, but he didn't want to join Jujutsu High. Yuji would then tell Gojo that he doesn't want to join Jujutsu High. He wants to be free and to be able to do his own thing. There were only a couple times he got in the way of the sorcerers, and that was when he was young and naive. He didn't know any better, and he was just following the rules of someone else. Gojo would then tell Yuji that he would die if he stayed as he was now though. They would send special grades after him, seeing as he was Sukuna's vessel. That would mean that eventually down the line, he would have to face Gojo himself. And does he think that he could beat Gojo right now, or even in the future? Yuji would then sit there and think. He wasn't sure if he was ever going to be able to be on Gojo's level. However, he wasn't going to let anything that Gojo said get the best of him. Yuji would then tell Gojo, even if one day they have to face one another, Yuji will get strong enough and still his resolve to beat people even like him. In the beginning, he only wanted revenge on those who did him wrong, on those who killed his teacher, but now he simply wants to gain strength. The Jujutsu society that the sorcerers nowadays protect isn't worth protecting to him. He's going to dismantle it with his own hands, even if that means making enemies out of the entire Jujutsu society. Gojo would laugh and tell Yuji that he has some balls trying to make an enemy out of the entire Jujutsu society. He would then tell Yuji that he was supposed to kill him way back when, after he found out that Nanami had died and it was from him, he wanted to kill Yuji. However, he gave Yuji the benefit of the doubt. Yuji was only a kid back then. His mind was molded into what Geto wanted, and now you have your own free will and you're doing things of your own accord, and you haven't killed anybody yet. He would then tell Yuji to leave before the higher ups get here. However, the next time Yuji and them meet, they may be enemies, so he'd better get stronger. He would tell Yuji that he's not a bad kid. He just has a few screw looses. Yuji would laugh and then take his leave. With the rest of the Jujutsu High School students converging on Gojo, they would ask him what happened. He would play it off as if Yuji and the other cursed spirit had gotten away, but Megami would know that Gojo was lying. Yuji would find himself at his little hideout with Sukuna growing a mouth on Yuji's cheek. Sukuna would tell Yuji, is he satisfied with everything that's been happening right now? He had almost died in that last battle, and it was to a special great curse that Sukuna could have taken down easily. Yuji was still incredibly weak to Sukuna. However, his growth and progress was the only thing keeping Sukuna around. Every time Yuji would be put into a battle and seemingly be put on death's door, he'd grow in unfathomable ways. Yuji would tell Sukuna that he wasn't satisfied. He wanted more. He just wasn't sure how to attain it. There has to be more than him than just getting stronger on the verge of death. Sukuna would then tell Yuji, little does he know, every time he eats one of his fingers, he gets significantly stronger. So he wonders if he can apply that to anything, and not just Sukuna's fingers. He would tell Yuji that any special grade object that he were to come across, he should consume it. Yuji would be confused as to why he would want him to consume other things except for his fingers. Sukuna would tell Yuji that it's simply interesting, and he believes that things in the future will progress faster if he does so. Yuji would say whatever gets him stronger, he doesn't care, as he would roll over and fall asleep. The next few weeks, Yuji would simply be getting stronger, learning to use shrine more, as well as searching for cursed spirits and special grade cursed objects to consume. Yuji was willing to eat anything and everything to get stronger. As long as it gave him strength, he didn't care what happened to him. He knew that eventually that the Jujutsu Society would take notice of him and want him dead, so he would have to get stronger. Kinjaku somewhere in the background would be plotting on how he could get Yuji to consume some more fingers. Their mission to steal more special grade cursed objects from Jujutsu High was a success, so Kinjaku would plan on planting more fingers around so Yuji could get stronger. As long as Yuji wasn't on the Jujutsu Sorcerer's side, everything would go to plan. Just then, Kinjaku would have an idea. He would be putting all his marbles onto Yuji. He would put 3 death paintings and one of Sukuna's fingers together into one body, hoping that it would push Yuji to new heights. This was also a risk, because if Yuji were to die here, everything Kinjaku had planned would go down the drain, and he would either have to try again from start or try to come up with something different. But he was betting on Yuji to be able to beat this curse. Yuji was already going around searching for cursed spirits and cursed objects that he could consume, and just recently, he was overhearing about some weird looking thing that comes out at night. It's been killing people and sucking the blood from their body. Yuji would immediately follow as many leads as he can to get the jump on the cursed spirit before the Jujutsu sorcerers could. Eventually, all of his researching would have led him to a bridge underpass. Supposedly, this thing was supposed to come out at night from under the underpass, and it would kill people who would dare get close to it. As Yuji would walk closer to the underpass, Sukuna would then tell him he could feel the presence of one of his fingers nearby, so it had to be close. He would then tell Yuji that the cursed spirit was very strong, and he hopes that Yuji will be able to satisfy him this fight. Yuji would take a deep breath and continue walking into the underpass. Just as Yuji would be about to walk into the underpass, everything around him would change. He didn't realize it, but he had entered the cursed spirit's innate domain. Yuji would look around, hoping that he would find the cursed spirit fast, but everything in there was weird. It was like the walls around him were dripping with blood, seemingly made out of flesh. Yuji would keep his guard up, but he would continue walking down the long corridor. Just then, Yuji would reach an open room. Yuji would look around, and he would see bodies hanging from the wall and ceilings, with blood dripping off of them. Most of the bodies were seemingly drained completely of blood. They looked like empty husks. As Yuji would look in the far corner of the room, he would see a weird, grotesque looking creature. It would be a weird looking cursed spirit. He would have 4 arms and be incredibly tall, with armor on his body that looked like it was made of blood. As the creature would turn around, it would look at Yuji, and from this one look alone, Yuji could feel the immense amount of bloodlust coming off of the creature, the insane power that it had coming off of it. Yuji would almost feel overwhelmed. However, Yuji wasn't going to back down. He loved these kinds of fights. Any fight that pushed Yuji to his absolute limits, where Yuji would be able to go all out. He was excited, but also terrified. Yuji would call out to the curse and ask it what is it waiting for. The curse would then stand up. It would then let out a ghoulish scream. Yuji could feel this scream throughout his entire body. Yuji was beginning to shake. It was the first time in his life he had ever been this scared. Sukuna would laugh and tell Yuji to try not to die. Just then, the curse would then rush at Yuji. It would use both of its right arms to strike at Yuji. Yuji would block the attack, however, there would still be a ton of power behind it. It would send him flying into one of the flesh walls. Before Yuji would even have the chance to gather himself, the cursed spirit would have created 2 flying blood discs and sent them flying straight at Yuji. Yuji would just barely get out of the way in time, thinking that they had just crashed into the wall and he could rush at the curse again. But as he would be running forward, the blood disc would then return, slashing him in the back. As Yuji would get hit with the blood, he would feel an immense pain begin to spread throughout his body. Just then, the curse would point at Yuji, and a strange marking would fall upon Yuji's face, going all the way down to his arms. Sukuna would then tell Yuji that he's starting to decay. He has to take this curse out soon, or both of them will die. Yuji would kiss his teeth, not realizing the danger he had just got himself in. Yuji would steel himself, knowing that if he didn't kill this curse soon, he would die, even though the battle had just started. Yuji would attempt to rush in again, trying to get the jump on the curse. He was hoping he could throw the curse spirit off with his speed. He would rush in and strike the curse, hitting it in its torso, but the curse wouldn't budge at all. It was as if Yuji had just hit steel plating. It was hard, extremely hard, as the curse spirit would then throw a punch of his own, striking Yuji in the face and the chest, sending him flying. Yuji would slide across the floor, thinking what he could do. He knew he could incorporate cleave into his punches, so he would do that, but he would have to break past the hardening as well. Just then, he would remember his fight with Jogo and most of the fights before that. He would need to land one of those in order to break open the curse spirit, so he would tell himself he would do just that. However, he had no idea how to activate it at will. He wasn't even sure if he was able to activate it at will. All he knew is that he needed to land one, and if he didn't, he'd probably die, just based off the couple of exchanges that they've had alone. He was either Yuji lands the Black Flash and does significant damage to the curse, or Yuji would die. It was as simple as that. Yuji would begin to laugh. To his surprise, the cursed spirit would begin to laugh as well. Yuji would rush in again. He was faster than the cursed spirit, but he wasn't stronger. He would strike the cursed spirit in his chest again, as the curse would then send its lower arms towards Yuji, attempting to grab him. Yuji would jump over it and knee the cursed spirit in the head. He would then use cleave, attempting to slash at the armor to weaken it. However, it was barely budging into the cursed spirit's armor. The cursed spirit would then use its top right arm to swing down on Yuji. Yuji would block the attack, however, it would still do quite a bit of damage to him. He would land on his feet, but he would slam down into the ground. Yuji would then prioritize on dodging instead of attacking for right now. Since he knew he was faster, he knew he could get away with a lot more. So as the cursed spirit would begin to go on the offensive, Yuji would simply dodge and parry, trying not to take any attacks head on. Yuji would attempt to concentrate as hard as he can so he could land a Black Flash. The curse would swing its two right arms, and Yuji would duck underneath him, swinging behind the curse. Yuji would cock his fist back and throw a punch. It would strike the cursed spirit, but it wouldn't be a Black Flash. Yuji would smack his teeth and back up. Just as Yuji would back up, two blood orbs would form in front of the cursed spirit. He would use both of his arms to clap onto both of them. Just then, a mouth would form on the cursed spirit's armor, and with a dreadful and ghoulish voice, the curse would say, "Piercing blood." As the blood would shoot out from the curse's palms, they would both start flowing directly towards Yuji, but they would be a lot faster than he anticipated. He would duck underneath the top one, but the bottom one would strike him in the leg, causing him to fall over and fall backwards. The cursed spirit would capitalize off this moment, rushing back in at Yuji. It would go in for a strike, trying to strike down onto Yuji. Yuji would just barely get out of the way, rolling backwards and flipping up. With Yuji's leg injured, he wasn't sure he could outspeed the curse anymore. But that wasn't going to stop him. If it was just pain, he didn't care. He was going to go back in, and this time, he was going to land a Black Flash. The cursed spirit would begin to throw blood orbs randomly, as Yuji would begin to rush in. As Yuji would get near one of the blood orbs, it would then explode. Yuji would block the attack, but it still did a decent amount of damage to him. But again, that wouldn't stop him. He would continue rushing forward. He would be dodging and ducking underneath blood orbs, trying not to get caught in the explosion. As Yuji would get close, the curse would swing again. But again, Yuji would dodge the attack. He would grab the curse's torso and begin using cleave, using it as many times as he could to damage the shell of the curse. The cursed spirit would try to use a knee, but Yuji would dodge around it, slipping around him. Yuji would concentrate as hard as he could this time. He would throw the punch where he had been cleaving, striking the curse in its side. As this time, black sparks would begin to fly. The curse would let out a cry and be flung into one of the flesh walls. With this Black Flash, Yuji was now in the zone. He was going to keep this up for as long as he could. He would go in again, and as the curse would attempt to swing on him again, he would dodge, using cleave on the curse's body as much as he could, dodging every attack. The curse would attempt to swing upward, but Yuji would use the fist momentum to jump off of it. He would land on top of the ceiling, pushing himself back down with as much force as he could. He would throw a kick straight towards the curse's face, hitting the curse with yet another Black Flash. This would crack the face mask off of the cursed spirit, and Yuji would believe that he had the cursed spirit right where he wanted it. With his armor flown off, he would do nothing but strike at the curse's face. Even if he doesn't land a Black Flash, he would still be able to do damage, so he would do just that. Punch after punch, dodging every attack that he could. The curse would then scream at the top of its lungs. Just then, a bunch of blood orbs would fly into the sky, even blood from the ceiling, even the corpses that were strung up on the wall. The blood would begin to pour out from them. The curse would then use its bottom two hands to create hand signs, as all the blood in the air would begin to heat up rapidly. The curse would then point its top two hands at Yuji. As he would do so, the blood orbs in the air and the blood from the walls would all jet at Yuji. Yuji wasn't going to be able to dodge this, but if he got hit by this attack, this would be it. Everything would be over. He didn't come this far just to die, or just to lose here. He still has so much that he needs to accomplish. Yuji would then punch into the ground, causing the flesh floor to blow up, as majority of the blood orbs would hit the flesh, with some of them still being able to strike Yuji. The cursed spirit would begin to laugh, thinking that it was finally able to kill Yuji. However, when the dust settled, Yuji would be sitting there, grinning ear to ear. He would then begin laughing, telling the curse that he had to do a lot better than that just to kill him. He would begin rushing forward again. Yuji would let off a scream as he was sprinting towards the curse, as the curse would scream back, sending an attack to meet Yuji. Both of them would strike each other in the face. However, Yuji would have landed another black flash. Curse would try to hurry up and swing again, but Yuji was already dodging. Yuji would strike again and the curse is back, landing another black flash. The curse would attempt to backhand Yuji, but Yuji would duck underneath it, getting back in front of him, landing another black flash, as majority of the curse's armor would be torn off from the consecutive black flashes that Yuji had landed. It still wasn't going down. But just as it would attempt to strike Yuji yet again, Yuji would already be throwing another punch straight towards the curse's face. It would connect, and yet again, another black flash would go off. As Yuji would land the attack, half of the curse's head would be blown off. As the curse would drop to the floor, the innate domain that the curse had created would disappear as well. Yuji would also fall to his knees. Yuji would be exhausted and beaten, but this was only proof that he had gotten even stronger. As Yuji would stare at the curse, he would realize that it wasn't disappearing. Sukuna would then tell Yuji that the curse probably has its fingers inside of him, and that he probably needs to dig into it in order for him to get it. Yuji would say he doesn't feel like doing all that and simply use cleave on the curse's body. As Yuji would tear open the curse, he would see one of Sukuna's fingers and 3 other special grade cursed objects inside. Sukuna would laugh and talk to himself, saying that that's probably why the curse was as strong as it was. 4 special grade cursed objects combined in order to make this cursed monstrosity. He would snicker and tell himself that Kenjaku was a freak. However, Yuji would stare at all 4 of the objects. Sukuna would ask him what is he waiting for, but Yuji would just say, it's gross. Yuji would then grab all 4 of the cursed objects, wondering what the 3 cursed objects were. He would eat Sukuna's finger first, seeing as he had already eaten those and nothing had happened to him. But he would wonder what would happen to his body if he had eaten these. The 3 special grade objects had looked like embryos, and he wasn't sure if he was okay with eating something like this. But Sukuna would then remind Yuji of what he said, asking Yuji if he remembers him saying that he would do anything and eat anything in order to get stronger. Yuji would reluctantly agree, making sure to eat all 3 and scarf them down. He would begin to gag because of how gross they were, but then again, he didn't care at the same time. As long as it made him stronger, he was willing to do whatever. The second Yuji would eat the objects, Sukuna would note something would happen inside of Yuji's body. It was another change, causing Yuji to become more curse-like instead of human. Sukuna would laugh and begin to call Yuji creepy. Yuji would be wondering what Sukuna was talking about, but Sukuna would shake his head and say it was nothing. Kenjaku in the background would do nothing but laugh and smile. He had watched the entire fight go down. He couldn't have been more happier that Yuji was able to defeat this cursed spirit. Plus, on top of that, he was able to eat another one of Sukuna's fingers. Yuji would now be at 8 fingers, and he would be able to forward his plan. Kenjaku would begin to plot with the other cursed spirits, telling them that they need to lure Yuji in, as well as be able to capture Satoru Gojo. If they were able to get Yuji in, they would be able to capture him and force feed him more of Sukuna's fingers. However, with this time, with the fingers that they had stolen from Jujutsu High and some others that Kenjaku had found, Sukuna would be able to take over control, even if momentarily. And when that happens, they'll be able to create a binding vow with Sukuna or a deal and just hope that Sukuna would go along with their plans. However, in order for him to do that, Kenjaku would have to create more sickly curses. Kenjaku had planned to create more curses like the ones Yuji just fought, combining all of the rest of the death paintings into one. Yuji would be able to fight that, eat them, get stronger, and when Yuji would be just on death's door, they would finish him off and force feed Sukuna the fingers. While they would be doing that, they would also use the prison realm to seal Satoru Gojo. After that, everything would go smoothly. Kenjaku would laugh and tell everyone that the new age of Jujutsu is coming. Meanwhile, Yuji would just be resting, as he knew he had bigger things coming in the future. His only goal was to get stronger. Every time he believes he's gotten stronger, there will be something that sends him a reality check. So he would do nothing but train and get stronger, strong enough to where he could never lose again. He didn't know when the Jujutsu sorcerers would be coming after him, or if Kenjaku would ever send anything after him. However, he had to be ready, and he was going to be ready. Yuji knew that he had to get stronger than he's ever gotten before. The last curse that he fought had almost killed him, and he wasn't going to take that kind of chance again. He wanted to get as strong as he possibly could. He'd asked Sukuna if he could train him even harder than he had already been doing, and to hold nothing back with him. Sukuna, enjoying the greed that Yuji was currently showing, would gladly accept. He would tell Yuji that during that fight with the cursed spirit, he noticed something inside of his body. When Yuji absorbed those 3 other special grade objects, a change was starting to happen inside of his body. Sukuna would tell Yuji that whatever those objects were, those are also kind of like his fingers, meaning that he absorbed the cursed energy that was inside of the objects, and in doing so, he might be able to use the curse technique that the curse itself was using. Yuji would think it was pretty cool, seeing that he was probably going to be able to manipulate blood. However, he wasn't going to know how to use it. Sukuna would tell Yuji that he felt a change inside of him once he consumed them, and that even if he wasn't able to use the techniques now, eventually, if he consumed more of those, a technique was sure to come. Yuji would resolve himself and understand what he needs to do. He would train himself and steal his reserve over and over. He had already beaten 2 special grade cursed spirits, and they were pretty strong as well. The only direction he could go was up from now on, and that was exactly what he was going to do. Elsewhere, Kenjaku would have been planning with the other cursed spirits on how they were going to be able to get Yuji to eat the fingers. Right now, currently, they had 10 of Sukuna's fingers, while knowing that Yuji on his own had consumed 5 fingers. They needed to make a situation to where they could get Yuji alone, or he was on the brink of death, so they could feed him all 10 of the fingers at once, so Sukuna could take control, even if momentarily. Kenjaku would tell Mahito that he would require him to do the job. Mahito was small because he wanted his revenge against Yuji from the first time they fought. Kenjaku would also tell Mahito that he would send one of the curses that he's made in order to help Mahito. Unlike the last cursed beast that Kenjaku had made, this one was a lot more intelligent than the last one that Kenjaku had made. Although it wasn't able to speak, it could still understand commands, and it was even stronger than the last one Kenjaku made. He would tell Mahito that it was going to be his job to get Sukuna to wake up. He would just need his help for a little bit before they went with the plan. They would capture Satoru Gojo first, and then go after Yuji. He would tell Mahito and the other curses that they would go through with their plan on October 31st. They would fold a 400-meter curtain over Shibuya and trap the people inside until Gojo Satoru arrives. And Yuji, seeing the curtain, would certainly come over to see what was going on. It's in his nature, Kenjaku would tell the curses. So a few weeks would go by, with Kenjaku and the curses getting their plan 100% together, while Yuji would be training non-stop to get only stronger. As October 31st would come around, the veil over Shibuya would drop. It would be noticed by the Jujutsu High School, as well as Yuji Itadori. Yuji would wonder why such a large barrier was formed, and that there had to be something sickly going inside of there. Yuji would then ask Sukuna what he thinks of this. Sukuna, not wanting to spoil the fun, would tell Yuji that he believes this is an opportunity for him to get stronger, and that he should simply just go inside and stop wasting time. He knows that he wants to, so why is he sitting around idly? Yuji would chuckle and walk into the barrier. This is when Yuji would realize that the Jujutsu sorcerers were also here. He would kiss his teeth, wondering exactly what was going on. It'd make perfectly sense for the Jujutsu sorcerers to come if there was a veil thrown over a city. But Yuji knew there was something bigger in play here. He just couldn't understand what it was. Nothing like this just happens for no reason. So instead of immediately going in fist first, he was going to look around and see what he could figure out before he did anything. As Yuji would be searching about, he would come across a Jujutsu sorcerer and a grasshopper looking curse. The sorcerer would have been able to easily take out the curse. However, just as the curse would be eliminated, she would turn around and tell Yuji that she could see him. Yuji would be shocked, seeing as he thought he was hiding himself pretty well. She would then ask Yuji, what exactly is he doing here? She knows who he is, and knows that he has an execution order on his head. Was he sure it was safe for him to be walking around like this, especially when Jujutsu sorcerers were about? Yuji would tell her that she didn't need to worry, and that the only person that he probably wasn't able to kill was Gojo Satoru. The lady would look over and introduce herself, saying that her name was Meimei. She would tell Yuji that she doesn't really care how the higher-ups operate. As long as Yuji doesn't cause any trouble for her, she won't get in the way of whatever he's doing. Yuji would ask her if she could give him information about what was going on here, but she would tell him that information comes with a price. Yuji would kiss his teeth. He would tell her to just forget it, and that he'll figure things out on his own. She would then ask Yuji if he was out to stop Jujutsu sorcerers, or was he trying to help them. Yuji would say that it was neither, and he was doing things his own way. And as long as no Jujutsu sorcerers got in his way, he wouldn't get in theirs. His only goal was to get stronger, and that's all he cared about. Mei would laugh and tell Yuji that if he really wants to get stronger, there is some information that she can give out for free for him. There are currently a lot of special grade cursed spirits that are around, and that if he wants to get stronger, this might be the perfect chance for him. She would only point him in the direction of where the cursed spirits were, but wouldn't give him any more information than that. Yuji would nod his head and thank Mei. She would then tell him that he shouldn't thank her yet, because she still has to report that she's seen him in Shibuya. Yuji would stare at her and say, "I'm guessing that's the cost." She would shrug her shoulders and begin to walk off, telling Yuji that someone has high hopes for him. Yuji would say yeah, whatever, and begin walking towards the direction that she pointed. While the situation with Kenjaku and Gojo would go exactly the same, with Gojo killing one of the special grade curses that Kenjaku had sent out. With cursed spirit manipulation, he would then be bombarded with 1,000 transfigured humans, tiring himself out, with this leading to his capture with the prison realm. Kenjaku would then tell Mahito that it's time to move to the different plan. Now that Satoru Gojo had been captured, they would now force feed Yuji all 10 of the fingers. Kenjaku knew that Yuji was here. He knew that he wouldn't give up an opportunity like this, so he would tell Mahito, along with the other cursed spirit, to go along and find Yuji so they could find him, bring him to death's door, and force feed him all 10 of the fingers. And when Sukuna awakens, they would tell Sukuna about the plan and try to get him to make a pact with Yuji, so that in the end, it was guaranteed that everything would work out. Mahito would ask Kenjaku, was the cursed spirit really necessary in order to take down Yuji? Kenjaku would tell Mahito that Yuji was able to take down Jogo, and he doubts Yuji has been sitting idly by, waiting for more cursed spirits to simply come to him. He would tell Mahito to not look down on Yuji, and that he was extremely strong. Kenjaku himself wasn't sure if he'd be able to beat Yuji one-on-one. He's sure he could do it, but there wasn't a 100% chance for him to win, so he wasn't going to take his chances. Mahito would tell the other cursed spirit to hurry up and follow behind him, and when they get into the fight with Itadori, to not slow him down. The cursed spirit would tell Mahito to not worry about him, and that he needs to handle his own weight. Mahito would laugh, telling the other spirit that he has guts, and that they need to hurry up. Yuji would be walking around, taking out transfigured humans as he sees, making sure he didn't get in the way of any Jujutsu sorcerers, because he didn't want to hassle with them. He was simply there to get stronger. He didn't care about anybody else. As Yuji would be traversing through the area, he would see a Jujutsu sorcerer fall from the roof. He would have went over to grab him, but it was simply too late. The sorcerer would crash into the ground, dying on impact. Yuji would look up from the building and see another sorcerer falling down. The sorcerer would crash onto the ground, staring at Yuji with seemingly cold eyes. Yuji would stare at the man, but he couldn't sense any cursed energy coming off of him. The man would simply get into a fighting stance and immediately rush at Yuji. Yuji was kinda happy that he was actually able to fight somebody. However, he wasn't sure if this person was from Jujutsu High or not. He didn't want to interact with those people because it would mean trouble for him. But at the moment, he couldn't sit around and figure out if this person was a Jujutsu sorcerer or not. Everything he was about to do was self-defense. The man would flash towards Yuji, sending a left punch straight towards Yuji's face. Yuji would duck underneath it and sweep his legs. However, the man would catch himself, flipping back over. He would then strike Yuji with a kick in his torso, catching him off guard. Yuji would be sent back and smile. It was hard to read what this guy was going to do because he didn't have any cursed energy, so he'd have to fight the old-fashioned way, relying on nothing but his senses. The man would rush in again, throwing a quick combo. Yuji would get hit by the first punch, but then he would catch on. Dodging and countering, he would send a knee towards the man's face, as the man would try to counterattack, sending a punch of his own. But Yuji would grab his arm, twisting around him, charging his fist with cursed energy, and sending a strike directly towards the man. He would hit him directly in the back, sending him flying through a building. Yuji would attempt to follow up on the attack. However, when he got over there, the man was nowhere to be seen. Just then, from above, the man would fall down, kicking Yuji, but Yuji was able to see this, blocking. The man would then use the momentum to flip off of Yuji. Landing on the ground, he would rush back in once again. They would re-engage with hand-to-hand combat, but Yuji was quick to learn. What started off as Yuji getting hit every other engagement was now Yuji completely dominating the man in hand-to-hand combat. Yuji would strike right at the man's face, spinning him around. However, the man would use the momentum and swing, but Yuji would duck underneath it, grabbing the man's arm, pulling him forward, and kneeing him in the stomach. The man would attempt to grab Yuji. However, Yuji would duck underneath it again, slipping right through his grasp. Yuji would end up behind the man, throwing in another combo. Yuji would have 100% advantage here, but just then, Yuji from his right could feel the flare of cursed energy. Out of nowhere, a beam of blood would strike straight through Yuji's arm. Yuji would wince in pain, throwing him off. The man Yuji was fighting would capitalize off the moment, striking Yuji with a 3-piece, grabbing his leg and sending him flying through a building. Yuji would be confused to as where the blood had came from. It was just like that one cursed spirit he had killed a while ago. But why would another one be here? He knew something was up, he just didn't know what it was. But just out of nowhere, Yuji would hear crashing through the building. As he would look up, he would see Mahito slamming down through the ceiling, getting ready to attack him. Yuji would roll out of the way, just narrowly dodging in time. However, just as he would look up, another beam of blood would be directly in front of him. Yuji would dodge out of the way, but not without getting grazed by the attack. It would leave a mark on his face, with Yuji realizing that things were about to take a turn for the worse. Mahito had felt Yuji's cursed energy from afar and told the other cursed spirit to come with him. He would see that Yuji was getting attacked by somebody already, so they might as well capitalize off on the moment. As Yuji would get up, he would look around himself and see that he was surrounded. One was the man without cursed energy, the other was Mahito, and the third was another cursed spirit that was exactly like the one he had fought before. Sukuna would tell Yuji, "Do you think you can take care of it? If not, lend me your body and I'll do it for you." Yuji would tell Sukuna that if things get worse, he'll let him free roam, but for now, he thinks he can handle it. Yuji would then focus on his arm and begin to heal it up. Mahito and the cursed spirit would be shocked, realizing that Yuji now knows how to use reverse curse technique. He wasn't going to be able to fight with his arm damaged like that, but he didn't want to use it this early, due to the amount of cursed energy that it requires. But Yuji would simply smile, saying that everything was going to be alright, until all three of them to come. Without hesitation, the man without cursed energy would dash straight towards Yuji, with the blood cursed spirit charging another piercing blood. Mahito would begin to spit out transfigured humans, sending them at Yuji. Yuji would close his eyes and take a deep breath. He would then open them, exhaling, rushing in at the man with no cursed energy. The man would send a left, but Yuji would grab his hand, slamming him into a few transfigured humans, finishing his attack on him with a 3-piece and kicking him in the side of the head, sending him flying towards more transfigured humans. As Yuji would look to his left, he would see a piercing blood coming straight at him. He would slide underneath it and rush straight at the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit would get ready for Yuji to attack. However, Yuji would then get grabbed by the man without cursed energy. Grabbing Yuji's leg, he would pull him backwards, directly into his fist, as Mahito would run over, attempting to strike Yuji as well. Yuji would see Mahito, parrying his attack, making him run into the man without cursed energy. Mahito would strike the man, and Yuji would uppercut Mahito right in the chin, sending him flying upwards. Yuji would then use Dismantle, sending slashes directly at Mahito, cutting him to pieces. He would then turn around quickly, sending a kick directly at the man without cursed energy's face, using cleave with his feet the second his foot would make contact. It would slash at the man, but it wasn't deep due to the fact that he was using his feet. However, it would still send the man flying. The blood spirit would then rush in at Yuji. The spirit would be using flowing red skill, enhancing his strength and durability. He would engage in hand-to-hand combat with Yuji, with Yuji realizing that this one was stronger than the one he had fought a while ago. Even though Yuji was in a very serious moment, he couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. If this one was stronger than the last one he had fought, he wonders what was inside the creature that he would be able to eat to make him stronger as well. He was practically salivating at the mouth. Yuji wanted to kill the blood spirit first, so he could consume whatever was inside that, and then he'll deal with the other two. He would rush in at the blood spirit, initiating with a grab. He would send a niece towards the spirit's stomach. However, he would be met with strong resistance, as this spirit also had armor exactly like the last one. Yuji would kiss his teeth, pushing off of the cursed spirit, sending dismantles down along with it. It would chip away at the armor, however, it wasn't doing major damage. As Yuji would touch the ground, he would see Mahito to his left and the man without cursed energy to his right. He was surrounded and being rushed at all angles. However, the only emotion that Yuji could portray right now was absolute joy. Mahito would strike Yuji in the face. The man without cursed energy would strike Yuji in the body, with the blood spirit also striking Yuji in the body. This would launch Yuji directly into a building, crashing. Yuji knew what this battle was going to entail. He was going to be pushed to his absolute limits, and that was the dumbest possible thing that they could do. But Yuji was doing nothing but enjoying this. As he would get up from the rubble, he would see more blood beams coming directly towards him. He would jump over it, as Mahito would send a soul multiplicity straight towards Yuji, hitting him in the chest, sending him through another building. As the man without cursed energy would follow up, striking Yuji with a combo, hitting him in the face and body. Yuji could do nothing but take the attacks right now, but as the man would send another attack towards Yuji, Yuji would dodge it, backhanding the man. As he would strike, he would also use cleave, making sure to cut the man as much as he could. The guy without cursed energy was annoying because he couldn't sense him at all, but the other two were easy to read because they had cursed energy. Yuji would tell himself that he might need to change his focus onto the guy without cursed energy, but even if he were to try to do that, the other two would jump in and attempt to attack him. Yuji would be stuck, he didn't know what to do, and he was fighting a losing fight right now. However, before Yuji could do any more thinking, another piercing blood would be sent directly towards him. Yuji would dodge out of the way again. However, directly behind Yuji, Mahito would come in. Mahito would scream about how much he loves being a curse, and that during the entire time in Shibuya, he's been able to do exactly whatever he wants. And the second that they kill Yuji, they'll be able to do even more. Striking Yuji in the back, cracking him with a black flash. Yuji could feel that one a lot. That one hurt more than anything he's ever felt. He'd be sent flying directly into a building. That black flash was lethal for Yuji. He was already taking a lot of damage from this fight, and that attack only doubled the damage he had just received. Yuji wasn't sure if he could take any more, but he wasn't going to give up just like that. The fight wasn't impossible to win, but the odds weren't in Yuji's favor. It was a 3-on-1 with 2 special grades and a man without cursed energy. However, Yuji wasn't going to back down, not even a little bit. Yuji would get up and smack both of his hands on his face. He would tell himself that he needs to get it together. He needs to lock in right now. He was going to win, and that's all that mattered. Yuji would smile and walk out of the rubble. The man with no cursed energy would immediately rush in on Yuji's right. However, Yuji would turn, striking the man in the face, and he would begin a quick assault on the man, hitting him over and over. Mahito would attempt to swing in again, hitting Yuji. But Yuji would dunk underneath his attack, backhanding Mahito, turning back around towards the man with no cursed energy and striking him in the chest, hitting him with a black flash. He would then turn towards Mahito, rushing at him. He would then begin his assault on Mahito. He would come in with a right hook straight to his face, then hitting him with 2 quick left jabs. Knocking him back a little bit, he would grab his arm and pull him back, sending a right elbow towards his jaw. He would grab Mahito again and throw him. As Mahito would be thrown off balance, Yuji would rush back in immediately, hitting Mahito with another combo. It was only a couple strikes by Yuji to Mahito. However, the damage was a lot more than Mahito had expected. Mahito would attempt to strike Yuji, swinging his left arm, but Yuji would simply dodge it, sending a right hook again, cracking Mahito in the face with a black flash. It would send Mahito back, but he would have just barely blocked it in time. Just as Yuji would be about to re-engage with Mahito, he would then feel a pierce directly through his chest. He would then turn around and see that the blood cursed spirit had used piercing blood to shoot directly through his chest. He had forgotten all about the cursed spirit. He was so locked in on the man without cursed energy and Mahito that it had completely slipped his mind. He would use reverse curse technique, but in him getting pierced by the piercing blood attack, Mahito would have found an opening that he needed. Coming back in at Yuji, he would strike him directly in the face with another black flash. The momentum would send Yuji directly towards the blood cursed spirit. The blood cursed spirit using 2 of his arms to stab Yuji directly in the torso, one going through his chest, piercing his lungs, and the other one going through his stomach. Yuji knew that this was probably it for him. He didn't want to give Sukuna control, and he thought he had gotten stronger. But right now, it didn't seem like he had much of a choice. So that's exactly what Yuji would do. The second he would have took all that damage, he would have immediately gave Sukuna control. As the blood spirit would realize something had happened, his arms would immediately fall off, with Sukuna telling the spirit that he should know its place, sending a dismantle directly towards the curse, cleaving it into 5. The curse would be exercised on the spot. Sukuna would walk over and dig inside of the spirit, grabbing all 4 of the special grade objects and consuming them. With Sukuna consuming it himself, he would realize yet again, Yuji's body was reacting violently this time. His body was pretty much like a cursed spirit at this point. If Yuji were to consume even more cursed items like that, it was guaranteed for Yuji to be a cursed spirit inside of a human's body. With not even a second later, the man without cursed energy would rush in at Sukuna, but Sukuna would simply send more dismantles towards him, turning the man into mincemeat, as the last person left would be Mahito. However, Mahito knew better than to attempt to attack Sukuna. He would stare at Sukuna and tell him that he has a deal he wants to make with him. Mahito would tell Sukuna that he has 10 of his fingers currently, and he wants to give them to him. However, in exchange, he has to listen to their plan. He would tell Sukuna that him and Kenjaku have been planning something and want Sukuna to be a part of it. They want him to be able to make a pact with Yuji in order for things to go smoothly. Sukuna would laugh and tell Mahito that it's great that he's found 10 of his fingers. However, he's already made a pact with the boy. He would tell Mahito that he kinda enjoys where he's at right now. The boy's progress was exciting to see. Seeing someone that has the greed that he has is very exciting, and he can't wait to see what the boy could do in the future. But Sukuna would tell Mahito that if he gave him the 10 fingers, Sukuna would humor him. He would do whatever Mahito wanted, just until Yuji was able to gain his body back. That's the deal he was going to make with Mahito. He'll even make a deal right now. After Sukuna was to eat all 10 of his fingers, if Mahito was even able to land an attack on him once, he would kill all the Jujutsu sorcerers and humans that were in Shibuya at the moment. Mahito would agree to the deal, saying that he has full faith in himself, saying that he believes even he'll be able to attack the mighty Sukuna at least once. Mahito would give Sukuna the fingers, as he would wait for Sukuna to eat all 10 of them. As Sukuna would finish eating the fingers, he would tell Mahito that he'd better not chicken out. All he has to do is land one little attack. Mahito would tell Sukuna that he didn't need to worry. He wasn't going to chicken out at all. Mahito would initiate the fight, rushing in at Sukuna, hoping that he could get an early hit in to finish it quickly. But Sukuna would simply point his finger at Mahito, sending dismantles directly towards him. They would slice Mahito up. Mahito would then transform his soul into a mouse to try to dodge the slashes, as many as he could. But Sukuna was only here for a good fight. He would chase Mahito around, sending slashes. Mahito would dodge majority of the slashes, but still be hit by some of them. Mahito was on the verge of awakening his soul, and he could feel it. He just needed to land another one of those black flashes, but he knew he probably wasn't going to be able to land one on Sukuna. As he would run around, he would be searching for Jujutsu sorcerers that he could land a black flash on unknowingly. For right now, he was simply going to dodge Sukuna and not let him get an attack off on him, trying to find an opportunity to where he can awaken properly. Just then, he would see it. There would be some Jujutsu sorcerers and cursed users fighting amongst each other. Mahito would take this opportunity, seeing the Jujutsu sorcerers. He would rush in immediately, cracking one of them in the face, landing a black flash. Mahito couldn't realize how lucky he was. He had finally unlocked the true essence of his soul, and he was going to fight Sukuna head on with it. He would transform his soul, entering his instant body of distorted killing form, telling Sukuna that they could finally resume their battle. There would be no more running anymore. Sukuna would praise Mahito for finding his true self in the middle of battle. However, all of it was pointless. It didn't matter how much stronger he'd gotten, he still wasn't stronger than him. Sukuna would tell Mahito that he wasn't even as strong as Yuji was. He would tell Mahito that if Yuji was fighting him one-on-one right now, he would be absolutely obliterated. Mahito would grin nervously, realizing that the gap between him and Sukuna may be bigger than he anticipated. Sukuna would make the initiative first, rushing in at Mahito. As Mahito would attempt to swing, Sukuna would duck underneath it, sending a dismantle straight towards Mahito's arm. Mahito's arm would go flying, but he would simply regrow it, attempting to strike Sukuna again. However, Sukuna would tell Mahito that he wanted to try something that the boy hasn't tried yet. His body was changing in a way that was weird. Sukuna would then begin to transform Yuji's body. Yuji would grow an extra pair of arms, along with blood armor, exactly like the cursed spirits he had fought before. Sukuna would then also grow a mouth on his stomach. He would exclaim how amazing this was. It was almost as if he was in his original body. He would tell Mahito that Yuji's body was more cursed-like now that he's consumed more special grade objects, and Sukuna is excited to see where Yuji would go from this. He would then get into another fighting stance, telling Mahito to continue coming forward. They still have a lot more time. He doesn't feel Yuji fighting back even a little bit. Mahito would begin to understand the exact difference in strength between him and Sukuna, but Mahito would still continue to rush in, attempting to get that one attack on Sukuna. He would rush in, throwing a right. However, Sukuna would send a dismantle towards his arm, cutting it off. Sukuna would then grab Mahito by the neck with his top two arms. He would pull Mahito up into the air, using his bottom two hands to grab Mahito's torso. He would then use cleave on Mahito, digging into his skin. The attack would shred Mahito's bottom half completely off. Asakuna would then toss Mahito into the air, jumping up with him, kneeing him directly in the stomach. This would send Mahito flying through the air. Asakuna would jump up, following up on his attack. He would use both pairs of arms to slam Mahito back down into the ground. As Mahito would crash through buildings, landing back on the ground, he would look up, seeing Sukuna diving back down with both pairs of arms. Sukuna would land on top of Mahito, crushing him, slamming him into the ground. At the same time, Sukuna would use cleave, cutting into Mahito's skin over and over. Mahito would begin to panic. The damage he was receiving to his soul right now wasn't good at all. Mahito was right on death's door, but he wouldn't accept this. Not even a little bit. As the cleaving would then stop, Mahito would deactivate his instant body of distorted killing. He would then begin to use hand signs. Sukuna, seeing this, would laugh, telling Mahito that he's extremely brave for trying this. As Sukuna would then begin to make hand signs as well. They would both yell domain expansion, starting out with the domain battle. However, since Sukuna had the more refined domain, and it was an open domain, Mahito's domain would instantly collapse, with Sukuna's domain taking over. Everything within a 200-meter radius within Sukuna's shrine would have been completely obliterated. Sukuna would watch on, laughing, as he watched as Mahito would be cut into ribbons, until there was absolutely nothing left of him. Sukuna would deactivate his domain, and look upon the carnage he had just inflicted on Shibuya. He would smile and say that he couldn't wait until he got all 20 of his fingers. As Sukuna would be walking away from the rubble, he would see a Jujutsu sorcerer. It would be Megami. He would be crawling away as one of his legs had gotten caught in the shrine. He would laugh and tell the boy that he was lucky to survive. Megami would turn around and see that Yuji was there, but he could realize that it wasn't Yuji and it was in fact Sukuna. As Megami would be thinking that he was about to lose his life here, he would prepare to summon Maharaga. Sukuna, seeing this, would begin to get excited. He didn't realize that Megami had this much potential, but he could only get more and more excited. Megami would have been about to summon Maharaga. Sukuna would have smiled, seeing that he wasn't satisfied with his fight with Mahito. He was going to be able to show exactly what he could do inside of the boy's body. He knew Yuji would be able to use this experience and tell the boy, make sure you're taking this all in, because I'll only show you once. Just then, Megami's cursed energy would begin to flare, and the ritual to summon Maharaga would begin. Megami would tell Sukuna good luck, because there wasn't much he could do. He was going to die now, but he was making sure he was taking Sukuna with him. Sukuna would ask Megami, is that so? As Maharaga would be summoned, it would take a swing at Megami, cracking him across the face, sending him flying into a building. Sukuna was interested in the technique, so he wouldn't let Megami die. Not yet, at least. Just as Megami would be flung into a nearby building, Sukuna would already be over there. He would make sure to heal Megami so he wasn't dead, and say that he would take care of this. He would tell Yuji again to make sure that he was watching, because he would only show this once. Sukuna would begin to make hand signs with his bottom two hands, and with the mouth on his stomach, he would say, Ichor, flesh and blood, sanguine. As a blood orb would appear before Sukuna, he would clap his two top hands on top of the blood spear, using convergence. Just then, Maharaga would attempt to rush towards Sukuna. However, before Maharaga could reach Sukuna, Sukuna would shoot off a piercing blood. The piercing blood would be sent off faster and stronger than any one of those blood-cursed spirits had sent off. It would slice directly through everything like butter. It would be sent straight through Maharaga, slicing him into two. Sukuna would smile, staring off as Maharaga, as his will would begin to turn. Maharaga's body would begin to fuse into one. As he would begin to rush back at Sukuna, Sukuna would only smile, getting himself ready for combat. Maharaga would send a strong right, but Sukuna would block with both of his left arms, but the force behind it would still send him flying. Maharaga would follow up, jumping straight towards Sukuna. However, Sukuna was already readying himself, using hand signs again with his bottom arms. Ichor, flesh and blood, sanguine, setting up numerous convergence orbs in the air around him. Maharaga would reach out, just about to touch Sukuna. But just then, Sukuna would say blood spears, as the convergence he had sent earlier would turn into large spikes, with all of them shooting directly into Maharaga, slamming him into the ground, pinning him. Sukuna would then reach his hand out, as he would then say bloodthorn. The spikes inside of Maharaga would then begin to expand, growing even larger and growing even more spikes on top of them. Maharaga would then let out a roar in pain. However, yet again, the wheel on his head would begin to spin. The blood orbs that were then inside Maharaga would begin to crumple as they would break from inside and proceed to fall off of Maharaga. Sukuna would smile and say that this was interesting. He knew he made the right choice in not letting Megami die. He knows exactly what he's going to do when he gets his 20 fingers. Sukuna would use the mouth on his stomach again, chanting, Ichor, flesh and blood, sanguine. But this time, Maharaga was faster, catching him before he was able to finish anything. He would swing a heavy uppercut towards Sukuna, sending him into the air. He would jump after him, landing another blow on Sukuna. While Sukuna was being sent up, he would release his bottom two hands, using those hands to send dismantles towards Maharaga. Maharaga would be hit by the attack, with his arms falling off, but the wheel on his head would spin yet again, with his arms regenerating and him jumping back up into the air. He would grab onto Sukuna's leg and slam him back down into the ground. He would attempt to use an overhead smash onto Sukuna. However, Sukuna would use his top hands to block the attack while using his bottom two, placing them onto Maharaga's torso using cleave. It would take a huge chunk off of Maharaga's torso. Just then, Sukuna would use blood armor on both of his bottom arms, punching Maharaga in the torso, causing him to be sent flying into a building. He would then use his bottom arms again, using hand signs. He would begin to chant, Ichor, flesh and blood, sanguine, making even more convergence orbs than he had made earlier. He would look at Maharaga and ask him how he would be able to handle this one. He wanted to see the limits that Maharaga could push itself and see if Megami's body was worth taking over in the future. Sukuna would then say blood web as the convergence orbs would begin to connect to one another, hardening. He would then send the attack straight towards Maharaga, watching as the attack would go straight through Maharaga, slicing him into multiple parts. But once again, the wheel on top of Maharaga's head would spin, and he would come back. Sukuna would begin to laugh, as he would then begin to activate flowing red scale, while also reinforcing the blood armor on his body. He would then tell Maharaga to come. Maharaga would rush in yet again. They would then engage in hand-to-hand combat. Maharaga would send another heavy left, with Sukuna blocking it with his top right arm, using his bottom left to send a punch directly towards Maharaga, using the blood armor that was on his body to push into Maharaga, letting the blood seep inside of Maharaga. Just then, Sukuna would use Supernova, letting the blood that had seeped inside of Maharaga explode, taking his entire top half off. But again, the wheel on Maharaga's head would begin to spin, and Sukuna would realize what was going on. He had a suspicion earlier, but he wanted to make sure. Maharaga was adapting to any and everything that he was throwing at him, so he knew he had to finish off the creature before it could adapt to anything. Sukuna would yet again use his bottom two hands to create hand signs. The mouth on his stomach would begin to open. Ichor, flesh and blood, sanguine. He would create a bunch of convergence orbs around him again. He would use the blood spears again, sending them straight through Maharaga, pinning him into the ground. He would then switch hand signs and say domain expansion, malevolent shrine. As Maharaga would be pinned to the ground, he would continuously be sliced over and over, but the wheel would only continue to spin. Just then, Sukuna would activate Furnace, as he was going to finish off Maharaga in one swoop right now. Maharaga would try to get up and continue to walk towards Sukuna. However, before he could even take a step towards Sukuna, the fire arrow would already be in front of him, striking Maharaga, vaporizing him on impact. Without being able to adapt to the attack, Maharaga would be finished, and the ritual would be complete. Sukuna would smile, saying that he had a lot of fun, and that he knows things would get exciting once he finally has his 20 fingers. But just then, he could feel Yuji's control coming back over him. He guesses that was all the time he was able to have, just enough. He would tell the boy to make sure he absorbs everything that he did today and makes it his own. As Yuji would regain control, his body would revert back to how it was before Sukuna had changed it. Yuji would look on into the destruction, thinking to himself, is this the power that he could have one day? Although he didn't want destruction like this, he still wanted power enough to do something like this. His only goal was to simply get stronger, and he was going to do it no matter the price, no matter what he had to do. He had already come this far, so why stop now? While also regaining control of his body, he would then look through the memories of Sukuna as they would all come crashing in at once. He would remember what Mahito said about Kenjaku planning all of this, and about how they had captured Gojo Satoru. Although he didn't care about what Kenjaku was doing, he wasn't necessarily on Kenjaku's side, and since Gojo had let him go that one time, Yuji would think to himself that it was time to return the favor. He was going to find Kenjaku, find wherever they held Gojo, and free him if he could, just for fun. Yuji would take off and search for Kenjaku. Just then, he would notice Kenjaku in the middle of the wasteland that Sukuna had caused. It looked like he was swallowing something. But Yuji would walk over to Kenjaku and say, "Yo." Kenjaku would turn around and give Yuji a big old smile, saying that it was nice to see him again. He would ask Yuji if he was willing to join him again, because there were a lot more things in play and they needed Yuji. Yuji would politely decline and tell Kenjaku that he was here for one thing only. Kenjaku would have a more serious look on his face and ask Yuji what exactly would that be. Yuji would begin to scan Kenjaku, saying if he could see the prison realm anywhere inside, but Kenjaku wasn't stupid. He would tell Yuji to be careful with his next move because he doesn't want to have to do anything that'll hurt his dear son. But Yuji would tell Kenjaku not to worry about him and not to call him his son. Kenjaku would then tell Yuji that he has an offer to make him. Yuji would raise his eyebrow and tell Kenjaku that he was listening. Kenjaku would then begin to explain the culling games to Yuji, telling him about how he was cutting it close because Mahito had almost died to Sukuna. Telling Yuji that he'd be able to get as strong as he wanted in this culling game. There would be numerous sorcerers and newer techniques that he has never seen before. If Yuji didn't cause a ruckus just this one time, Kenjaku would be able to promise Yuji the time of his life. Yuji would say that the culling game sounds grand and all. However, he wants the prison realm. Kenjaku would ask Yuji why would he want the prison realm, but Yuji would tell him it was to simply repay a debt. Kenjaku would laugh at Yuji and tell him that there's no way he would give him the prison realm with no stipulations behind it. Yuji would then offer Kenjaku a deal. If he joins his culling games, gets as many points as he can, he would use those points to do whatever Kenjaku wanted, as long as Yuji was able to have the prison realm. Kenjaku would think having Yuji on his side would definitely be a benefit, not only because he's Sukuna's vessel, but because knowing Yuji, he'll probably get as many points as he can, which would allow Kenjaku to do whatever he wanted during his culling games. Kenjaku knew that Yuji didn't have any real way to unlock the prison realm, so there was no reason for him to be worried. So Kenjaku would smile and tell Yuji that he agrees to his conditions. When the culling games is to start, Yuji is to rack up as many points as he possibly can, and if he is to die in the process, oh well. But in exchange, if Yuji is to gather as many points as he can, Yuji will do whatever Kenjaku tells him to do with his points. And in exchange, he's able to have the prison realm. Yuji would smile and say everything still works out for him. Just then, the Kyoto sorcerers would send an attack on Kenjaku and Yuji. However, another sorcerer would block all of them, this being Urarame. All of the sorcerers would have felt a large surge of cursed energy due to idol transfiguration, gathering around the area. Urarame would ask Kenjaku if any of these sorcerers are needed, with Kenjaku saying not really, and that they could do whatever they wanted to them. Urarame would say good, as they would prepare ice formation. However, Yuji would grab onto their arm, telling them to stop. There was no need to kill any of those people. They didn't do anything wrong. Urarame would snarl at Yuji, telling him to get his hands off them. However, on the side of Yuji's face, Sukuna would form a mouth, telling Urarame to stand down. They would immediately drop to a knee, saying that they apologized for being disgraceful in front of Sukuna. Sukuna would tell Urarame that it was fine, but to not disgrace the boy. He would tell Urarame to treat Yuji with respect, saying that Yuji and Urarame were pretty much equals, saying that as long as he was around, she wouldn't disrespect Yuji and Yuji wouldn't disrespect her. They would both agree, simply due to the fact that they were mutual allies. As the following week would to come, Yuji would simply train his curse technique, his blood manipulation, remembering what Sukuna had taught him, with Urarame being by his side only because Sukuna was inside of Yuji. Yuji would ask Urarame why they were following him around, but Urarame would respond that they weren't following Yuji, they were following Sukuna. Wherever Sukuna goes, they will follow, so be lucky that you're the vessel. Yuji would roll his eyes and say whatever. He didn't necessarily care that Urarame was following him. As long as they didn't get in his way, it didn't matter. On the Jujutsu sorcerer side, Megami would have recovered fully, not knowing what to do, as he had learned that his sister Sumiki had reawoken due to Kenjaku and that he needed other sorcerers' help in order to get her out of the culling games. He would enter the games himself, along with some of his upperclassmen. He would go in with Junpei and Nobara, along with attempting to recruit Hikari, while also making sure that Yuta was along with him. They would have met up with Yuki and Maki, and came up with a plan on how they'd be able to save Sumiki. They would collect a whole bunch of points and figure out ways to implement rules to help Sumiki. Megami would have to had gotten a prosthetic for his leg due to the fact that it was taking off in Shibuya. Yuta would have gave him a cursed tool that replaced his foot, where as long as he has cursed energy, he would boost the properties of any physical attacks with his foot. Along with his new and improved shadows, Megumi was determined he was going to save his sister at all costs. He would also warn the group about Yuji, saying that he'll probably be in the culling games, and that they all need to be careful because he is extremely strong, probably on the levels of Yuta, if not just slightly weaker. And the whole group would be shocked hearing that the vessel of Sukuna was extremely strong. Nobara would tell Megumi not to worry about anything and that they have everything under control. They'll gain as many points as they can and save his sister for sure. Yuta would tell Megumi that he'll immediately jump in and start gaining points for him, and that they can plan everything else out here. Yuta would then ask Megumi if it was okay for him to be able to kill Yuji. Megumi would look down for a moment. Megumi would tell Yuta, if you can get him to join our side, then that'll be great. But if anything else were to happen, by all means, you can take him out. He has no problem against it. Yuta would nod and say that that's fine with him. Yuki would then ask the group how did they plan on unsealing Gojo Satoru or finding the prison realm in general. Megumi believed that Kenjaku would probably have the prison realm, so they would probably need to figure out what Kenjaku was doing and how they would be able to work around him in order for them to be able to take the prison realm and potentially free Gojo. Yuki would tell the group that they may need to go see Tengen before they go to the culling games. Yuta would ask how that would be possible since Tengen can't be accessible by normal means. Yuki would say that they would probably need to figure something out, with the group saying that they might as well go straight to the culling games since they can't do anything about Tengen right now. Yuki would tell the group that she would sit back and figure something out so they can all go. She would tell them to hurry up and get things settled over there so they could come help her out. The group would then nod and be on their way. Just before the group would enter the veil to enter the culling games, Megumi would tell them that they all need to stick together and that no matter what happens, they'll protect each other. They would all nod and agree as they'd walk into the veil, with them all being surprised with being sent to separate locations. Yuji, on the other hand, was already inside of the veil. He was taking out as many sorcerers as he could find, fighting strong sorcerers, and racking up as many points as he can in order for Kenjaku to fulfill his vow, even taking out cursed spirits along the way, as there were an abundant amount of those. Yuji was just excited that he was finally able to fight. Just then, Yuji would ask Kagane how many players were in the vicinity of his area and how many points do they have. He would see the list and realize that not a lot of these sorcerers were strong. None of them had a decent amount of points, so he would move on to another colony, hoping to find stronger sorcerers. This is when Yuji would end up in the Sundai colony. He would then ask Kagane again who was around who had a lot of points. Just then, he would see 4 names, 4 sorcerers who had a decent amount of points, meaning that they were relatively strong. Yuji would begin to run around looking for sorcerers. Just then, a Shikigami would come from underneath Yuji, attempting to swallow him whole. He would jump up into the air, dodging the Shikigami easily. He would laugh and say finally, things were finally about to get interesting. He would scope out the area to try to find out if someone was nearby that had summoned the Shikigami onto him. Just then, he'd look down and see an old man. He'd be kind of bummed out since it was simply an old man. But just then, the Shikigami would appear again, attempting to swallow Yuji. He would ready himself, using blood manipulation to put armor onto his leg, kicking the curse, blowing the lower part of its jaw clean off of its body. Yuji would then slam straight onto the ground and sprint straight towards the old man. The old man would attempt to resummon more Shikigami, but it was simply too late. Before the old man could even make another move, Yuji would have closed in the distance, using blood manipulation on his hands to make gauntlets, and hitting the old man with a combo so fierce, finishing him off, gaining more points. Yuji was now sitting at 115 points. He thought these guys were going to be strong. He would ask Kagane again about the players, realizing that he had taken out the player with 90 points. He was beyond devastated seeing how weak the person was. Then just from behind Yuji, a cockroach-like curse would appear. As Dhruv would have died, the cockroach could finally make its move. Using its festering life sword, it would swing at Yuji. However, Yuji would roll underneath the attack, following up the roll with a kick of his own, launching the cockroach up into the air. Yuji, using blood manipulation, would then use convergence, clapping his hands onto a blood orb and sending a piercing blood straight towards the cockroach. Yuji was attempting to hit the cockroach directly in the face to end it in one move. However, the cockroach would then use a swarm of bugs to block the blood beam from striking him at all. Yuji would then begin to smile. Finally, someone worthy Just then, Kurorushi would send another wave of cockroaches directly towards Yuji. Yuji would stand his ground, using blood manipulation to put armor all around his body. But to Yuji's surprise, as he would attempt to block the cockroaches with one of his arms, they would begin devouring straight through it. Realizing, Yuji would immediately back up, going into a full sprint. He would jump up into the air and then proceed to use Dismantle, slicing up the swarm of cockroaches, dispersing it. Just as the cockroaches would be dispersed, Kurorushi would burst straight through the wave of defeated cockroaches. With his festering life blade, he would strike down onto Yuji's shoulder. Yuji would let off a sinister smile, realizing that this was bad news, being hit by that blade. Just then, the eggs that were launched into Yuji's arm by the blade would begin to hatch, bursting out of Yuji's arm. Yuji would wince in pain, but that wouldn't stop him. He would grab Kurorushi by the face, using Cleave, cleaving his head clean off, seemingly eliminating the cursed spirit. Yuji would then wince in pain again, saying that he shouldn't have taken that attack. Just then, from behind Yuji, he would hear a voice. The voice would say, "You're pretty strong, huh?" As Yuji would immediately turn around, trying to throw a right. However, the space around his arm would begin to bend. Yuji would be confused, as just then, Uro would smile and hit Yuji with a thin icebreaker. He would be blasted back into a wall, but he had thought fast enough to reinforce himself with armor just before he hit the wall. Yuji would then look down at his arm and begin to use reverse curse technique, patching himself up and looking back at Uro. She would look at him and say that it was nice to know that he has RCT, but she knows it burns through cursed energy, so she would try to inflict as much damage as she could. So Yuji would continuously use RCT and burn out his cursed energy. She would fly back in at Yuji, attempting to strike at him, but Yuji would duck underneath it, dropping to his back. He would attempt to grab her, but she would use sky manipulation again, bending the space around his arm, causing his attack to miss. She would attempt to strike him again, but Yuji would dodge. Yuji would then look at his arm and say it looks wonky, as then it would return to normal. He would note to himself that the manipulation itself doesn't cause damage, it just bends the space around it. He would look back up at Uro and then begin to laugh. He would call her a coward for sneaking up behind him and getting in a cheap blow, but it won't happen anymore. Taking a page out of Sukuna's book, Yuji would have trained strictly for this. He would begin to mutate his body as he would grow another pair of arms and a mouth on his torso. Uro would be shocked, saying that he's a copycat, but Yuji would remark, telling Uro that no, there's only one of him. Yuji would then generate hand signs with his bottom hands, and the mouth on his stomach would begin to chant, Ichor, flesh and blood, sanguine, as an abundance of blood orbs would begin to appear above Yuji. Uro would look shocked. Using this much cursed energy as if it's nothing is crazy. Yuji would then point at Uro and say blood spears, as the blood orbs would begin to turn into rods, shooting directly towards Uro. She would use her sky manipulation to bend the rods into a building and attempt to fly away. However, Yuji would simply send more blood spears after her, as Yuji would be cackling to himself, saying about how fun this is. From the left side, Yuji could feel a huge gathering of cursed energy. The second he would turn to his left, he would see a beam directly in front of his face. Reacting just in time, he would activate his blood armor, covering his face, as he would tank the hit head on. It would cause quite a bit of damage, causing him to crash into a nearby building. This is when Ryu would come into the battle, telling them both not to leave him out. Now that those other two were gone, he was hoping that both Uro and Yuji could satisfy him. Yuji would kiss his teeth and be upset, calling Ryu a coward as well, but it didn't matter. He was going to defeat both of them right here and take their points. Yuji's mouth on his stomach would begin to chant again, Ichor, flesh and blood, sanguine, as more convergence orbs would appear in the air. Yuji would then begin to use flowing red scale. He would shoot off blood spears towards Uro again, making them chase her. As he would begin to sprint towards Ryu, he would engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. Yuji would throw 2 right jabs, with Ryu taking the brunt of the attack. Attempting to counterattack, he would swing around and attempt to backhand Yuji. However, Yuji would grab his arm, hitting him with an elbow, slugging Ryu across the face. Using the same hand that he grabbed onto Ryu with, he would pull him in, hitting him with a devastating knee to the gut. Continue his combo with another left hook and kicking Ryu into the torso, sending him into a building. Ryu would begin to smile. He wasn't expecting that from some kid. Just then, Uro would come back around. With the blood spear still chasing her, she would fly in front of Yuji, as Yuji would attempt to hit her. However, she would use sky manipulation on both Yuji's arms and the blood spears, causing the blood spears to wrap around her and hit Yuji directly in the chest. Yuji would laugh and say that her technique was so weird, as he would lift up his left hand and say dismantle, sending slashes directly at Uro, catching her off guard, slicing one of her arms off. Both Uro and Yuji would feel another charge of cursed energy, as Ryu would be preparing another granite blast. He would shoot it at both Uro and Yuji, with Uro using sky manipulation to twist the beam around, sending it directly towards Yuji. Yuji could only kiss his teeth as he would prepare to take the attack head on yet again. It would connect with his torso, blasting him into another building. Just then, the blood spears that were chasing Uro would disappear. Yuji would be annoyed as that attack packed quite a punch. Even if it didn't seem all that flashy, it was extremely strong. With all three of the fighters injured, Yuji would get himself out of the rubble. Ryu would step up, and so would Uro, all three of them ready for round 2. But just then, all three of them would feel a sudden surge of cursed energy again, but it wasn't from Ryu this time. Yuji would say that the cursed energy was like Gojo's, but it was way creepier. All three of them would look up into the air and see Yuta. Yuta would say, "So you must be Yuji," saying that he sure did look like Sukuna's vessel. Yuji would smile and take it as a compliment. Yuta would tell all three of them that he didn't want to kill any of them, he just wanted their points. So if they could all be kind, if they could just give him his points, he would take his leave and nobody would get hurt. However, Yuji is the exception. He needs to have a conversation with him. Yuji would laugh and say that he can only have a conversation with him if he beats him. The only thing he's here to do is get stronger. Yuta would say that that's a shame and that he really wanted to do things in a roundabout way. But since it's come down to this, he has no choice. Ryu would scream, saying that that's enough talking, charging up a granite beam to shoot at Yuta. However, Yuta would rush directly in front of Ryu, smashing him in the face, sending him flying into a building. Yuji and Uro would be absolutely surprised. Neither of them was expecting Yuta to be so fast. Yuji would only get excited, saying that there was another strong cursed user here. Yuji would reinforce his body with blood armor again and begin to rush at Yuta. With having his bottom hands 2 hand signs, his mouth would chant again, Ichor, flesh and blood, sanguine, as blood orbs would appear all around Yuji. Yuta would see this and he would begin to draw his sword. As him and Yuji would clash, Yuta would note that Yuji is extremely tough. The armor that's wrapped around his body makes him extremely durable, so it's hard for him to slice through it. With Yuji noticing that Yuta has a large reinforcement of cursed energy on the blade, Yuji would smile again, saying that this was going to be extremely fun. He would begin hand-to-hand combat with Yuta. Yuta would attempt to slice towards Yuji, trying to take out one of his bottom arms. He would cut in a downward motion. However, Yuji would use his left arm to grab the blade, using his top right arm to send a punch towards Yuta's face. Yuta would let go of his blade, ducking underneath the attack and sending a strike towards Yuji's chest. As the strike would connect, it would crack Yuji's armor. With Yuji being surprised that Yuta was able to pack such a punch, he would disregard his plans of trying to use chants and hand signs and undo his bottom hands, attempting to grab onto Yuta's hand, but Yuta would dodge backwards, grabbing his sword again, slicing through Yuji's hand. Yuji would then use convergence, clapping his bottom 2 hands onto the blood orb and shoot out a piercing blood directly towards Yuta's face. However, surprising Yuji, Yuta would begin to use sky manipulation, bending the sky, sending the attack directly back towards Yuji. It would hit Yuji and pierce straight through his shoulder. Yuji would let off a smirk, not realizing what had just happened. How was he able to use that woman's technique? Yuta would then stop and ask Yuji once again. He really didn't want to hurt Yuji, so he was going to ask him this one more time. He would ask if Yuji could just simply give him his points and he would be on his way. As long as he didn't get in the way of the Jujutsu sorcerers that were here, him and Yuta wouldn't have a problem. Yuji would begin to cackle as it would turn into a sinister laugh. There was no way he was going to pass up this opportunity fighting someone as strong as Yuta. It's like a dream come true for Yuji, and he'll have exponential growth in fighting him. Yuji would call Yuta stupid and tell him that there was no way that he would allow him to have his points. He would tell Yuta that he's going to have to beat the points out of him, otherwise he's not getting anything. Yuta would let off a long sigh and say that he really didn't want to do this. As Yuji would begin to smile again, feeling something welt up in his soul. He didn't know what it was, but the more he fought Yuta, the stronger the urge was coming. Yuji's smile would then begin to grow bigger and bigger, as Yuta would look at him confused. Yuji would ask Yuta if he was ready, as Yuta would say that he had no choice but to be. Both of them would begin to rush back in at each other. Yuta would have tried to convince Yuji that he only wanted to speak to him. However, Yuji wasn't having any of it. Yuji was only in this game in order to get stronger. Yuji couldn't accept the way the Jujutsu High School, or Kenjaku himself, was running anything. Each side had false power, and neither side was exactly right in their ideals. So Yuji wasn't going to stand with either of them. Yuji and Yuta would rush in at one another, clashing fists. Yuta would try to ask Yuji once more if he could please listen to him, but Yuji would just roll his eyes and yell that he doesn't want to. Yuji would have reverted back to his original form and begin to clash with Yuta. He would throw a right at Yuta, and Yuta would easily block it. Yuta using the same hand that he used to block Yuji's attack to grab his right arm. He would pull him in and knee him in the stomach. While using his right hand, he would send an uppercut towards Yuji, connecting with his jaw. The attack would send Yuji back just a little bit. However, he would quickly gather himself, stomping his feet on the ground, stopping his momentum. Just as Yuji would be about to rush back in, Ryu would have charged another Granite Blast, shooting it in between both Yuta and Yuji. He would scream out that they shouldn't forget about him, and that his appetite hasn't been satiated yet. They would be in a three-way, staring down at each other. Ryu would be the first to start his attack. He would charge another Granite Blast, but this time directing it straight towards Yuji. Yuji would get prepared for the attack, creating blood gauntlets. However, Yuta, capitalizing off the moment, would immediately rush towards Ryu. With Yuji seeing what was about to happen, instead of preparing to block the attack, he was going to rush straight at Ryu with Yuta. However, Ryu would quickly change the direction of his attack since Yuta was already in front of him. At point blank, he would fire off a Granite Blast straight at Yuta, but surprising both Ryu and Yuji. Yuta would begin to use sky manipulation, folding the beam over and sending it straight towards Yuji. The beam would crash into Yuji, sending him into a wall, while Yuta would begin hand-to-hand combat with Ryu. He would begin to absolutely dominate Ryu in hand-to-hand combat. Being caught off guard like that, Ryu was taking quite the beating, but he would immediately get himself together, catching one of Yuta's punches and sending back a punch of his own. Yuta would duck underneath it. However, just as Yuji would duck underneath the attack, Yuji would be right there in front of him, already sending an uppercut towards Yuta. With the momentum of Yuta ducking and Yuji sending an uppercut, the attack was a lot more prominent than he had expected it to be. It would crash into Yuta's face, sending him upwards, as Yuji would send a kick straight towards Ryu's chest, smashing the attack into his ribs. Ryu would be able to take the brunt of the attack. However, it still did a lot of damage to him. Yuta would attempt to catch himself in the air. However, just from behind him, he could feel a sudden surge of cursed energy. He would turn around, but it would simply be a little too late. Uro would be above him, beginning to use a thin icebreaker onto Yuta, cracking him back down onto the ground. Yuta wasn't expecting this many people to be in the battle, but for him, it wasn't that bad. He still had an ace up his sleeve. As all three other combatants would see Yuta drop down to the ground like that, they would assume that he was going to be the first one to exhaust himself. Ryu would charge a Granite Blast. Yuji would rush in at him, while Uro would attempt to fly in and land yet another thin icebreaker onto Yuta. However, as all three of them would be rushing in, Yuta would grab the ring that was around his neck. He would laugh to himself and say that he didn't think he had to use this early. Just then, he would begin to put the ring on. He would then say, "Rika, come." As all three of the other combatants could feel another surge of cursed energy, Yuta would send Rika directly towards Yuta, since he was the stronger of the three. Yuji would clash with Rika, but he would be surprised by the strength that she had. Ryu would have blasted off the granite beam straight towards Yuta. However, again, Yuta would have used sky manipulation in order to bend the beam straight towards Uro, as Yuta would rush directly towards Ryu. As the beam would go towards Uro, she would use sky manipulation and send the beam directly back towards Yuta. However, this is exactly what Yuta wanted to happen. As Yuta would rush directly in front of Ryu, he would feint an attack, causing Ryu to block. Just then, Yuta would spin around Ryu, holding onto his arms, locking him into place. As the beam that Uro had sent back around would crash directly into Ryu, Yuta would then lock his arms around Ryu and begin to pick him up. He would then slam him onto the ground and tell him not to get up for a little bit. While Rika was holding off Yuji for a bit, Yuta would direct his attention towards Uro. He would jump straight towards her, attempting to land an attack on her. However, she would use sky manipulation to bend his arm, with Yuta being confused because the attack didn't hurt. However, it just felt weird. There was no physical damage, yet his arm was proportioned out of place. Just then, from behind Yuta, he could hear a sinister laugh that was beginning to get louder and louder. He would turn around as he would see Yuji spinning Rika around with another set of arms and blood armor, throwing her into a building. He would then make eye contact with Yuta. He would scream out, "There you are," as he would leap off a building, jumping directly towards Yuta. At the same time, Uro would rush in, seeing the opportunity, attempting to attack Yuta as well. Yuta would then put his hands over his mouth, as both Yuji and Uro would be confused. Just then, he would take his hands off of his mouth, as Yuji and Uro would both see the snake and fangs around his mouth. Uro would attempt to hurry up and cover her ears, but it would be too late. Yuta would tell both of them, "Don't move," and Uro would be stuck in place as she was. Rika would have wrapped around the building, rushing directly towards Uro this time, as Yuta said he was going to take care of Yuji. He would cock his fist back and begin to use thin icebreaker onto Yuji, smashing it directly into his face, causing the armor that was around Yuji's face to crack and disperse, as Yuji would be slammed into the ground. On the other hand, Rika would have begun to pummel Uro, beating her senselessly. But yet again, just as Yuta's attack would connect, he would feel yet another charge of cursed energy from where he had slammed Ryu. As he would see a granite blast approaching him, he would dodge the attack, however, it would graze his arm, sliding right past him and crashing into Rika. Unknowingly, Ryu would have helped Uro out, as she was finally able to get some freedom away from the cursed spirit. As Rika would be crashed into the ground, all 4 of the combatants would close in on one another. Most of them would be tired. However, all of them are ready to start yet another round. They would all begin to stare at one another, locked in a 4-way. Just then, suddenly, all 4 of them would begin to use hand signs, and every last combatant there would scream domain expansion. It would be a 4-way domain clash. However, surprising all 4 of the combatants, the cockroach curse spirit, Kurorushi, would have infiltrated the barrier, while unknowingly to Yuta, Kurorushi would have been using its cockroaches to occupy Rika, as he was able to infiltrate the barrier, causing the 4-way domain to collapse instantly. Every last combatant would scan the situation, with Uro realizing that since Kurorushi was here, it would be hard for her to utilize anything. Yuta and Yuji realizing this would immediately rush onto her, both of them landing an attack on Uro. Yuji would have cracked Uro across the face, while Yuta would have kicked her into Kurorushi. Kurorushi would have used his festering life sword and slashed at Uro. She would attempt to use her curse technique. However, since she had just expanded her domain, it was difficult to use her curse technique, so Kurorushi would slash at her leg as it would drill bug eggs into her leg as they would spawn in insect-like curses from the wound. As her leg would be severed, Uro would be irritated at the fact that she lost yet another limb, screaming at the top of her lungs at both Yuji and Yuta. However, Ryu would tell her that her yelling is disturbing his feast and that she needs to shut her mouth. Ryu would then charge a granite blast, explaining what his curse technique is to everybody. As he would shoot a granite blast directly towards Uro and Kurorushi, he would incapacitate Uro and leave a gaping hole in Kurorushi's body. Yuta would immediately take advantage of this, using positive energy to completely exorcise Kurorushi. As Uro and Kurorushi were finally taken out of the battle, it would be a 3-way between Ryu, Yuji, and Yuta. As Yuta would smile and tell the two were they ready to start round 2. Ryu would laugh and say that it was time for dessert and that both of them had better be ready. Ryu knew he was at a disadvantage here with both Yuji and Yuta there. Both of these guys seemed as if they had endless cursed energy to them. Yuji wanting to get rid of Ryu first so he could fight Yuta alone, he would immediately rush onto Ryu. Yuta would take this opportunity as well, rushing onto Ryu as well. Yuji wasn't very fond of double teaming on somebody, but he wanted to fight Yuta alone, so he didn't care at the moment. They would begin to pummel Ryu, hitting him with attack after attack, not letting him get a single breath in. Yuta would crack Ryu across the face, sending him directly into Yuji. Yuji would begin to smile ear to ear as he would charge back his fists, packing it with as much cursed energy as he can, telling Ryu that this was the strength of modern sorcerers and that he couldn't compare. He would slam it into Ryu's chest, hitting a black flash, with Yuta being surprised, as this would send Ryu crashing into a wall, taking him out of commission. Finally, it was just a fight between Yuta and Yuji. Yuji would then de-transform, telling Yuta that since he doesn't have his Shikigami, he wasn't going to use his cursed form. But that doesn't mean he's going to take it easy on him at all. Yuji would then activate Flowing Red Scale, with Yuta being surprised as Yuji hadn't used this the entire battle. He assumed Yuji's technique was the transformation and blood armor. However, Yuji was only showing a partial amount of his techniques. Being amped off the Black Flash, plus Flowing Red Scale, he would have caught Yuta off guard with both his speed and strength. He would immediately sprint at Yuta, sending a strong right as it would connect with Yuta's chest, cracking his ribs. Yuta would wince in pain, as he wasn't expecting the attack to be that powerful, but he would gather himself, composing himself in an instant. Yuta would send a right of his own towards Yuji. However, Yuji would duck underneath it, twisting around, sending a kick towards Yuta's face. The kick would also connect, cracking Yuta across the face yet again, sending him down into the ground. Yuji would create blood gauntlets and send a piercing strike directly towards Yuta, attempting to finish him off. However, surprising Yuji, Rika would appear, grabbing onto his arms. Yuji would be confused because he thought the Shikigami was desummoned by now. He would sigh, calling Yuta a coward. Yuta would then begin to pummel Yuji, hitting him with attack after attack, finishing his combo with a strong attack, punching Yuji directly in the stomach, making him crash into a wall. Riku would then reconverge to where Yuta was, as they would begin to charge and attack together, as Yuji would get himself together, pulling himself out of the rubble. Yuji would then sigh. As he would touch the ground, he would say that he didn't want to have to rely on this guy's techniques, but he doesn't have a choice anymore. Yuji would then begin to use Cleave onto the ground, causing the entire area around both him and Yuta to collapse. However, even with the ground collapsing below Yuta, he was still charging his attack. With the dust and debris gathering around, Yuji would try to use this to his advantage, picking up on Yuta's charging cursed energy. He was going to end this quickly. Yuji would begin to chant, Ichor, Flesh and Blood, Sanguine, as an empowered convergence orb would appear in front of Yuji. He would clap onto the convergence orb, as he would send a piercing blood directly to where Yuta's cursed energy was. However, to Yuji's surprise, the piercing blood would be sent directly back towards Yuji, catching him off guard as it would strike him in the stomach, piercing directly through it. Yuji would begin to cough up blood. Just then, the sudden surge of cursed energy that he felt from Yuta would begin to flare again. He would be confused as to what was happening, as he would then begin to get hit by a strong beam of cursed energy, blasting him directly in the chest, sending him crashing into a wall. With this attack, Yuji would have finally been out. He wasn't able to fight anymore. Just then, a mouth on Yuji's face would begin to expose itself. Sukuna would ask Yuji if he needed some help. However, Yuji would say that no, since he lost fair and square, he was going to listen to this guy and see exactly what he wanted. Yuta would stop and ask Yuji, was he willing to help the Jujutsu sorcerers because they needed Yuji's points in order to stop the Culling Games altogether. Yuta would tell Yuji that people that didn't even want to be a part of the Culling Games were forced to be a part of it due to Kenjaku forcing himself inside of their brain. He would tell Yuji that if they could use his points, they would be able to stop the Culling Games, as well as be able to defeat Kenjaku, and Kenjaku wouldn't have his way. Yuji would smile, seeing as he didn't really like Kenjaku at all, but at the same time, he didn't like the Jujutsu sorcerers either. He would look Yuta dead in the eye and tell him that he seriously just only wants to get stronger. There's no other reason for him doing this, so he doesn't really care about the points. He'll give Yuta his points, and they can do whatever they want from there. He's going to go hope to find other players in order to get himself stronger, so he can become greedier and become the pinnacle of strength as Sukuna once was. Yuta would then ask Yuji, has he actually considered ever joining Jujutsu High? Yuji would sit there and tell Yuta that he's considered joining before. However, due to what he's done in the past, and on top of being Sukuna's vessel, he doubts that the Jujutsu higher-ups would allow him into the school anyway. Gojo was probably the only person that turned an eye to Yuji. However, in doing so, he was sealed. Yuji could have stopped Gojo's sealing, but he didn't. Yuji could have helped, however, he just simply didn't want to. The Jujutsu Society has never shown him anything good, so he's going to carve a path his own way. Neither cursed spirits or Jujutsu sorcerers are worth his time. Yuji is willing to stand at the top alone and be the pinnacle of strength and mold the world into a way he wants it to. Yuta would look at Yuji with softer eyes and tell him, sitting at the top alone like that is no good for anybody, even somebody who has all the strength in the world. It's good to have friends and people that you can rely on from time to time. Yuji would scoff and tell Yuta that he doesn't want to hear about fairy tale lives right now. He would tell Yuta that being a Jujutsu sorcerer means that you could die at any given moment, due from it being a cursed spirit or a cursed user. It was all the same, and when you watch other people die, they just sit and curse you as they die, making you push on whatever they wanted to do. Yuji doesn't want to live like that. Yuji simply wants to live freely, free of any shackles, free of any curses. And if the Jujutsu sorcerers were going to continue getting in his way, he would kill all of them with no remorse at all. He would tell Yuta that power means everything in the Jujutsu society like this. He would tell Yuta to take Gojo for example. He knows that the higher-ups use Gojo like he's a weapon, send him out on missions to exercise curses and get rid of things that they can't do themselves. And he's pretty sure since Gojo is gone, they're going to do it to Yuta as well. He would sit there and give Yuta a cold look. He would then ask him, how many missions have they sent you on since Gojo Satoru had been sealed? Do you think that they think of you as another person like them? No, you're a cursed user, you're a Jujutsu sorcerer, you're a weapon. They don't care whether you live or die tomorrow, as long as you're useful. The second you die, your death will simply be a burden to them, because you're not a tool that's able to be used properly anymore. Just as they threw Gojo Satoru away, they're going to throw you away. And if I were to work with the Jujutsu sorcerers, they would do the exact same to me. However, at the same time, Kenjaku and the cursed spirits aren't any better. They preach about wanting to make a new world, free of everybody, trying to turn back time to become one of the Golden Age. However, Yuji would tell Yuta that he doesn't think that world is a good one either. Both ideals from both parties are idiotic. He doesn't care for Kenjaku's plan, and he doesn't care for the Jujutsu sorcerer's plan. The only thing that matters is Yuji getting stronger, and once he consumes all 20 of Sukuna's fingers, He will give Sukuna a body of his own and lead down the same path Sukuna does. Yuta would look at Yuji with concern and tell him, Sukuna was a curse upon mankind. Why would you want to follow in the shoes of someone like that? Yuji would reply to Yuta, Sukuna wasn't a bad person. It was the effects of his environment that molded him that way. Things were different back then, so he had to act accordingly. Being greedy and achieving power so that no one else can bother you. There's nothing wrong with that, especially in a world where everyone treats power as if it's the number one thing. As long as Yuji gets stronger, people will listen to him. As long as Sukuna is revived, things should happen as they should. Yuta would then take a deep breath and ask Yuji, you say all of this, yet there's still someone who believes in you. He would tell Yuji that Yuji does not have to be the bad guy. He doesn't have to take the burden of shouldering all the strength on himself. That's why Yuta is trying to make it so he can come to Jujutsu High and make friends there so he can rely on them instead of relying on himself only. Being strong and being able to defeat anybody isn't strength alone. Strength comes in many different forms. You just have to learn what those different strengths are. Yuta would tell Yuji that he's speaking from experience and that he hopes he listens. Yuji would begin to look down, thinking in his head, he honestly doesn't know what he wants to do. He wants to create a new world to where everyone values strength over everything. But at the same time, what about the people who aren't that strong? What about the people who have no Jujutsu sorcery at all? What are they going to do? Are they simply going to wilt away and die because those with strength are going to dictate how everything is to come? Yuji doesn't want that either. Yuji would shake his head and say whatever. He would then look at Yuta and tell him that he can take all of his points. He doesn't care. Just get away from him from right now. He doesn't want to see any Jujutsu sorcerers anymore. The only time that he'll see a Jujutsu sorcerer ever again is if he contacts them. He would then look Yuta up and down and tell him that the only reason that Yuta won today was simply because Yuji didn't go all out and that he'd better be lucky. The next time him and Yuta meet, Yuji will win. Yuji would summon Kagane and tell Kagane to give Yuta every last one of his points. Yuta would thank Yuji, however Yuji would simply shrug his shoulders and tell him whatever. Yuji would walk away, thinking in his head about what Yuta had told him. Was the world that he wanted to come really worth it? Was following in the steps of Sukuna actually something that he wanted to do? He wasn't even sure anymore. The path that he has been going on, he's not even sure if it's the right path anymore. He was fine with being by himself and living the life that he wanted, but he never realized that he was still simply following in the footsteps of someone else. He's never actually carved a path that was meant for himself. It was always something someone had carved out for him. Even with Sukuna, Sukuna was simply carving out a path for Yuji to follow, and Yuji was doing exactly what Sukuna wanted. Some time would have passed, and Yuji would have stopped fighting people. He would have sat himself on top of a building, staring down upon the carnage that was happening in the Culling Games. He was seeing people kill each other for a measly 5 points. He would see the sorcerers and incarnated sorcerers fighting each other. Yuji knew that he could probably beat all of them if he really wanted to, but it was simply too lost in thought. Just then, from behind Yuji, he would hear someone say hey. He would get up, ready to fight, but he would see it would simply be Megami, with Kugisaki, Junpei, and his sister. Yuji would get upset and tell them that he warned them that if they saw each other again, he was going to kill them. He knows that Yuta dude told them, so why are they here? Megami would stop Yuji, telling him that they're not here to fight. They don't want to fight at all. Megami is simply here to thank him and introduce Sumiki to Yuji. Yuji would tell Megami that he doesn't want to do the fairy tale shit and that he needs to just leave him alone. However, Megami would tell Yuji that his sister is someone who had awoken with the curse technique, one that Kenjaku had implanted inside of her, and that she's not someone that wants to fight. With Yuji giving them all of his points, his sister will be able to leave, so he thanks him profusely. Sumiki would have told Yuji that she thanks him from the bottom of her heart, and that things would go smoothly now. Megami would smile, creeping out both Nobara and Junpei. Just then, Megami would give Sumiki his points, as he would tell Sumiki that she can now exit the Culling Games and that she doesn't have to worry about anything. Sumiki would then have a sinister grin across her face, as instead of asking for what Megami wanted, she would add a rule allowing entry and exit across colony borders. Yuji would raise an eyebrow, as Megami would be confused as well. Yuji would be confused as to what was going on, as just then, Megami would scream out, "Who the hell are you?" As Nobara, Junpei, and Yuji would all be on guard. She would scream back at Megami, saying that she was his big sister, and that they need to celebrate the moment of her awakening. Megami would immediately realize what was going on, but it would be far too late. Megami would then scream out and ask who the hell she actually was. She would introduce herself as Yorozu, a sorcerer from the past, and she would say, She wanted to come back in order to find Sukuna and defeat him, to show him the ultimate form of love. She would say that she's watched the entire Culling Games from afar, and she knows exactly who it is and how to get to him. Yuji would take a fighting stance, immediately gathering himself and getting ready, but before Yuji even realized anything, Yorozu would use construction, using her metal liquid, sending a spear-shaped attack straight through Yuji's chest from behind. Yuji, not expecting the attack, would be hit by the attack, as it would go straight through his chest, leaving a large hole where his heart once was. Yuji would begin to bleed profusely out of the mouth, and his conscience would waver immediately. As he would be falling to the ground, he would only say one word, Sukuna. A Sukuna would immediately take over, using RCT to heal Yuji's body. Just then, the entire field could feel the King of Curses energy. Sukuna was free, and Yorozu was excited. She would immediately go over and attempt to hug Sukuna. However, Sukuna would quickly send dismantles toward her, telling her that she was gross and that she needs to stay away from him. She would dodge out of the way, just in the nick of time, using her bug insect wings. Megami would be put on guard, about to summon Maharaga. Junpei and Nobara would also be afraid at the fact that the King of Curses was in front of them as well. Sukuna would tell Yorozu that she has exactly 30 minutes before the boy will be able to take control again, so she'd better make things fast. Yorozu would scream out, saying that she has been waiting for this moment for hundreds of years, and now is the time for her to show Sukuna how much she loves him exactly. Sukuna would look over to Megami and the other sorcerers, as he would tell them to leave, that they were getting in his way, and that the only reason he's letting them go is because the boy actually feels something towards them. Megami would still be confused, seeing that Sukuna was letting them go simply because Yuji took a liking to them. It didn't make sense to Megami. Why would the King of Curses himself allow someone like Yuji to get what he wants? However, just then, Yorozu would scream out again. She's been waiting hundreds of years. She's going to make sure that Sukuna feels every last bit of her love that she can give, so he better be prepared. Sukuna would grin and tell Yorozu that she'd better give it her all, otherwise she'll end up dead just like everybody else. He would also tell her that even if she was to survive the 30 minutes against him, he wasn't so sure that she'd survive the time against Yuji after. Yorozu would ready herself, as Sukuna would do the same. Sukuna had taken over Yuji's body right after Yorozu had sent a hole straight through his chest. Sukuna would tell Yorozu that she has exactly 30 minutes before Yuji would return. So it's either he can make this as quick and painless for her as possible, or the boy comes back and absolutely demolishes her. Yorozu would laugh and say that that boy couldn't do anything. He could barely react to the spear in time. Sukuna would laugh and say that the boy was caught off guard. He would tell Yorozu that if she were to fight the boy one-on-one, he could probably beat her. But since she left him in a near-death state, she's left with him. That's when Yorozu would smile and say that she's been waiting for this for hundreds of years. She's going to show Sukuna as much love as she possibly can. Sukuna would make a disgusted look and tell her that she's gross. There's only one type of love for him, and she doesn't have it. She would tell Sukuna that he wouldn't know because he wouldn't allow her to show it to him. Sukuna would then laugh and say that he plans on keeping it that way as well. Yorozu would then get upset and ask Sukuna, why is he sticking around this brat anyway? Why not take full control over his body and do whatever he pleases? Sukuna would stare at Yorozu and tell her him and the brat had made a deal and that he's simply upholding his end of the bargain. And to be quite fair, he's taking a liking to the brat. He would then ask Yorozu the same question. Why does she have on a different face? She would then tell Sukuna that it was simple. The appearance will serve her better for later. Sukuna would smile and then chuckle, asking Yorozu if she truly believes that she'll live until later. Yorozu would kiss her teeth, sending 2 thick streams of black liquid towards Sukuna. He would laugh with her taking the bait. Sukuna would avoid one of the streams, but not realize Yorozu was riding atop the other one, trying to close the distance. She would jump down off the metal liquid, clashing with Sukuna. They would both then begin to exchange blows with one another, parrying each other until Sukuna would kick her away. However, Yorozu would nullify the impact by constructing a plate of metal liquid in between them to block the impact. Yorozu would laugh and begin to tease Sukuna. Smiling ear to ear, she would tell Sukuna that she couldn't wait to get her hands on him. Her love for him is so much, she simply wants to kill Sukuna. She would scream out to Sukuna, asking what would she get if she were to kill Sukuna. Sukuna, not really interested in whatever she was talking about, would simply say if she's able to kill him, he would give her everything that he has. Even though Sukuna knows that losing would mean death, he doesn't care. He would ask her if she's done with her rambling so they can continue fighting, with her saying that she's more excited than ever now. Sukuna would smile and say good. Sukuna would then begin to activate Flowing Red Scale Stack as he would begin to rush towards Yorozu. Yorozu would notice this, sending a wave of spikes created from liquid metal directly towards Sukuna. However, Sukuna would simply jump over it, clashing with Yorozu yet again. Yorozu would attempt to make a spike cage made out of liquid metal to encapsulate Sukuna. However, he would notice this and dodge immediately, sidestepping out of the way, getting to the side of her and kicking her on the side of the stomach. She would just barely react in time, creating another plate of liquid metal that would block the impact, though this time, the impact was a lot stronger than it was the first time. Yorozu would catch herself and ask Sukuna, why isn't he using Shrine? And using whatever technique that boy has. Sukuna would roll his eyes and tell her to stop talking, please. He's doing it because he wants to, it's as simple as that. This would infuriate Yorozu, feeling as if she was being insulted, thinking that Sukuna believed that he could beat her without using Shrine. She would use her curse technique to create insect armor around her, basically enhancing herself the same way Sukuna was. She would tell him that she was going to force him to use Shrine, and show him that he has to take her seriously, especially since she's his future wife. Sukuna would gag as Yorozu would charge forward in her insect armor. Yorozu would use her sudden speed to attempt to blitz Sukuna. However, with Sukuna still using Flowing Red Scale Stack, he would catch on to her quickly. She would attempt to land several punches. However, Sukuna would block each one, with the last punch going towards his gut, with him catching that one and sending him backwards quite a bit. Yorozu would attempt to pick up the pace, circling around Sukuna. She would then kick him in the side, crashing him into a building. She would then laugh and ask Sukuna if he's still not so sure about using Shrine. She would then begin to close the distance on Sukuna once more, as she would beg him to cut her open and witness her love. She would then use creation once more, creating numerous spikes that were flung straight towards Sukuna. Instead of blocking or dodging this time, Sukuna would simply use blood manipulation, creating blood armor on his hands, tripling the fortification on the armor. By stacking the armor numerous times on top of each other, he would smack each spear away, asking Yorozu is that really all she had. Yorozu would then say that's not even close to the amount of love that she has to show him. She would then begin to fully rush at Sukuna, charging in as fast as she could. However, taking inspiration from Yorozu herself, he would make blood armor, wrapping it around his entire body, stacking it just like he did to his hands. Yorozu would attempt to ram headfirst into Sukuna, attempting to crack his armor, showing that hers was superior. However, to her surprise, as she would clash with Sukuna, she would be brought to a complete halt. Sukuna would then begin to laugh, saying that he guesses that really was all she had. Sukuna would cock back his fist, punching Yorozu straight in the face, sending her flying backwards. She would be flown through the air as she would catch herself using her insect wings. But just as she would catch herself, she would see Sukuna sprinting straight towards her, realizing that she has no time or any breathing room at all. She would attempt to use creation to attempt to soften the blows of the impact. However, with Sukuna using Flowing Red Scale Stack plus the armor, the blows were simply too much for Yorozu. Sukuna would strike at Yorozu's torso, cracking the insect armor. He would then continue to rocket blow after blow, as each attack seemed to be getting stronger than the last. By the end of Sukuna's assault, Yorozu's armor was completely torn off, and with Sukuna's final strike, he would strike her in the torso, sending her flying towards a building, with her crashing into it. Sukuna would then laugh and mock Yorozu, asking Yorozu if this performance was all her love amounts to. Yorozu would shoot out from the building and reject his comment, proclaiming that she'll be the one to teach Sukuna about love because she understands the loneliness that comes with being the strongest. Sukuna would smirk and roll his eyes. Yorozu would demand that she would be the one to show him what real love is, promising Sukuna that she would construct her heart, the true manifestation of her love. Using the pinnacle of her construction, Yorozu would create a true spear. Sukuna would sit there and smile, as Yorozu would then say domain expansion, threefold affliction. Yorozu would then tell Sukuna that he has no choice now. Yorozu knows that if she activates her technique, she'll win. Sukuna would then smile and laugh and say that he guesses she's right. Yorozu would attempt to hurry up and activate her technique. However, Sukuna was simply faster than her. He would say the words domain expansion, malevolent shrine. As Yorozu's domain would completely shatter, she would look on in awe as she would realize right there, even though she was about to lose, she had technically won, because she had made Sukuna use his shrine technique. Before anything would even happen, Yorozu would tell Sukuna that she guesses she was worthy, as Malevolent Shrine would activate, cutting Yorozu to bits and pieces. Sukuna would roll his eyes and say that the boy simply didn't have the technique in order to defeat that. Sukuna would close out his domain, as he would realize Yorozu left him something just before she was killed. He would begin to laugh and say that he guesses she wasn't so useless after all. Sukuna would then sit there for a while and then realize that it's been way past 30 minutes, so why hasn't the brat taken over his body? Sukuna would then speak out, "Brat, what's going on?" As Yuji would form a mouth on the side of Sukuna's face. He would tell Sukuna that he's not sure on what to do anymore. Sukuna would ask Yuji what does he mean. Yuji would tell Sukuna that he wants to be at the pinnacle of power. He wants to be at the top to where he can change the rules of Jujutsu society. He hates the way things are run. However, when it always comes down to it, he always loses. Being caught off guard like that, if Yuji was stronger, he would have realized almost immediately, and Sukuna wouldn't have even had to take over. Sukuna would sigh and tell Yuji that he needs to stand proud because he is strong. There are just others in the world who are always stronger than you. Yuji would laugh and ask Sukuna what about him. Sukuna would say that he's a special case and that he shouldn't compare himself to the likes of him. Sukuna would tell Yuji that he made a vow with him, but he's taking a liking to the boy. You seek power in order to change the world, in order to sit at the top, and he respects that from Yuji more than anything else. Sukuna would tell Yuji that whatever his ideals are, and whatever he wants them to be, as long as he stays true to those, Yuji would be absolutely unstoppable. Yuji would thank Sukuna. However, Sukuna would tell Yuji not to do that, simply because he doesn't like it. However, just before either of them could say another thing, a lightning bolt would appear right before Sukuna. He would see it and react just in time, creating blood armor on his body, stacking it numerous times. As it would strike the armor, blasting the armor away, as Kashima would scream out, yelling Sukuna's name. As Sukuna would let off a long sigh, saying that he wishes he didn't have a whole bunch of fans. He would ask Yuji if he would like to take over and give his ideals a try, as Yuji would say sure, and that he would also take into consideration to what Sukuna was saying to him. Yuji would fully commit to his ideals, becoming the strongest and making sure he can change the Jujutsu Society world. No matter what he had to do, no matter how long it took, he was going to become greedy just as Sukuna was. And during this fight, he would show that his ideals meant more than anything else. Kashima would clash with Yuji, asking where Sukuna went, telling Yuji to bring Sukuna back now. Yuji would tell Kashima that if he wants Sukuna to come back, he's going to have to beat Sukuna out of him. But Yuji doesn't plan on losing. Fueled by Sukuna's words and his own ideals, Yuji had found a new spark, and in this battle, he was going to make sure to fuel the fire, the drive to get stronger, the drive to change the Jujutsu Society, the drive to become the person that he wants to become for the future. If he were to lose this battle here, his ideals would mean absolutely nothing. However, if he were to win, it would change absolutely everything. Kashima would laugh and tell Yuji that he only has to beat Sukuna out of him, right? He would have a serious grin and say that should be easy enough. Using his staff, Kashima would swing it around himself, sending an attack straight toward Yuji's side. However, Yuji would reinforce himself with blood armor, blocking the attack. However, to Yuji's surprise, the armor would crack. This is where Yuji would realize this guy was insanely strong, and it's no wonder that he wants to fight Sukuna. The attack would send Yuji backwards a bit, but he would catch himself almost immediately, with Kashima closing the distance once more, beginning hand-to-hand combat with Yuji. Yuji would throw a strong right, reinforcing his entire arm with blood armor, as Kashima would block the attack with his staff. However, he would get sent flying straight into a building, realizing Yuji's strength as well. Kashima would think to himself, realizing that he must have been Sukuna's vessel for a reason. Kashima would regain his balance, but Yuji would already be on top of him. Yuji would swing again, going for the same right hook as he went for the first time. However, Kashima would attempt to grab the attack, but this is exactly what Yuji wanted from him. As Kashima would go for the grab, Yuji would duck underneath it, grabbing Kashima's arm in the process. He would then send two straight jabs towards Kashima's face, as Kashima would break his arm free, pulling back from Yuji's grasp. Yuji would then attempt to send a kick straight towards Kashima's head. However, Kashima would bend backwards, avoiding the kick, using his staff as leverage. Kashima would be amazed, seeing that this brat was no joke. He came here to fight Sukuna, but Yuji was strong in his own right. This fight was going to be amazing. Kashima would be happy that the vessel for Sukuna wasn't as weak as he thought he was, but he would tell Yuji that they're going to turn up the volume now, because he still wants to fight Sukuna. He also realizes that the only reason Yuji is able to disperse his electricity attacks is because of the stacked blood armor that he's creating. Although it doesn't completely insulate the electricity, Yuji is stacking the armor just enough to where it doesn't do a lot of damage. Kashima would be fascinated at the fact that Yuji was this strong and would begin to test him again. Kashima would then rush forward once more, clashing with Yuji. He would start the attack with a punch, as Yuji would bend backwards to dodge the attack. As Kashima would attempt to continue to apply pressure, Yuji would stretch back even more, sending his legs up, sending a kick straight towards Kashima's jaw, sending him flying upwards. Kashima would laugh and commend Yuji for the move. Kashima would then use the area around him to bounce off of it, clashing with Yuji once more. However, he would tell Yuji if this was all he had, it was going to be a bad day for him. Kashima would then send an overhead slam towards Yuji, sending both of his fists crashing down. However, Yuji would grab the attack, but Kashima would send a kick after, hitting Yuji in the torso, sending him flying. Kashima would then grab his staff and throw it at Yuji. Yuji would be confused, seeing as he didn't even see Kashima pick up the staff, but Yuji would dodge out of the way of the staff, as the staff would crash into a nearby wall. He would then rush towards Yuji as Yuji would rush towards him. They would begin hand-to-hand combat again, where Yuji would engage first. Yuji would send a punch towards Kashima using his left, however, Kashima would block it, using his arm to push Yuji's hand out of the way. Kashima would then throw several rapid-fire punches towards Yuji, connecting each of them with his body and face. Yuji would kiss his teeth, realizing that this battle was harder than he thought it was going to be. Yuji would then activate Flowing Red Scale and begin to pick up the pace with Kashima. They would both begin exchanging blows with one another, both blocking, dodging, and connecting blows with one another. Yuji would throw another punch again, however this time it was faster, allowing it to connect with Kashima's head. This would send Kashima's head flying back, however, he would swing his head back down, smiling ear to ear, saying that he knew this fight was going to be fun. Kashima would continue his assault, as Yuji would continue to block and dodge attacks. But out of nowhere, Yuji could feel the air around him begin to feel weird. Something was up, but he just couldn't realize what it was. Just then, Yuji would remember the staff. He didn't think that Kashima would throw it for no reason at all. Kashima would attempt to continue his assault, but Yuji would quickly activate Flowing Red Scale stack, parrying the two jabs that Kashima was attempting to throw at him. He would strike Kashima in the face, then hit him in the chest, then sweep him at the legs. He would then turn around, as he would notice a lightning bolt coming straight towards him. By the time Yuji had realized, the lightning bolt was almost right on top of him. He had barely just enough time to activate his armor on his hands. However, due to the accumulation of lightning, it would blast off the armor and his hand, as Yuji would wince in pain, and Kashima would laugh, saying that Yuji was smarter than he thought he was. He would have expected Yuji to be a past sorcerer if he didn't know who he was already. The way Yuji fights is almost the same as those who used to fight almost 400 years ago. Yuji would then use reverse curse technique. He would then throw his hand on the ground, activating cleave, cutting the area up around them to try to gain some distance on Kashima. However, Kashima would simply jump over it, jumping straight towards Yuji as he would use cleave. However, Yuji was also prepared for this to happen. Yuji would smile as he would look up, activating his curse form. He would clash with Kashima, grabbing his two arms with his top arms. Kashima would laugh and say, "Now ain't that something?" Yuji would attempt to swing his bottom arms towards Kashima, hitting him in the torso, but Kashima would tuck his body in, swinging his legs up as he would kick Yuji in the face, causing Yuji to let go of Kashima with his top arms. As then Kashima would then use Yuji's face as a footstool, jumping off of it. As Kashima would land on the ground, he would sprint forward back towards Yuji again. Yuji would then use Dismantle, sending slashes at Kashima. However, Kashima would see this, stepping on the ground, sending debris upwards in the air as it would slash the debris, going through it and slightly slashing Kashima. Kashima would laugh and tell Yuji that he's just a rip-off Sukuna. Kashima would then say that it's funny that Yuji is the vessel of Sukuna. However, everything he does is simply to copy Sukuna. Yuji isn't even his own person. He's just a miniature version of Sukuna. Kashima would tell Yuji that he'll never win like that. Yuji would then realize Kashima was 100% right. Everything Yuji had done, everything Yuji had grown, everything Yuji had made was simply a blueprint from Sukuna. His original curse form that he had learned himself and he had never put into play was used by Sukuna first in order to make his four-armed form, because Yuji couldn't figure out a form that was fit for him. Shrine was also an ability that Sukuna had allowed him to use due to him being the vessel. Along with blood manipulation, majority of the ways that Yuji uses it is the same way that Sukuna uses it. None of the abilities that Yuji used used were abilities that he created from himself. The only thing that Yuji knew how to do was fight. Yuji had never realized, but now he did. Yuji would begin to laugh. It would start off as a small laugh and then begin to get louder and louder until Yuji would make an abrupt stop, and this is when Sukuna inside of Yuji would simply smile. Yuji would revert his body back into his original form and tell Kashimo that he thanks him. He truly thanks him for making him come to the realization. The only reason Yuji has been so weak is because he hasn't been as greedy as he thought he's been. He's been copying someone else's power, hoping to get stronger with someone else's power, not even his own. If it's his ability, he was going to make it his own and not copy the blueprint from what someone else has. Sukuna would then begin laughing inside of Yuji, realizing that the brat has finally realized. Without Yuji hearing, he would congratulate him, saying that he's finally taken the first steps into true Jujutsu sorcery. Yuji would then begin to transform yet again, but this transformation was almost a truly violent one. Blood would begin to wrap around his body like muscles, tightening themselves. As they would begin hardening over and over, he would overlap the blood multiple times. As each layer would harden and get darker and darker, Yuji's body would look slimmer. But just by looking at Yuji, you could tell, even though he was slim, the strength that he possessed was absolutely outworldly. The armor would wrap around his entire body, covering even his face. His entire body would change. Even the properties of his body would change as well. Kashimo would have a serious look on his face and begin to smile. He would tell Yuji, now this is what he was talking about. Yuji would seemingly have no face, with the armor seemingly looking that way. The only thing you could see on Yuji's face were the marks from flowing red scale stack. Yuji would stand in a readied stance, preparing for battle, as he would rush in towards Kashimo at a newfound speed, surprising Kashimo. Yuji would send a right straight towards Kashimo. However, Kashimo would block the attack, but to Kashimo's surprise, being struck in the arm, Yuji's punch would send small cleaves all across Kashimo's arm, as well as sending blood from the blood manipulation through his arm as well. As the cleaves would travel up his arm, the blood from the blood manipulation would travel there as well. Kashimo would be surprised, attempting to push himself off Yuji. However, surprising Kashimo again, Yuji's blood on Kashimo's arm would begin to harden and dig its way into Kashimo's arm. Kashimo didn't realize, but the blood itself was still sending miniature cleaves, slashing Kashimo's arms, digging into it until it was going to eventually fall off. It was as if the blood was alive, even off of Yuji's body. Kashimo would then curse to himself, realizing that he may have to use his mythical amber beast form, even though he only wanted to use it on Sukuna. Kashimo would then laugh and say that he refuses to allow himself to die before he gets the chance to fight Sukuna. Yuji wouldn't say anything though, as he would be completely locked onto Kashimo. He would rush in again, beginning hand-to-hand combat with Kashimo, this time having the complete upper hand, due to one of Kashimo's arms being almost taken out of commission. Kashimo would then say that he can't afford to be hit by one of Yuji's attacks again, and that he'll simply have to dodge, because even if he blocks, each attack is still deadly in its own. Yuji would send blow after blow, with Kashimo barely dodging each blow in time. Yuji would then swing a left, Kashimo dodging backwards, realizing that Yuji had overextended. He would attempt to follow up, trying to finally attack Yuji where he could. Just then, Kashimo would throw his left, striking Yuji in the arm. As he would punch, blood would splatter off of Yuji's arm, splattering onto Kashimo. However, Kashimo would be confused. Why wasn't the blood armor hard? Just then, Yuji would use blood manipulation, using blood meteorite to explode the blood that had landed on top of Kashimo. Kashimo would take a large amount of damage, but he had accumulated enough electricity again, realizing that the blood wasn't hardened, would send electricity straight towards Yuji, as blood was a good conductor and Yuji was encapsulated by it. This one attack should take out Yuji. As the lightning strike would come straight towards Yuji, Yuji would reach out his hand. As the lightning strike would hit his hand, it would blast off his entire arm. As Kashimo would laugh, he would then tell Yuji that it's checkmate. But to Kashimo's surprise, Yuji would simply regrow his arm without any effort at all, rushing back at Kashimo once more, hitting him with a devastating combo. Yuji would send a flurry of rapid fire punches towards Kashimo's face, with each strike using cleave, slashing at Kashimo's face over and over. Yuji would then deliver a powerful right straight punch, connecting straight towards Kashimo's torso, hitting him with a strong black flash. This would cause Kashimo to cough up blood, as well as sending cleaves throughout Kashimo's entire body, as well as sending the blood manipulation through all of them. The black flash was simply too much for Kashimo. He wasn't expecting to be hit with one, especially this late into the battle. as Kashimo's entire body would be riddled with cleaves and all of his wounds seep with Yuji's blood manipulation, with miniature cleaves digging throughout his entire body. Kashimo was at wit's end. Kashimo would scream out that he wasn't done yet and that he still had to fight Sukuna, but Yuji would say no and that enough was enough. He's ending it here. He would tell Kashimo that he should have went all out. The second Yuji transformed, the battle was over. The second Yuji realized what he was doing wrong, Kashimo lost. Yuji would then send a dismantle that had a lining of blood manipulation onto it, straight towards Kashimo. It would slash at his body, and Yuji's blood that was currently inside of Kashimo would then begin to explode, as if it was a chain attack. The second the dismantle would connect with Kashimo, each individual blood that was already sending miniature cleaves throughout Kashimo's body would then begin to explode, causing larger cleaves to go throughout Kashimo's body, shredding the entirety of his insides, causing Kashimo to collapse and die on the spot. Yuji would begin to laugh as he would deactivate flowing red scale stack and then deactivate his transformation. Yuji would simply smile and say that he knows what he wants to do now. Yuji figured out he was only being a copy of Sukuna. Having his whole ideals be switched around, he would come up with a form that was effective only for him. After the fight with Kashimo, Sukuna would be inside of Yuji's head smiling ear to ear, unironically being nothing but proud at the boy. Yuji would tell himself that he knew what his next step was. He was going to help the Jujutsu sorcerers find Angel in order for them to unseal Gojo. But for them to do this, they would need to make a deal with him. So he was going to need to find them. Yuji was already tired from all of his fights, so he was going to lay low this time and attempt to find the students before anybody else could. Yuji would attempt to regroup with Urame. As they were lingering around, waiting for Yuji to finish doing whatever he wanted, Sukuna told Urame to lay back until Yuji seemed like he was at death's door. That's the only time they would have been able to jump in. Otherwise, leave Yuji alone and let him deal with his own problems. They would have been sitting back watching Yuji, as just then, Yuji would close in on Urame. Yuji would tell Urame that he's going to go find the other students and help them unseal Gojo Satoru. They would ask Yuji, isn't that a bad idea? Yuji would tell Urame that it probably was a bad idea. However, he owes them, so he's going to help them this one time. Yuji would feel bad because he kind of had to kill Megami's sister. Sukuna would butt in and say that Yuji shouldn't feel bad at all, and that wasn't Megami's sister anymore. It was simply a leech from the past that Sukuna needed to get rid of. So he would tell Yuji not to worry about it and don't let it dawdle on his soul. Yuji would thank Sukuna and say that he knows. Yuji would then tell Urame that they need to group with him. They were going to go together in order to find the students. Yuji was kind of tired from fighting this whole time, and that he kind of needs Urame's help to go around. Urame would say that they guessed they could help Yuji, having a nasty look on their face. Yuji would ask Urame what the face was for, as Urame would tell Yuji to mind his business. Sukuna would laugh and tell the two to cut it out. They both need to focus on their current objective. Yuji and Urame would go around the colony searching for the students. As just then, they would be confused. There would be numerous army trucks coming in and out of the colony. They would be jumping from roof to roof. Yuji would ask Urame, do they know what those guys are here for? They would tell Yuji that they have no idea, and that it was probably something Kenjaku was planning. Yuji would tell Urame that they need to pick up the pace then. They would jump around the city, but just then, Yuji would spot a group of sorcerers running. It would be them. He would see Megami, Nobara, Junpei, and one other sorcerer with a halo over their head, and some old guy. You can only assume that the one with the halo above their head was Angel, so he would be relieved that they had found them. The only thing now then was to help the group unseal Gojo Satoru. Yuji and Urame would follow the group from afar, staying on top of the buildings, watching them, as Megami and the group would go into a building to hide themselves from the non-sorcerers, as Yuji would tell Urame to follow him as they were going to go into the building and try to communicate with them. Urame would make a face and ask do they really have to go. Sukuna would tell Urame to suck it up and just go with Yuji, as they would let off a long sigh and say that only since Sukuna told them to go, they would go. Both Yuji and Urame would head inside of the building, trying to find Megami and the others. As they would go throughout the building, Yuji would finally see the group, as they were sitting there waiting, discussing on what they were going to do next. Yuji would walk forward, as Megami would get on guard, along with everybody else. Megami would get ready and summon Shikigami, but Yuji would hold out his hands and ask Megami what the problem is. He's only here to help them, so they all need to calm down. Megami would be upset. He would scream at Yuji and say that he killed Sumiki, and that he has no right to be here with him. Yuji would get upset at Megami as well, saying that he would have died if he didn't defend himself in that moment. He had to summon Sukuna, otherwise he would have died, and then what? Megami would have sat there, stunned on what to say. He knew that Yuji was right. Yuji would continue to go on. He didn't mean to kill his sister, and it didn't matter in the first place. That wasn't his sister, not anymore at least. Whatever Kenjaku did to his sister before the culling games even started caused her to become the person that she was. She wasn't your sister from the second the culling games had started. You just can't accept the fact that your sister was no longer here. Megami would get even more pissed off and walk up to Yuji, butting heads with him. He would be angrily asking Yuji what did he say. Yuji would butt heads back with Megami and tell him not to be upset simply because he's weak and he couldn't do anything. Megami would laugh and say that that was rich coming from someone who relies on nothing but Sukuna. Nobara and Junpei would try to calm Megami down, as Urami would be laughing, hyping up Yuji. Yuji would tell Megami, if he recalls it, the last time him and Megami fought, Megami was severely outclassed by him, and that's before he unlocked any kind of technique. He would also tell Megami if he didn't recall, the only reason Sukuna had to be summoned was because his sister, or whoever the hell it was, put a spear through his heart. He would then tell Megami to remember that he came to him for help, and that Yuji's only trying to return the favor. But if this is how it's going to go, Yuji's not going to help them at all. Nobara would tell Yuji to not be rash and that they could still figure things out. She would tell Megami to calm down and that they need Yuji in order to go about their next plans. Megami would say that he doesn't need Yuji and that they could do everything on their own from now on. He would tell Nobara that they found Angel by themselves and that's all they need because they have the back of the prison realm. They were going to free Gojo by themselves and take down Kenjaku by themselves. Yuji would then say that Kenjaku is his and his alone. He would tell the group that they could free Gojo all on their own. However, Kenjaku was his. Whatever Kenjaku was trying to do, whatever Kenjaku was planning, it didn't matter. Yuji was going to kill him. That blood was on Yuji's hands, no one else's. Yuji would tell the whole group that the last time he recalled, he told them not to get in his way. And he still stands by that. He would tell Megami that if he intended on getting in his way, he'd better tell him right now. The tension in the room would then rise, as both Yuji and Arame would be on guard, ready for their sorcerers to attack, as the sorcerers would be on guard as well, waiting for Yuji and Arame to attack. Just then, Angel would speak up and ask everyone if they could please calm down. She would tell Megami that it's okay that he's angry because his sister is dead, but at the same time, Yuji has a point. Whoever that was not Megami's sister anymore, no matter how much Megami wants to look at it. She was taken over by a sorcerer in the past, and there was nothing that Megami could do. She attacked Yuji, and Yuji promptly defended himself. Even though Sukuna was summoned, and his sister had failed because of it, it wasn't necessarily Yuji's fault. Nobody knew what was going on, so you can't be so quick to blame Yuji. Megami would sit there, still being upset. He would then ask, why did Tsumiki have to die? Yuji would then butt in and say that it was nobody but Kenjaku's fault, so don't go trying to put the blame on him. Kenjaku was the one who started all of this, which is why I want to be the one to end it with Kenjaku. Megami would stare at Yuji, realizing why he said Kenjaku's blood was on his hand. Yuji would then apologize, saying that he's sorry for getting upset, and he's sorry for killing his sister, but there was really nothing he could do. It was either Yuji was going to die or his sister was going to die. Either way, Yuji chose to live, and unfortunately his sister had died because of it. But Yuji isn't the one he should be shifting the blame on. It's Kenjaku. So instead of butting heads, they need to put their heads together. Megami would ball his fist up and be upset, but he knew Yuji and Angel were right. Megami would drop to his knees and apologize, saying that he's sorry for getting upset at Yuji. He just didn't know who else to take it out on. Yuji would say that it's okay, and that he kinda understands. Yuji would then tell Megami to get up, and that they need to make their next move. He would tell everybody that after they unseal Gojo Satoru, he would no longer help them ever again. Yuji decided, when he killed Kenjaku, he was going to fulfill his promise he made to Sukuna. He was going to find the rest of his fingers, and then after everything was done with Sukuna, he was going to explore the world, getting as strong as he can, so he could come back to Japan and change how Jujutsu Society as itself works. He would say that he was going to be the quote-unquote next Sukuna, ruling with strength but not by fear. Arame would laugh at the fact that Yuji believed that he was going to be the next Sukuna, but Sukuna would simply smile inside of Yuji's head. Just then, the small brief moment of happiness was interrupted as the military would rush into the room. However, Arame would be the first one to act. Seeing as the military was about to shoot them all, they would use their curse technique, creating a frost calm, as it would flash over the military combatants, freezing all of them in an instant. Megumi would then look over at Urarame, saying that it was a good thing that they didn't engage with them, seeing as they could have instantly taken out all of them without Yuji even doing anything. Yuji would then walk over to one of the military combatants, who wasn't completely frozen over. He would then ask them what exactly are they doing here and who are they working for. Yuji would then transform himself into a more monstrous state. He would then ask the soldier again, who are you working for and why are you here? Everyone could feel the malice off of Yuji's transformation, with Megumi doubling down, saying that he's glad they didn't get into a fight. The soldier would then say that he doesn't know much and he's simply a grunt. However, he overheard higher-ups talking about how they were going to turn cursed energy into a renewable resource. Megumi would be confused, because he knows that the Jujutsu higher-ups are far too prideful to popularize sorcery. Megumi would then think to himself and realize that this was probably something Kenjaku had planned, if anything. He was probably baiting the soldiers in here to be slaughtered by cursed spirits, in order to fill the colonies with even more cursed energy to complete the merger with Tengen. That would mean that the Culling Games themselves were hiding Kenjaku's true intentions altogether. Megumi would ask Yuji if he would help them save some of the soldiers, as they don't need the soldiers needlessly dying for Kenjaku's stupid plan. However, Angel would say that they refuse to drag Hana into unnecessary fighting, and say that the Tokyo colony already has enough cursed energy. Megumi would then say that they might need to spread out then. Yuji would then interrupt Megumi and say that he needs to focus on freeing Gojo Satoru. They have Angel and the back of the prison realm, so why are they dawdling? They need to go unseal Gojo Satoru, and Yuji will head on his way to go find Kenjaku. Him and Urarame would go and find Kenjaku and take care of him. While the group goes and unseals Gojo, everything will be fine. Sukuna would then butt in and tell Yuji that he's not prepared to take on Kenjaku at all. Yuji is strong, sure, but Kenjaku is on a whole nother level. He would tell Yuji that he shouldn't rely on Sukuna's power alone. Sukuna could easily kill Kenjaku, however, this is something that Yuji wants to do, so he needs to gain the strength to do so. He would then tell Urarame to prepare a bath for Yuji. Yuji would be confused, asking Sukuna what the bath was, as Sukuna would say it was simply a way to help him gain more control over his cursed energy. It would give him more access to Sukuna's techniques as well. Urarame would be concerned, asking Sukuna is that really something that he wanted. Sukuna would smile and say that he plans on staying here for a while, so he would tell Urarame not to worry and to just simply do as he says. He would then cut another deal with Yuji. He would tell Yuji to speak with him inside of his innate domain. As Yuji would sit to the side, he would then begin to close his eyes as he would enter Sukuna's innate domain. Him and Sukuna would begin to speak. Sukuna would tell Yuji that he very much enjoys being inside of Yuji's body. Even though he is only a host, he gets to gain control from time to time and do what he wants. And Yuji doesn't view him as some kind of monster, but simply a purpose. And Sukuna respects that. He also respects that Yuji is simply one that wants to gain strength. Yuji's whole purpose is to gain strength and change the way that Jujutsu society works as a whole. And Sukuna respects that the most out of everything. He would then tell Yuji that when he gets all 20 of Sukuna's fingers, he does not need to worry about transferring him to a different body. He enjoys staying inside of Yuji's body. And based off Yuji's biology, Yuji will probably live for another 300 years or so, seeing as he's half cursed right now. Yuji would be shocked hearing that. As long as Yuji is able to give Sukuna control from time to time, he wouldn't mind staying inside of Yuji's body. Yuji would ask Sukuna, is that really okay? He created a vow with Sukuna and said that he was going to give him a new body. Sukuna would then ask Yuji, what body could he actually provide for him even if he were to do it? Yuji would sit there and be dumbfounded because he finally realized, even if he got all 20 fingers, he doesn't believe that there will be one single person that will willingly allow Sukuna to dwell inside of them. Maybe Urarame, but they don't count. He would then ask Sukuna, is this really something that he wanted to do? Sukuna would say that he doesn't mind living for another 400 years with someone who has almost the same ideals as him. And again, as long as Yuji allows Sukuna to come out from time to time, everything should be alright. Yuji would say that he agrees. Sukuna would then tell Yuji that he was going to tell Urarame so they would understand, so he wouldn't have to break the news and they go back and forth like they usually do. Yuji would then say that he thanks Sukuna, but Sukuna would immediately cut him off, telling Yuji that he knows what he told him about that. Yuji would scratch his head and apologize, as he would leave Sukuna's innate domain, just to see everybody staring at him. They would ask Yuji what was going on, and what did Sukuna want with him. Yuji would tell them not to worry about anything, and that he was going to leave with Urami a little bit in order to take the bath like Sukuna told him to. Once Yuji was finished with the bath, he was going to go after Kenjaku. They would plan everything accordingly. The Jujutsu sorcerers were going to attempt to save as many soldiers as they could in order to thwart Kenjaku's plans. They needed to delay them for as long as they could for Yuji to take the bath. It was going to take exactly a month for Yuji, so in the meantime, the Jujutsu sorcerers would train themselves, get as strong as they could within this month, while also unsealing Gojo Satoru in that time. They would denounce the plan to Gojo, as Gojo will primarily be used for cleanup for everything else, and Yuji would take on Kenjaku. As everything would be set up, some time would pass, and Urame would have created the bath for Yuji. As Yuji would then ask Sukuna once again, is this sure this is something he wants to do? With Urame asking the same thing. Urame would ask Sukuna, wouldn't this bath technically suppress Sukuna even further into Yuji's consciousness? With Sukuna saying that yes, it probably will. However, since him and Yuji are technically coexisting, it gives Yuji more access to his own cursed energy. While at the same time, Yuji is still able to give me control from time to time. So everything will be okay. Neither of you need to worry. Urame would take a deep breath and say that they hope that Sukuna is right. Yuji would then prepare himself as he would enter the bath and submerge himself completely. Sukuna would tell Yuji to simply concentrate and that Urame would take care of the rest for him. As the month would pass, the Jujutsu sorcerers would do exactly as they planned. They would help as many soldiers as they could, as well as unsealing Gojo Satoru with the help of Angel. However, there was one backside to unsealing Gojo Satoru. He would be unsealed at the bottom of the Marina Trench as he would get out and teleport straight to Kenjaku. Since there was no Sukuna, Gojo was free to do whatever he wanted. Gojo would stare down Kenjaku. He would then ask Kenjaku to give him one reason that he shouldn't kill him right here and now. Kenjaku would laugh, having a nervous sweat go down his face, saying that he didn't believe that Gojo was going to be able to get out of the unsealing. He was pretty sure he was going to die, but lo and behold, Gojo's the strongest for a reason. He would then tell Gojo that he has a bunch of plans in play, so that even if Kenjaku is to die right here, there are numerous sorcerers and cursed spirits that are still out in the world. The sorcerers will continue on Kenjaku's ideals. Gojo would then say that's still not a good enough of a reason for me not to kill you right here. Kenjaku would then tell Gojo that regardless of if he dies or not, their merger will still continue, as long as all those non-sorcerers that he sent inside of the colonies will continue to be killed by cursed spirits. More cursed energy will fill up the colonies, and once every single colony is filled with cursed energy, the merger will begin. And since Sukuna is still alive, the game will go on for as long as he lives. Gojo would then realize, well, if he's able to take out all the cursed spirits before they could generate enough energy in order to fill all of the colonies, then what will Kenjaku do? Gojo would then laugh and say that there's probably someone else who wants a hand at him anyway, so he'll allow him to live for now. He was going to go check on his students, and if anything happened to them, Kenjaku would be the first person to hear about it. Gojo would then say, why don't they set up an appointment? And if Kenjaku doesn't come, he'll just find him and kill him anyway. Kenjaku would let off a nervous laugh, realizing the predicament he was in exactly. Sukuna wasn't on his side, and neither was Yuji. Nothing was going the way that he wanted it to go anymore, and everything was falling apart. The plan that he made for thousands of years was crumbling at the seams, and all because Sukuna decided to change a new leaf. He would be confused. Why would the Sukuna want to team up with a brat like Yuji? It simply didn't make any sense to him at all. Nothing was making sense to Kenjaku anymore, so he would reluctantly agree with Gojo, saying that they can make a date. However, Gojo would then say that it probably won't be him there. There's someone else that wants your head. He would then make the date, saying that he was going to have his last day on Earth on December 24th, inside of Shinjuku, and if Kenjaku didn't show up, he was going to die regardless anyway, so he might as well make it worth his while. Kenjaku would laugh and ask Gojo does he really want to take the time and give Kenjaku more time to plan out his win. Gojo would confidently say that it doesn't matter what Kenjaku does actually. Even if Kenjaku somehow comes out on top with whoever's going to fight him, Gojo is still there, and he knows he'll kill him. Kenjaku couldn't say anything to that because he knew Gojo was right. He would then tell Kenjaku good luck and that he'll definitely be needing it. With Gojo teleporting away and Kenjaku dropping down, taking a deep breath, relieved that he gets some more time to live and plan some more things. As Gojo would then appear where his students were, they would be surprised to see him, as they would celebrate the unsealing of Gojo Satoru, with Gojo telling them that they need to get together and figure some things out. Gojo told the group that on the 24th of December, Kenjaku would be there at Shinjuku, and that he's betting everything on Yuji. The students would be surprised at the fact that Gojo was able to know what their plan was already, but Gojo would be confused on what plan they were talking about. He just wanted to have a bit of fun with Kenjaku. They would all look dumbfounded, realizing that Gojo is still Gojo. Gojo would then ask the group, where exactly is Yuji? As the group would then explain to Gojo that Yuji was taking something called a bath. Megumi would explain to Gojo that Sukuna told Yuji that it would make him stronger. Gojo would then laugh and say that Sukuna is helping out Yuji. Now isn't that a twist? Gojo didn't expect the King of Curses himself to help someone like Yuji out, or anyone at all in that matter. Gojo would then laugh and say that he knew Yuji was a weird case. It's a shame that he doesn't want to join Jujutsu High School. He would be an amazing student, seeing as he learned everything that he did on his own, with the help of Sukuna of course. As the month would pass, Yuji would finally re-emerge from the bath. Yuji could feel it. There was a ton of malice in his cursed energy before, but now it was on a whole different level. And on top of that, the control of his cursed energy was even more fine. Even without using his cursed energy, he could feel it. Everything was flowing through his body perfectly. It was like he was one with his own cursed energy. Orame would then tell Yuji to put on some clothes, as they had prepared clothes for Yuji when he was able to re-emerge from the bath. Yuji would have the same get-up that Sukuna had, after Orame prepared the bath for him as well. Yuji would then call out for Sukuna. Sukuna would simply say he was still there and not to worry. He knew everything was going to be fine. Yuji would then take a sigh of relief. Orame would then butt in and say that while Yuji was inside of his bath, they found 3 more fingers for Yuji to ingest. However, they couldn't find the last one. Sukuna would tell Orame that it was okay and that they would be able to make up the finger with Sukuna's mummified remains. Yuji would make a disgusted face, asking Sukuna does he really have to eat his mummified remains. Sukuna would tell Yuji stop being such a baby and that it's for him to get stronger. Yuji would let off a long sigh and say whatever. Yuji would then take the 3 fingers and eat them, with the fingers giving him even more cursed energy. As they would be preparing to head towards Sukuna's mummified remains, Yuji would begin to plan with Orame. He would say that they need to regroup with the Jujutsu High students in order to discuss the rest of their plans with him. Now that Yuji was out of the bath, he was going to head straight towards Kenjaku, and he's pretty sure that they had unsealed Gojo Satoru. Orame would confirm this, telling Yuji that they indeed did unseal Gojo Satoru. They could feel his cursed presence while they were tending to Yuji. Yuji would say, well, that's good, as Yuji would then consume the rest of Sukuna's mummified remains, equaling him out to 20 fingers. Yuji could then feel it, the peak of his power. He was in his perfect state now. He's pretty sure the only people that could stop him were Sukuna and Gojo Satoru. Anyone else, Yuji would easily be able to take them on. Just then, Yuji would make his way towards the Jujutsu High School students. As Yuji would be nearing them, they could feel it, the malice in his cursed energy and the amount of cursed energy that he had. It was almost 5 times what he had originally. What could that bath have possibly done for Yuji to do that? He would then walk over to the group with Orame by his side, as Gojo would be there scanning Yuji up and down. Gojo would then tell Yuji that he's gotten pretty strong since the last time he saw him. Yuji would simply smile and say that he's been training a lot, so it paid off a bunch. Gojo would then have a serious look on his face. He would then ask Yuji, does he plan on taking on Kenjaku alone by himself? Yuji would say yes, he does, and that he doesn't want them to get in the way. Gojo would then smile and say good, because he has a planned date for both him and Kenjaku. Yuji would have a confused look on his face. He was going to go take on Kenjaku at this current moment in time. But Gojo would tell him that instead of that, their final battle would be on December 24th. Yuji would be confused as why Gojo would set the date so far away. It was only a little bit in the middle of November. Why so far away? He would then tell Yuji that he wants to train with him just a little bit. He wants to see just how strong he's gotten exactly, and see if he's actually ready to take on Kenjaku. Yuji would have a dumbfounded look on his face and ask Gojo is that really what he wanted to do. He planned the date that far just to see how strong Yuji was. Isn't that kind of stupid? Gojo would then tell Yuji that everything would be alright, because he's still around. He is the strongest after all. Sukuna would then generate a mouth on Yuji's cheek and begin to laugh. He would then tell Gojo that it's bold of him to say that while Sukuna is around. Gojo would then laugh and say that of course he could say that. He wouldn't want to compare himself to a dusty old man. Sukuna would get irritated and say that he wasn't going to let Gojo bother him with his childish remarks. Sukuna would tell Gojo that if it ever came down to it, Sukuna would be able to win against Gojo effortlessly, so he needn't get too cocky. Gojo would then tell Sukuna, after everything is said and done, why don't they go at it for a match and see exactly who's the strongest? Sukuna would laugh and say that he would love to do that. Yuji would tell both of them to cut it out and that they need to get serious. Gojo would then laugh and say that he's sorry about that, but For the next month, Yuji would be training with Gojo in order to fight his battle on the 24th of December. He was going to make sure Yuji was strong enough in order to defeat Kenjaku. He was going to push Yuji to new limits, and he wasn't going to hold back on Yuji at all, so he'd better be prepared. Yuji would smile and say that he was absolutely ready. He couldn't wait to kill Kenjaku after everything Kenjaku had done to him and everybody else. Kenjaku practically ruined his life and molded him into something he didn't even want to be. He was going to make sure Kenjaku paid the price. Gojo had told Yuji that within the month, on December 24th, he would then fight Kenjaku. Yuji wondered why it was so far away, but Gojo would just say that he was going to train him for that month to make sure Yuji was absolutely ready to fight Kenjaku. Yuji would ask Gojo, was this actually even necessary? As Gojo would simply tell Yuji, he only wants to know where he stands, and to give him a couple of pointers just before he got into his battle. He would also remind Yuji that Kenjaku wasn't more of a hand-to-hand fighter like him. Kenjaku was going to use sneaky tactics and do anything he could to beat Yuji, so he had to be prepared. And on top of that, he's given another month to prepare, knowing exactly who he'll be fighting anyway. Yuji would then sigh and say, would it not be smarter for him to go and fight Kenjaku now, instead of giving him an entire month to prepare? Gojo would stare off at Yuji and just shrug his shoulders. This is when Yuji would say to himself, this is exactly why he refuses to join the Jujutsu Sorcerers. But seeing as Gojo was still trying to get him stronger, he wasn't just going to let this chance go by. Gojo would tell Yuji that he wants him to attack him with everything that he's got. Gojo won't use Infinity, he simply wants Yuji to attack him. Yuji would cock back his fist, charging his fist with cursed energy. Gojo would scan Yuji up and down. He would realize Yuji's cursed energy control is absolutely amazing. Yuji was no longer that boy he was when Gojo first met him. Gojo would only smile as Yuji would throw his punch. Gojo would throw up his hand, blocking Yuji's attack. However, he would notice something about Yuji's cursed energy. As it connected with his hand, Gojo would notice tiny cuts along his hand where Yuji had struck. He would then look at Yuji and tell him that he thought he asked him to not hold back at all. Yuji would look up shocked and tell Gojo that he didn't want to hurt him after all. Gojo would say that it was fine and that he could go all out if he wanted to. Yuji would ask Gojo if he was absolutely sure. Gojo would simply put a big thumbs up and smile, telling Yuji that everything was a-okay. Yuji would then cock his fist back again, putting the max amount of cursed energy that he could into this attack. Gojo would notice the difference almost immediately. Yuji's cursed energy control was still absolutely phenomenal. Yuji would send the strike straight towards Gojo's hand, but this time it would be faster and stronger. As it would connect, Gojo could feel his hand being shredded. The second Yuji's fist connected with Gojo's hand, his cursed energy would have caused small slices to go all across Gojo's arms. Gojo would think to himself that the cuts themselves weren't deep. However, if the effect were to stack and Yuji were to hit you numerous times in the same place, it would only shred deeper and deeper. Gojo would smile, using reverse curse technique on his hand. But then, Gojo would realize something even more. Yuji's cursed energy sliced into his hands, but even while he was using reverse curse technique, it was as if the lingering cursed energy on his hand was still digging into him while he was trying to heal, slowing down the healing. Gojo would let off a big smile and tell Yuji that he didn't expect this out of him, and he can't believe how strong he's gotten in such a short amount of time. Gojo would then tell Yuji that he's going to train him for this entire month on how to effectively use his cursed energy trait, as well as attempt to teach him how to open a domain. If not a domain, at least something along the lines of that. He would tell Yuji to get ready because he wasn't going to take it easy on Yuji at all. For the entire month, Gojo would do nothing but push Yuji even harder, making sure his body was ready for the fight, seeing as he was sitting in a bath for a month. He didn't want Yuji to get any kind of rust on him. The day before the 24th of December, Gojo would tell Yuji that they were finally done training, and that today he needed rest because he had a big day tomorrow. Yuji would ask Gojo what exactly was he going to do with the other students, with Gojo saying they were going to attempt to clean up as many curses as they can. The entire time Yuji has been training, Megami and the others have been doing cursed spirit cleanup, as well as saving as many people as they can, so that there wouldn't be enough cursed energy generating within the barriers. Gojo would then tell Yuji that he's going to leave him to it now. He would tell Yuji to think about what he's going to do and how he's going to go about it. He would remind Yuji that Kenjaku is cunning and would do absolutely anything to get the win.
Yuji would say that he knows and that he'll do anything in order to kill Kenjaku. This battle meant absolutely everything to Yuji. As Gojo would leave the room, Sukuna would open a mouth on Yuji's side, asking Yuji if he was absolutely ready. Yuji would say that he doesn't really have a choice now. Sukuna would ask Yuji if he was scared, with Yuji saying that he wasn't scared. However, he had to go through all these preparations to only be even to Kenjaku. Yuji believed he was extremely strong back then. On top of the world, it was only when Kenjaku had started the culling games he was able to see where he actually stood in the world of Jujutsu. Yuji would then tell Sukuna that this battle was more than just about killing Kenjaku. Everything was behind this, all of his emotions, everything. The only reason Yuji was able to live the life he was able to live was because of Kenjaku. Kenjaku planted that finger, which allowed the cursed spirits to run rampant inside of the orphanage. That moment allowed Yuji to unlock his cursed energy, which also allowed him to enter a world where things were even more exciting. It was something that Yuji was searching for his entire life, and Kenjaku allowed that to happen for him. However, at the same time, Kenjaku destroyed everything Yuji was fighting for, molded his brain into thinking that it was the Jujutsu sorcerer's fault for everything happening. Although he knows Yuta Okotu killed his teacher, it was simply because Yuta was protecting his ideals, and Geto simply fell because Yuta was stronger. However, it was after that moment, Kenjaku took over his teacher's body and planted in Yuji's mind seeds of doubt and attempted to turn him against everything, with Yuji wondering and asking Sukuna, what does he think would have happened if Yuji would have continued going down the path with Kenjaku? Would things be different? And would Yuji be where he's at right now? Sukuna would simply tell Yuji that he shouldn't be thinking about things like that, and that he should only be thinking about the choices that he made and where he's at now. He would tell Yuji that he was at the point he was at now simply because he found his own path and didn't follow someone else. The only reason he's here right now is simply because Yuji decided to follow himself and go after strength for himself and not because someone else told him to. If Yuji wasn't following the path that he was on currently right now, Sukuna wouldn't be here. Sukuna wouldn't have told Yuji to take the path, and Sukuna would not have helped Yuji at all in the slightest. He would tell Yuji to stand proud because he is strong, and the strength that he's gotten is from himself and no one else alone. And Yuji would smile as Sukuna would tell the boy to get some rest because tomorrow he has a big day ahead of him. Yuji wouldn't say it out loud, but inside of his head, he would thank Sukuna. As December 24th would come around, the tensions would be at an all-time high, and Yuji would be walking with Urame by his side. Gojo would tell Yuji that him and Kenjaku were set to meet in Shinjuku. Yuji would have a serious look on his face, ready to die for his ideals, and ready to kill Kenjaku for everything he's ever done to him. Just then, Megami would walk over to Yuji. Looking Yuji straight in the eye, he would tell Yuji, "Show the Jujutsu world that you're strong, and don't die." And Yuji would look at Megami, and simply give off a smile. "You know I have to come back and keep you in your place, so I can't die just yet." As Yuji would continue walking on, everyone would tell Yuji good luck and to not die. As Yuji would get to Gojo, as he would tell Yuji he was going to teleport him there, and that they were all going to be watching his fight. And when he kills Kenjaku, he'd better be prepared to fight even harder, because since Kenjaku has cursed spirit manipulation, once he dies, the cursed spirits inside of his body will be released all at once. The second that happens, Gojo will attempt to get as many sorcerers as he can to where Yuji is, to help him out and defeat all of the cursed spirits. And then Yuji could rest and they can do cleanup. Yuji would nod his head as Gojo would tell him to grab onto him. Yuji would place his hand on Gojo's shoulder as they would teleport right into the middle of Shinjuku, where Kenjaku would be sitting there waiting. Kenjaku would stare at Yuji and realize this is what Gojo meant. Someone else would want his head. Kenjaku would simply let off a slight chuckle. He would look at Gojo and tell him, "Is this the person you had in mind? If so, I'm not worried about anything." Yuji's eye would twitch, realizing that Kenjaku took him for some kind of joke. Gojo would laugh and tell Kenjaku that he shouldn't be so cocky, because even if Yuji were to die here today, Kenjaku is still going to die regardless. Kenjaku would simply laugh and say that they'll see about that. He would tell Gojo that he shouldn't have given him a month to prepare, because things are looking brighter for Kenjaku. Kenjaku would begin to stand up, as Yuji would be doing nothing but staring darts into Kenjaku's soul. Gojo would then place his hand on Yuji's shoulder, as he would tell Yuji to not let Kenjaku get in his head. and that he can 100% win this. Yuji, without even looking at Gojo, would say that he knows, as Gojo would teleport away. Kenjaku would then begin to laugh and ask Yuji, is this exactly what he wanted? Kenjaku would tell Yuji that even if he were to somehow kill him today, there will be someone else to carry out his will. Yuji would tell Kenjaku to shut up and that he wasn't here to talk to him. Yuji would simply transform his body, going into his cursed form, as Kenjaku would have a shocked look on his face. He had never seen this from Yuji. He had seen the four-armed form from before, however, this was something else entirely. Yuji would waste no time. He would sprint straight in, as Kenjaku was expecting this. Kenjaku would summon a couple of cursed spirits, as well as one on the floor. Yuji, noticing the cursed spirit on the floor, would simply jump over it, attempting to land an attack on Kenjaku. Yuji would swing his leg, however, another cursed spirit would jump in the way of Yuji's attack, slamming into the cursed spirit, shredding it on impact. Kenjaku would be surprised yet again. That was at least a grade 1 cursed spirit, and Yuji was able to effortlessly defeat it just like that. Kenjaku would begin to smile, saying that he couldn't be any more proud of his son. Yuji would get angered by this comment. Yuji would land on the ground and scream at Kenjaku, saying that he wasn't his son. Sprinting in once more, they would begin hand-to-hand combat. Realizing off that one cursed spirit alone, Kenjaku would have to use cursed spirits as body armor in order to negate the effects of Yuji's cursed energy trait. However, at the same time, Kenjaku would realize that this may not be effective, seeing as Yuji just might be able to run through his collection of cursed spirits. Eventually, he will run out of lower grade cursed spirits and have to use the higher ones. He didn't want it to come down to that, so he would have to figure out something sooner than later. However, Yuji would simply continue his assault. Realizing that Kenjaku was going to use his cursed spirits as armor, he was going to play along. He would send a punch, hoping Kenjaku would block it, and Kenjaku would do exactly that. However, instead of simply just punching using his cursed energy, he would use cleave along with the punch, with the initial impact of the punch blowing the cursed spirit to smithereens. The cleave would travel through the cursed spirit, connecting with Kenjaku's arm. Kenjaku would smile, realizing that Yuji is already adapting to what he's doing, so he would have to switch it up, kicking it up a couple of notches already. Kenjaku would then summon multiple centipede-like cursed spirits and wrap them around his arms, as Yuji would attempt to do the same thing. However, just as Yuji's strike would connect, Kenjaku would throw his hands up, causing the centipede-like cursed spirit to fly straight at Yuji. Yuji would be forced to slap the cursed spirit out of the way. However, Kenjaku would capitalize off this, closing the distance between himself and Yuji. Grabbing his arm, he would pull him forward and strike Yuji in the face. However, Yuji would simply attempt to use cleave on Kenjaku's arm, the one that he had grabbed Yuji with. But Kenjaku was already one step ahead, using another centipede-like cursed spirit to wrap around his arm, as instead of connecting with Kenjaku's arm, it would connect with the centipede, shredding the centipede as Kenjaku would go forward with another punch, striking Yuji straight in his gut. This would push Yuji back, as Kenjaku would summon even more centipede-like curses, throwing them all at Yuji. Yuji would stomp his feet into the ground, bracing for impact, as the cursed spirits would crash into Yuji, beginning to skid off his blood-like armor. Kenjaku would begin to laugh, sprinting at Yuji, saying that if this was all he had, he was in for trouble. It took a month for Yuji to still be weak. He was absolutely pathetic. Yuji wouldn't say anything at all and simply concentrate, remembering what Gojo said and not letting Kenjaku get to his head. As Kenjaku would be in front of Yuji again, Kenjaku would attempt to throw another attack. However, Yuji would parry his attack, pushing it to the side. He would then stomp on the ground using cleave, causing the area around Kenjaku to be uneven. Using blood manipulation, Yuji would then use flowing red scale stacking it on top of his transformation. As Kenjaku would attempt to back up, the footing below him would begin to crumble. As Yuji would rush forward, Kenjaku would attempt to throw a jab at Yuji. However, Yuji would grab it, pulling Kenjaku in and throwing 2 quick jabs at his face, with each attack having the cursed energy trait digging into Kenjaku's skin. Kenjaku would then think to himself, realizing that Yuji's cursed energy trait was troubling because it required him to use reverse curse technique. However, at the same time, the cuts themselves wouldn't just heal off regular reverse curse technique. He would have to constantly use it for the technique to dispel itself. It wasn't effective for Kenjaku because he would be running through his cursed energy supply. However, if he were to leave the strikes there, over time, if Yuji were to strike the same spot, the effects of the strike would stack up, leaving Kenjaku even more vulnerable. Kenjaku would kiss his teeth and say that he didn't want to have to pull this card early, but he doesn't have a choice. As Yuji would rush forward, Kenjaku would then use his anti-gravity technique reversal, slamming Yuji onto the ground. He would laugh and say that he was wrong to underestimate Yuji. Yuji is strong in his own right. However, Kenjaku has been planning for this for a whole month. He knew if it wasn't Gojo that was going to be the one to kill him, it was probably Yuji. So he was making preparations in order. He just didn't expect Yuji to be this strong altogether. Yuji would be on the ground attempting to push himself up, just barely being able to pull himself up. Kenjaku would be even more surprised, realizing that Yuji was actually a problem, and that he needed to finish this immediately. Kenjaku would then stop using the reversal technique of the gravity manipulation and begin to use it regularly, sending Yuji upward. Yuji, already pushing himself upward, would begin to fly straight up, being caught off guard by the sudden change in gravity. With Yuji pushing himself far into the air, Kenjaku would then release the technique. As Kenjaku would begin to laugh, preparing an Uzumaki. As Yuji would be falling high from the sky, Kenjaku would scream out to Yuji that he was going to put half his supply of cursed spirits into this Uzumaki, and that even if Yuji were to take the attack head on and survive, he would basically be at death's door. Yuji would do nothing but simply continue to soar down straight towards Kenjaku. As Kenjaku would then begin to fire off the Uzumaki. As Yuji seeing the Uzumaki shoot straight towards him, he would begin to start chanting, "Scales of Dragon, Iniquity, Vitriolic," pointing his finger down directly at Kenjaku and the Uzumaki. Yuji would send down a gigantic dismantle slash that was covered in blood. Kenjaku would look on surprised and almost amazed. As the two attacks would connect, Yuji's slash would cut straight through the Uzumaki, heading directly towards Kenjaku. However, just then, Kenjaku would summon a horde of cursed spirits, as well as attempting to dodge out of the way. As it would connect with every single cursed spirit, slashing through all of them, Kenjaku would just barely make it out of the way in time, with his hand being sliced off by Yuji's dismantle. Kenjaku would simply believe that he could use reverse curse technique and heal his hand right back. However, being sliced by that dismantle had an effect on Kenjaku. The dismantle had an effect where it was wrapping around Kenjaku's wound, and being empowered by the chance, it was cutting into Kenjaku's wound, making him bleed profusely, while at the same time not allowing Kenjaku to use reverse curse technique on his hand, simply because the effects of the cut were too much. Kenjaku would be wasting his cursed energy attempting to heal his hand, so instead, Kenjaku would summon another centipede-like cursed spirit, wrapping it around his wrist to stop the bleeding. It was the only way Kenjaku was going to be able to continue this fight without bleeding out. Kenjaku would simply let off a smile and say that he can't believe it's come down to this. Yuji would land on the ground, crashing into it, immediately using cleave on the ground again to disrupt Kenjaku's footing. He wasn't going to let Kenjaku get a single breath. He would close in the distance once again, as Kenjaku would simply tell Yuji that this was enough. Kenjaku would say the words domain expansion, womb profusion, as a tree of grotesque human faces would begin to grow behind Kenjaku. However, this wouldn't stop Yuji. He would continue his push forward, attempting to strike Kenjaku before he had the chance to fully develop his domain. However, it was simply too late. Yuji would be hit by the sure hit effect of Kenjaku's domain, causing a somewhat huge explosion around Yuji. Yuji's arm would be severely broken, as well as the armor on his face being cracked. Yuji would immediately attempt to use simple domain. However, it would be stripped away almost immediately, causing Yuji to be struck again by the sure hit effect. Kenjaku would then begin to laugh, telling Yuji that he was an idiot, believing that he could kill Kenjaku, all because he was a little angry. Kenjaku has been planning things for thousands of years. He's lived for so long and seen so many things. He wasn't going to allow a tool that he created to stop him. He would begin to laugh and say, "Yuji Itadori, you were by far the most exciting experiment that I've ever come up with. It's such a shame that I have to see you die now." However, Yuji would then begin to laugh, as Kenjaku would be confused. Yuji would say that he finally gets it now. He understands what Gojo was trying to teach him. He understands what Sukuna was trying to teach him. A domain, a true interpretation of one's technique. However, Yuji simply couldn't figure it out, because neither of the techniques that he had accumulated were his. Each was given to him by something or someone. But just like he made the technique his own and turned it into something that would suit him, he was going to do the same thing here. Even if it was ugly, even if it wasn't complete, he was just going to push it out, become just as greedy as he's always been. Yuji would stand up using reverse curse technique on himself, healing his body completely. Kenjaku would note that had to have taken a large amount of cursed energy in order for Yuji to heal his body that much. He had healed 2 completely broken limbs, and he was sure to have broken bones inside of his body as well. Just as Kenjaku's sure hit effect would begin to attack Yuji, Yuji would then say the words domain expansion, lacerating blood prison, as both Kenjaku's domain and Yuji's domain would begin to clash, with Kenjaku being surprised that their domains were clashing instead of his domain just simply overtaking Yuji's. At the same time, Kenjaku would realize he wasn't aware of what the sure hit effect would be inside of Yuji's domain. Being lost in thought, Yuji would immediately capitalize off this, rushing straight towards Kenjaku. Kenjaku would gather himself immediately, preparing himself for Yuji. As Yuji would strike Kenjaku, Kenjaku would block the attack, as Yuji would send a strong right towards Kenjaku. However, at the same time, blood would begin to pour out from the walls of the domain, sending slashes directly towards Kenjaku. Kenjaku would realize that if it was a sure hit effect, that blood wasn't going to miss no matter what he did. However, he would then look down at his arm and realize Yuji is also using cleave on his hands, which would send smaller gashes into Kenjaku's arm. This was bad. If Kenjaku was hit by those blood slashes, as well as Yuji's cleave at the same time, it would generate almost the same effect, but instead of Yuji sending regular slashes, it was guaranteed to hit, and it would dig into his skin. But Kenjaku's domain was still active, so the sure hit effect would begin to attack Yuji. It would strike Yuji, blowing his left arm off. However, the blood from Yuji's domain will begin seeping out of the walls once more, attaching itself onto Yuji's arm, creating a pseudo arm and hardening. Kenjaku would be even more confused on what the hell this domain was. The blood was attacking as well as protecting Yuji, giving him limbs. Kenjaku needed to break Yuji's domain, or at least beat Yuji to the point where his domain is no longer active. Yuji would send another left, striking with his left hand this time. Kenjaku would attempt to dodge out of the way. However, again, the blood would pour from the domain, sending a slash directly towards Kenjaku. The slicing blood would strike Kenjaku and begin to dig into his skin. But since he wasn't hit with cleave, it wouldn't affect him that much. However, Yuji's assault was not done. He would send another punch, going for Kenjaku's chest. Kenjaku would back up, but another slash would come. Kenjaku would kiss his teeth, as miniature Uzumakis would form and strike Yuji once more. It would crack his armor. However, yet again, blood would pour from the domain, traveling over to where Yuji is, and fortifying his body. Kenjaku would realize he's in danger. At the momentum Yuji's going, the blood pouring from the domain would continue to wrap around him, only fortifying his armor even more. It would allow Yuji to continue to get closer and closer, closing combat, while at the same time, each strike, even the ones that Yuji misses, will continuously have lasting effects on Kenjaku. So even if Kenjaku still had his domain active, at a certain point, if the blood is to harden and get thick enough, Kenjaku's domain wouldn't be able to do anything at all to Yuji. Kenjaku would then realize that this domain was perfect for Yuji's fighting style, allowing him to close in the distance while having perfect offense as well. It didn't matter if Yuji wasn't able to land an attack on you. Eventually, when the blood wraps around you and your entire body is being slashed over and over with blood, with each cut getting deeper and deeper, it's going to slow you down over time, and eventually, Yuji will come out on top. His domain was meant for long-lasting battles. As long as Yuji was able to take the attacks, he would evolve from it and continuously get stronger, while you're forced to sit there and get weaker inside of his domain. Kenjaku would then let off a nervous smile as Yuji would be closing in once more. However, this time, striking with his right once more, Kenjaku could barely lift his arm, as the blood was simply cutting too deeply inside of Kenjaku's arm. Hardening blood that was continuously slicing away at your flesh. Yuji would strike, hitting Kenjaku in the ribs as he would crash him into his own domain, causing it to collapse. As Kenjaku would sit there laughing, the domains weren't clashing anymore, and there was nothing he could do. Trying to move even a little bit was completely agonizing for Kenjaku. Even if he were to try to use reverse curse technique here, the blood would just continue to slice away, causing him to lose an immense amount of cursed energy. Kenjaku would then realize this was the final stretch. He would then look at Yuji and tell him that even if he were to kill him, he would have to deal with the numerous cursed spirits that were going off inside of his body. Yuji would simply walk forward, as he would tell Kenjaku he doesn't care. He was sent here to kill Kenjaku, and that's all that mattered to him. Kenjaku may have been the person that put him on this path. However, everything still happened because of Kenjaku. Eating Sukuna's fingers, taking over his master's body. Yuji would say that he wasn't innocent, not in any way. However, Kenjaku is simply unforgivable. He ruined his life and turned him into something that he didn't even want to be. Yuji only wanted some slight excitement in his life, and he had that with Geto. Even if his master were to die, Gojo probably would have picked him up and he would have been on a different path. But Kenjaku came back, posed as his master, and Yuji fell for it for a while, until he realized that staying with people like Kenjaku and the Jujutsu sorcerers wasn't good for him. He needed to find his own strength, and now he did. Yuji would then collapse his own domain, as Kenjaku would be confused. He would laugh and tell Yuji, did he not want to kill him? Yuji would say he wants to kill Kenjaku, but not with the domain, with his bare hands. Yuji would stand over Kenjaku and say that he has one last thing to tell him. He would uncover his face, breaking the mask, and Yuji would have a huge smile on his face, telling Kenjaku that he actually thanks him. Everything that's happened has been because of him. He wouldn't have found his way because of Kenjaku. He wouldn't have become this strong if not for Kenjaku's planning. Even the culling games, he wouldn't have found out his true self if Kenjaku didn't start that. So he thanks him. Yuji would tell Kenjaku that he was going to stop the culling games after he died, so none of it mattered. If Yuji was considered a game master, he would simply work around the rules. Kenjaku would simply laugh and say that it doesn't matter. His will be carried on. Yuji would simply tell Kenjaku to shut up. He would swing his fist down, crashing into Kenjaku's head. Continuously, over and over, Yuji would continue to beat Kenjaku's head in until he was nothing but a bloody pulp on the floor. He wanted to make sure Kenjaku was gone, for real. No brain, no nothing. Just a pile of blood on the floor. The second Kenjaku was dead, hundreds of thousands of cursed spirits would begin spilling out of Kenjaku as Yuji would prepare himself for battle once more. However, watching from afar, Gojo would fall down, putting his hand on Yuji's shoulder, saying that he's got everything from here and that he can rest now. Yuji would put down his guard for only a couple of seconds, but he could feel it. That fight took a lot out of him, a lot more than he thought it would. Now he understood why both Sukuna and Gojo wanted to make sure he was absolutely ready, and in that same moment, Yuji would pass out. As some time would pass, we would see Yuji wake up in a bed, with Urame by his side, with Yuji asking what was even going on. Urame would tell Yuji that he successfully defeated Kenjaku. However, after, there was a ginormous wave of cursed spirits that came from out of Kenjaku's body that Gojo took care of. Yuji would let off a long sigh, as Sukuna would then form a mouth on Yuji's cheek. He would then tell Yuji, good job. As both Yuji and Urame would look at each other, they would be absolutely flabbergasted that Sukuna told Yuji good job. Yuji would ask Urame if he was actually dead, with Urame telling Yuji that maybe they're both dead, and Kenjaku killed everybody. Sukuna would tell both of them to stop being idiots, and that he was giving praise where it's due. Kenjaku was a formidable foe, for Yuji at least. We would then see Megami walking through the door. He would look at Yuji and be relieved, saying thank goodness he's actually alive. Yuji would laugh and tell Megami that he said he wasn't going to die. As Gojo would then enter the room behind Megami, he would hold up a peace sign and tell Yuji that he was glad he was okay, with Yuji just smiling and saying that he wasn't going to lose to a loser like that. Sukuna would then form another mouth on Yuji's cheek. He would yell at Gojo, telling him that now that the brat is healed up, why don't they go a round or two to see who's stronger. Gojo would tell Sukuna that he still has to finish cleaning up all the other curses, so their fight would have to temporarily wait. Sukuna would laugh and call Gojo a weak coward, saying that of course he's making up excuses in order to not fight him. Urame would laugh, with Yuji letting off a long sigh. Megami would then tell Gojo that him and the other students could help with the curse cleanup if he wanted to have a friendly match with Sukuna. Gojo would laugh and stare at Yuji, asking him is he willing to transfer consciousness to Sukuna, as Yuji would simply smile, and markings would appear on his body, giving Sukuna full control. Sukuna would stand up immediately, sizing Gojo up and down. Sukuna would smirk and say, what are they waiting for? Is the honorable, strong and mighty Gojo Satoru scared he's going to lose? Or Gojo would simply say, nah, I'd win. And I think that's where I'm going to end it. If you guys want me to go in depth about how I think Garou Kuna would go against Gojo, let me know in the comments. I'll make a bonus part, but I think that's where I'm going to end this off. And after this, I'll continue with the Aizen and finish up the All for One Yuji so I can hurry up and make the anti-magic Yuji. But yeah, thank you for listening, and yeah, peace.